Chapter 101. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Everyone saw the Duke's pale face, from white to red, from red to black. There was no time for people to react. Dr. Kondriki flips the table over towards SCP-083, interrupting the spell again. Then in a flash, he pulled out a pistol. Boom boom boom. Exploding flames appeared. 7 shots in a row, the silver bullet penetrated the Duke's body almost instantly. Everyone was stunned and watched him pull out a wooden nail from his lab coat. As he came to the top of the Duke of the End, he muttered, "I have to cross this off my list of things I must do once in my life." The video ends here. Everyone seemed to be able to hear the agent's desperate wails and Dr. Kondriki's heroic laughter on the screen. The next moment, deafening laughter broke out almost simultaneously inside and outside the screen. The audience in the live broadcast room were all excited. WTF? Is Dr. Kondriki crazy? Cat urine and garlic juice? Is this something a human could come up with? Garlic juice, silver bullets, wooden nails. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. Kondriki pulled out 10 Bibles in the next 10 seconds. SCP-083 may become the most pitiful containment. Damn, this is too abstract. It makes my balls hurt. Ha ha ha. S.H.I.E.L.D. A group of agents once again joined the challenge of holding back laughter. Nick Fury 290 covered his forehead with his hands, his face dark. It is difficult to imagine Dr. Kondriki's mental state. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel curious. Dr. Kondriki's dazzling series of operations, did it work in the end? In the picture, Dr. Clef, who was sitting in the row in front of Lin Lang, laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. He patted the chair and laughed crazily. This guy was born to do this. Soon, another scene appeared. Post-interview DK-083. It was another interview, except that the interviewee was now Dr. Kondriki. Sitting opposite him was a bald middle-aged man. How did you come to the conclusion that SCP-083 possesses traditional vampire weaknesses when there is no evidence whatsoever? This is also a question that everyone is wondering about. The Duke was first abnormal, and then his characteristics were similar to those of a vampire. So you treat an abnormality the same way you treat vampires in novels? Dr. Kondriki shrugged. I'm just guessing, to be honest. I mean, either it works and I have time to get some lunch, or I have to figure it out before he kills me. A sudden inspiration. Yes, I had an idea. Dr. Kondriki straightened up subconsciously. Judging from his nonchalant expression, he seemed to be a little proud of his inspiration. Pretending to be casual, he said, I was totally unable to think at that time, so I decided to improvise. After hearing this, the doctors on the other side were stunned. His brows were knitted into a shape, and he said in disbelief, "Are you saying that you didn't make any plans in advance? Facing an SCP with such abilities, isn't this a serious dereliction of duty? He's dead, isn't he? I've done what I had to do, so I don't have to explain myself." Upon hearing this, the doctor fell silent. After several seconds, he took a deep breath and asked, "Okay, that's fair, but I have one more thing I want to ask." "Explain." "Why cat urine?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Kondriki raised his lip. "Well, even if I'm wrong and it doesn't work, then he's still a guy dipped in cat piss." After a pause, he said helplessly, "I didn't expect him to be so excited." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. The Duke's colorful face after being splashed with cat urine is still vivid in my mind. Who wouldn't be defeated by this? Who knows, the first person to break through the defense was not the Duke, but Dr. Bright, who was sitting in front of Lin Lang. He smashed the popcorn in his hand to the ground and cursed Kondriki in several languages, until his face began to twist. Faintly, everyone heard his voice, "I bet this idiot $5,000 that he wouldn't dare throw cat PS at 083, and God didn't let him die in the execution. Can you understand how I feel? I lost so much money because of this. FK it. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Nick Fury was a little amused and helpless. Is this the legendary Fourth Doctor of Apocalypse? How did the style of painting change? He looked at the screen curiously. Right now he only wanted to know one thing, how Dr. Kondriki survived the Duke of Rage. As if I heard his voice, in the screen, the voice of the old man who was in charge of the opening sounded, at this point in time, we have no way of knowing from the logs how Dr. Kondraki survived the failed execution, as all surveillance equipment in the containment chamber was destroyed at the time. Sure enough, the screen turned into a snow screen. The old man's voice continued. Exterior security cameras recorded Dr. Kondraki and SCP-083 leaving the containment facility approximately half an hour later. Forensic doctors began examining both men via camera for damage. He paused, but no matter what the outcome, the command center issued a red alert and dispatched security forces including Mobile Task Force P2 Heroes of Hawthorne to contain SCP-083 and ensure the personal safety of Dr. Kondraki. At this point, the old man let out a long sigh. In hindsight, we determined that it would have been more economical to have shot Dr. Kondraki. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another burst of laughter both inside and outside the screen. People from both worlds were filled with a happy atmosphere. Soon, Dr. Kondraki appeared on the screen again. Judging from his panic-stricken expression, he seemed to be fleeing. As expected, Dr. Kondraki had just entered hallway R14 when SCP-083 followed. Then, Dr. Kondraki was seen holding up the camera with a sly smile on his face. The moment they saw this thing, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned at first. Then he suddenly became excited. They are very familiar with this camera. This is what Dr. Kondraki used to stop Dr. Clef when SCP-239 breached containment. At the moment, looking at the Duke who was rushing towards them, everyone showed a touch of sympathy on their faces. As expected. As Dr. Kondraki slammed the shutter. Snap! Buzz! A burst of flash suddenly exploded, and the strong light instantly enveloped the entire corridor. Suddenly, the entire screen was as bright as day. What followed was the Duke's roar of anger and pain. The white light faded, and the Duke no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning. At the moment, he had extensive burns all over his body. A head of lush hair, now most of it has been burned. Such a horrific scene made the audience in the live broadcast room twitch their eyes. This is too miserable. But soon, the scars on the Duke's body began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. I want you dead. SCP-083 recovered, and pursued Dr. Kondraki all the way to the central area of the containment facility. Dr. Kondraki used his clearance to gain access to the non-sentient containment area, and presented his ID to pass through 2 armed checkpoints. Unexpectedly, before he ran far, the Duke rushed into the unconscious object containment area like a rhinoceros running at full speed. Before the researchers could react, the Duke of Rage immediately started the killing mode. In an instant, all the researchers in the containment area were in trouble. Seeing the Duke vent his anger on those unarmed researchers, the audience in the live broadcast room frowned. S.H.I.E.L.D. Why do I feel? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen with a strange expression. Why do I feel that compared to the Duke, Dr. Kondraki is the most dangerous one? Nick Fury's face also turned dark. He now understood why the top leaders of the Foundation had held this meeting. S.H.I.E.L.D. In the screen, Dr. Kondraki entered a safe room, take a round object from it, then leave the containment facility and enter hallway R17. Seeing this, everyone realized that Dr. Kondraki was most likely in possession of some kind of containment object. As expected, when the Duke came after him again, Dr. Kondraki first pressed the shutter, then, as the white light flashed, he threw the disc in his hand. The disc flew out at a terrifying speed. Puff! All they heard was the sound of blood spurting out, followed by the Duke's muffled groan. The disc, confirmed to be SCP-388, continued to pass through Site-19, eventually coming to rest 2 kilometers from the base. As the white light faded, it was obvious that the Duke had lost a leg. Dr. Kondraki came to the Duke with a smug look, looked him up and down, and grinned. Not bad, at least you can stand on one leg, Duke. The Duke's scarlet eyes were fixed on Dr. Kondraki, and his eyes of selective devouring made the audience in the live broadcast room feel a chill. How angry this is! He almost gritted his teeth and roared, after I catch you, I will kill you slowly. You don't even know what kind of trouble you put yourself in, but I will kill you and destroy everything you cherish. What is that? I can hear blood gushing from your arteries. Dr. Kondraki smiled nonchalantly, then pointed at the Duke's broken leg and said jokingly, hey, if you don't want to be a vampire anymore, you'd make a pretty good pirate. Seeing this, not only the Duke, but even the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help it. Cheap. So cheap. My legs will regenerate in 5 seconds, and then I will tear you into pieces. The Duke's anger rose in a roar. Unexpectedly, Dr. Kondriki shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Good luck, little Digopol." Then, under the Duke's gaze that seemed to become material, he left triumphantly. "I will tear you into pieces, into as many pieces as your stupid words." The Duke's roar echoed in the corridor. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this, they couldn't tell who the villain was for a moment. What the hell, why do I suddenly feel sorry for the Duke? To be honest, if you were suddenly splashed with cat urine, had a nail in the heart, and were subjected to all kinds of humiliation, you would probably be even angrier than the Duke. Oh my god, if there is no one, just come and execute the Duke. It's too pitiful. Is this the value of the fourth Doctor of Apocalypse? While everyone in the live broadcast room was sympathizing with the Duke, the fleeing Dr. Kondriki accidentally affected a member of the task force, and the whole team was wiped out. In the video, the old man's voice trembled slightly. At the moment, the command center began to realize that in this incident, SCP-083 it's not the only threat. At the moment, SCP-083 has caused the deaths of 17 personnel, but Dr. Kondriki has also been directly or indirectly responsible for 3 containment breaches. Most of the deceased employees were low-level employees, so the losses were relatively small. But at this point, the old man took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said almost through gritted teeth, "MTF-P2 was found by base security personnel at the bottom of the stairwell, completely entangled in SCP-162, with several members being crushed. Several others bled to death from numerous lacerations." After that, he exhaled and said dejectedly, "At this point, the containment of SCP-083 immediately became impossible." At the same time, on the other side of the base, other SCPs had already destroyed the containment facilities. We are unable to confirm the details due to the chaos in the film. And SCP-083 is on a rampage trying to find Dr. Kondriki. At this point, the old man sighed painfully. The command center was in chaos, and a decision was made that should have been made earlier, a decision that was completely late. Chapter 102. The old man's voice stopped abruptly. The curiosity of the audience in the live broadcast room was successfully aroused. What decision? At the moment, in the picture, a staff member holding a microphone came up to Dr. Clef. "Dr. Clef, can I ask you something about Dr. Kondriki in relation to this incident?" Upon hearing this, Clef's eyebrows immediately lit up. "Definitely no problem. Do you think there is a problem with Dr. Kondriki's termination plan?" Unexpectedly, Dr. Clef gave an answer that no one expected. "I see nothing wrong with Dr. Kondriki's termination plan. Not at all." Even the interviewer was stunned. "Really?" Clef nodded sincerely and said, "Exactly. He had a primary termination mechanism, a backup plan, and a third plan. The fact that his plan didn't work wasn't his fault. The loss of MTF-P2 was a sad but unforeseen consequence of moving a Euclid-class object." The interviewer took a deep breath and quickly interrupted Dr. Clef. "I see. So tell me, Dr. Clef, what if what he did was not part of his plan, but was just what he wanted?" "Ha ha ha!" Dr. Clef laughed, looked around, and said with a smile, "If that's the case, sir, then I have to say that Kondriki Boshin is an idiot with suicidal tendencies. Obviously he definitely won't." Seeing the interviewer suddenly fall silent, Dr. Clef's smile faded. "He did. I have a copy of Dr. Kondriki's termination plan here." The interviewer pulled a file from his bag and read aloud, "The first step is to use Cat PS and a loaded pistol. Plans 2, 3, 4, and 5 are wing it, adapt to the situation, get it right when the time comes, and put your head on your knees and kiss Maya goodbye." Dr. Clef's laughter suddenly stopped. Instead, laughter from both worlds rang out. "Damn, this guy is a genius. God damn it, the boat will straighten itself out when it reaches the bridge. I am almost dying of laughter." Ha ha ha! Although I can't see Clef's face clearly, I can imagine that his expression must be very interesting. "I declare that Dr. Kondriki is the face of the last 4 doctors. War. Cool." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed and laughed. The atmosphere of S.H.I.E.L.D. is extremely weird. With Nick Fury, the old-fashioned guy, everyone was too embarrassed to laugh out loud and could only hold it back in pain. Nick Fury sighed helplessly and looked at the screen again. He wanted to see how far this farce would develop. The interview ends with Dr. Clef yelling at him. The scene changed, and Dr. Kondriki appeared in the camera 10 times. He came into view on the 7th floor, and was seen forcing his way into a laboratory, taking a set of prototype high-voltage cables made of SCP-143 alloy and nanocarbon material. Then, the Duke's familiar roar sounded again. "I will tear you apart and turn you." Unexpectedly, the Duke was greeted by intensive firepower from the security personnel. Da-da-day! Da-da-day! Security forces arrived and proceeded to contain SCP-083, but were unsuccessful. Teams 4, 8, and 14 were eliminated. Dr. Kondraki removes a pair of handheld speakers from a safe class object containment facility. Then it speeds up and leaves the containment area, enters corridor D3. The Duke's pursuit followed closely, and at the moment he seemed to have completely lost his mind. They even began to destroy containment facilities. Although he couldn't catch up with Dr. Kondraki due to his acceleration, he didn't leave much distance either. Because he walked through the wall. Physical. Boom. The thick cement wall looked like tofu dregs in front of the Duke. The bullets the inmates fired at the Duke were unable to stop him. After chasing all the way to the Keter-level containment area, Dr. Kondraki continues through the node. Entered a large containment room with a large door facing the entrance. Dr. Kondraki's security clearance was not enough to get past the last node, so he stopped at the door. He pulled out an object from his lab coat that looked like a cone with a gun handle. The Duke, who was extremely raging, finally arrived. He walked to the huge gate, the murderous intent on his face was almost turning into reality. It seemed that Dr. Kondraki had nowhere else to turn. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was very excited. However, in the picture, the faces of Lin Lang and other doctors suddenly turned dark. Dr. Clef could even be heard cursing faintly, "This lunatic." In the surveillance video, Dr. Kondraki stepped back and raised his hands, "Okay, okay, okay, look where we are, Duke." Until he leaned against the wall behind him, with nowhere to retreat. I thought he would be desperate and panic. I didn't expect that he still had that irritating smile on his face. "Do you want to know what's behind gate no 1? Blood dripped from the Duke's mouth. He stared at Dr. Kondraki as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered. Anger has turned into hatred. He decided not to let this game end so quickly. He wanted to play with it, just as a cat plays with its prey after catching a mouse. Not interested, because all I know is that after I came in, I completely sealed off the entrances and exits of this area. You are trapped here, Doctor, trapped with me." Then as he spoke, he raised his head and sniffed the bloody smell in the air, then revealed an intoxicated and ferocious smile, "I will enjoy every second from now on." Ha ha ha. He was responded with an undisguised sneer from Dr. Kondraki. The Duke's eyes turned cold. He didn't understand why Dr. Kondraki was still being stubborn. "I knew you would do this. I have to admit that this is not the most suitable place for a tactical retreat, but I still have a trump card in my hand." The Duke's eyes flickered, but he remained calm. "What is it? Those stupid butterflies? You can't hide forever, I will find you. Oh my god, I can't wait to see your face." Dr. Kondraki said with an exaggerated expression, then slowly raised the megaphone in his hand and smiled, "But first, why not invite our friend out of his little room?" Seeing this, all the audience in the live broadcast room felt a jolt in their hearts. Is it possible? Any other experts? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared at the screen. Dr. Kondraki is indeed unreliable. But anyway, he is also a high-level researcher supervisor. He is also one of the 4 doctors of Apocalypse, War. How could such a person not have a backup plan? But what is his backup plan? Until a familiar roar came from the screen. The hair all over his body stood up. There was a gleam of shock in his eyes, and the whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. It's this? The moment he heard the roar, the Duke, who thought he had won, was stunned. The color on his face faded visibly, and he stared at Dr. Kondraki blankly. UFG. Roar. A violent roar interrupted his words. The entire area began to shake, and the wall where the giant gate was located suffered several stress damages. What followed was roaring and the sound of metal breaking and walls collapsing. The Duke looked behind him in horror. "You son of a BCH. Keter-level threat SCP-682 containment breach condition occurs." Signal interrupted. The picture suddenly faded, but at the moment, the entire Marvel World's live broadcast room fell into deathly silence. Countless viewers stared at the screen with their eyes wide open and their mouths open, as if they had seen a ghost. Soon, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Countless barrages of comments swept in like a tsunami. WTF? 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 What did I see? That's 682, right? That guy is definitely 682. Oh my god, Dr. Kondriki actually released the fire lizard. Is he crazy? One duke is enough to make people despair, and now there's another 682? A Keter-level containment exchange meeting. That's right. Even if it was only a final glimpse, the audience in the live broadcast room recognized the familiar face at that moment. SCP-682, it also has a resounding title, The Immortal Evil Lizard. It can be said that the one that really made the Marvel audience realize the horror of Keter-level containment, it's 682. Immortality, infinite growth. The moment 682 appeared, it completely overturned everyone's worldview. Especially the epic war between 682 and Abel, which directly opened a door to the world of the Foundation for the audience. I thought I would never see this terrifying creature again, but it actually returned today. For a moment, the audience of the entire Marvel world became excited. The Duke vs the Immortal Lizard. Keter vs. Another Keter. Isn't this much better than the blockbuster movie? Camartage. When 682 appeared, Ancient One froze in place as if he had seen the most horrifying scene. The scene I saw using Eye of Agamotto before subconsciously emerged in my mind. Then, she once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the blood of the Crimson King. Oh my god, why did they let it out again? The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. Immortal Lizard. Looking at the fleeting images on the light screen, a look of curiosity emerged on Ueta's face. The immortal ability is nothing to him. Infinitely growing abilities require a process and are not enough to pose a threat. What really interested him was the faint feeling of deep the breath of the Red 490 King. As if he had thought of something, he was startled. Could it be that 682 is the offspring of the Crimson King? Thinking of this, he was suddenly dumbfounded. When he looked at the screen again, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. While the technician was switching video files, another interviewer came to Lin Lang. This time, the person he interviewed was Dr. Gears. Do you think Dr. Kondriki's action in releasing 682 was reckless? Answering it was Dr. Gears' stead eyes and a tone without any emotion. Reckless is a relative term. Recalling the incident, Dr. Kondriki was conducting an investigation into a humanoid SCP object that was virtually immune to all harm. During the execution, the collateral damage he caused was only low to medium level. This answer stunned the interviewer. So you think Dr. Kondriki's behavior is acceptable? He achieved his intended goal. However, the numerous casualties, several containment breaches, extensive damage to Site-19, and a general lack of action plans were indeed serious oversights in Dr. Kondriki's actions. The interviewer frowned. Causing a large area of the base to be destroyed is slightly beyond the definition of negligence. Sir, with all due respect, I think we are going in the wrong direction. Dr. Gears paused before continuing. We assume that Dr. Kondriki is a person who does whatever he wants, who is reckless and does not consider the consequences of his actions. However, this is a narrow-minded and dangerous assumption. Interviewer becomes annoyed by Dr. Gears' repetitiveness. What do you mean? The human brain has a tendency to apply established thought patterns to unexpected events. I believe Dr. Kondriki is using this termination as an opportunity to opportunity, while distracting us with destructive pursuits and massive containment breaches. So you're saying, he planned this whole thing? Not in the traditional sense. Dr. Gears said in a serious manner. To use a mathematical analogy, he started with the solution to the problem and worked his way back to the problem. Several containment breaches, evacuations of objects, SCP-083 and its effects on base personnel, all of this left the 19th base in a dangerously weak defensive position. This allowed him to achieve his true purpose as I have described it. The interviewer swallowed and said, What is it? Dr. Gears' glasses reflected a white light, and he said calmly, Right, SCP-682. Chapter 103. Dr. Gears' words made both worlds fall silent. Dr. Clef and Dr. Bright looked at him in astonishment. Even Lin Lang behind him was stunned. Ride 682? Are you kidding me? In an instant, the entire live broadcast room exploded. WTF? Am I hallucinating? Damn it, this joke isn't funny at all. 682 is a Keter-level containment. Is Dr. Kondriki really tired of living? Who knows what's going on in the minds of these lunatics? Oh my god, These people are crazy. S.H.I.E.L.D. The smiles of the agents who were trying to hold back their laughter suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was deep astonishment. What is 682? It's a Keter-level killer weapon. Conventional containment procedures are completely unable to contain it, and every containment failure will kill a large number of Foundation members. Even 076-2, which Abel wanted to execute, failed. Ordinary people start to get scared when they hear about this guy. What about Kondriki Bawang? Want to write it? Are you crazy? Nick Fury stared at the screen, his eyes full of disbelief. If Dr. Gears wasn't kidding, then... From the very beginning, when Dr. Kondriki took the initiative to request the termination of 083, he had already had this idea in mind. In the screen, after Dr. Gears finished speaking, everyone had different reactions. The one who reacted the most was Dr. Clef. He was completely stunned. After a long silence, the group cursed, "This madman on the stage." The old man's voice sounded again. The pit that was dug before was revealed. At the moment, the command center of Base 19 made the decision to completely isolate the 7th to 15th floors of Area 3, completely sealing everything inside from top to bottom. The old man's voice was heavy, and everyone seemed to be able to see his grief-stricken expression. With SCP-682 out of control, SCP-083 still a threat, and Dr. Kondriki still breathing, we expect the three of them to continue killing each other. Live broadcast room. At the end of his speech, the old man's emotions fluctuated, and he took several deep breaths before he could barely suppress his inner anger. Once the survivors have been visibly weakened by the struggle, containment teams are to move into the area to conduct retrieval operations. This plan is short-sighted and does not take into account the extraordinary intelligence possessed by SCP-682, or Dr. Kondriki. At this point, he paused and said with almost gritted teeth, "If you have ever considered such a thing, perhaps using nuclear weapons would be the wisest choice." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. How deep is the Foundation's hatred towards Dr. Kondriki? Everyone on the screen burst into laughter. At the moment, all the audiences in both worlds only want to know one thing. What did Dr. Kondriki do? The screen flashes. As expected, Dr. Kondriki's disheveled figure appeared on the screen. Damn it! I only heard Dr. Kondriki screaming. Swish! 682 swung his claws, creating a gust of wind. The claws were about to tear Dr. Kondriki's body apart. Crash! Butterflies appear. Dr. Kondriki's figure suddenly disappeared among the butterflies. Swish! The sharp claws missed and landed on a special alloy wall nearby. The extremely solid wall was torn apart as if it were made of paper. Roar! Losing the target made 682 stunned for a moment. Immediately, it turned its target to the only remaining enemy in the field. Duke. Gulp! There was no color left on the Duke's pale face. At the moment, a grass mud horse galloped through the Duke's heart. He wanted to capture Dr. Kondriki and eat him alive. Unfortunately, the fire lizard did not give him this opportunity. For a moment, the offensive was reversed. As a hunter, he has now become the prey. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room said they felt sorry for the Duke. This guy is really unlucky. Not only was he teased by Dr. Kondriki, but now he is being blamed for something else. But it does not affect their enthusiasm for having fun at all. Roar! 682 took the lead in launching the attack. Its huge body does not affect its speed at all, and its muscular structure seems to contain endless power. It shot towards the Duke like a cannonball. Boom! The two collided, and a battle between Keter-level humanoid entities began. For a time, roaring sounds, the sound of flesh being torn, bones cracking, and the sound of terrain being destroyed were heard everywhere. There are no weird settings. There is no unreasonable reality distortion. It's just a fight between two strong men whose physical strength is beyond imagination. Fist to flesh, every move draws blood. This pure, primitive fighting scene made every viewer in the live broadcast room excited. Fighting! Cool! Surprisingly, although the Duke's momentum and ability were not as good as 682, nor does he have the terrifying physical strength of 682. But he still fought back and forth with 682. However, this phenomenon did not last long. Because the power of the fire lizard lies in its ability of immortality. The Duke had worked so hard to heal the damage caused by exchanging injuries, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Although the Duke also has a good recovery ability, compared with 682, it can only be said to be dwarfed. Wait, I don't stop. Damn it. The Duke tried to communicate with 682 several times, but all he got was some meaningless roars from 682. The Duke approached again, trying to reason with 682. However, without any warning, 682 suddenly attacked at a terrifying speed. The Duke had no time to react and was captured by 682. Sizzle! There was only a teeth-grinding tearing sound, and the Duke's 2 arms and 1 leg were torn off by 682. Then he was thrown violently against the wall. Damn it, no. The Duke was completely changed. Before he could recover from the severe pain, he saw a gaping bloody mouth. The audience in the live broadcast room watched helplessly as the Duke was swallowed by 682 in one gulp. That's right, just swallow it in one mouthful. Then 682 stopped moving until it made an exaggerated movement, rearing up on its hind legs. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room stood there in a daze, too shocked to speak. It was several seconds later that the live broadcast room went crazy. What? Damn it, this is a joke, right? Swallowed? The Duke was swallowed up just like that. Oh my god, this is too cruel. As a fellow Keter, male is no match for 682. But, he can't be killed instantly, right? That's too outrageous. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. The Duke was actually executed by 682. So, the termination of Dr. Kondraki was successful. Natasha Romanoff asked subconsciously. Success. Nick Fury glared at her and said unhappily, a Duke died, and now 682 is here. Isn't this going to be even more troublesome? Although the Duke also killed people, but he was able to remain calm most of the time and was willing to communicate with the Foundation. But what about 682? This guy is a predator who only has killing in his mind. Reason with it. Joke. Thinking of this, Nick Fury suddenly realized a problem. Where is Dr. Kondraki? Also, what does this strange pos 682 mean? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stare at the screen carefully. Then, in his eyes, I was instantly filled with fear. Just see. In the light curtain on 682's body, a figure, slowly surfaced. None other than Dr. Kondraki. But, at the moment, he was sitting astride 682's back in a weird posture. He was seen holding the 2 ends of the high-voltage cable he had obtained earlier. The remaining portion of the cable was fashioned into a makeshift bridle set. While Dr. Kondraki was riding SCP-682, while waving the wire like a rein, Gao Shui shouted, "Drive!" The other free hand waved the hat excitedly. For a moment, the picture seemed to be frozen at this moment. An indescribable shock instantly swept across the entire Marvel world. Dr. Kondraki, it's true writing, the immortal lizard. The moment they saw this scene, everyone seemed to be petrified and immediately lost the ability to think. There was only one thought in their minds, crazy. Dr. Kondraki is crazy. However, Dr. Kondraki is not the only one who is crazy. SCP-682 is mad too. It instantly entered the state of rage. While roaring, he made a fierce and mad attack towards the entrance. Seems to be trying to kill Dr. Kondraki on Bay's back. With a sudden impact, boom! A big hole suddenly appeared in the thick alloy wall. Rage's 682 easily plowed down the obstacle created by SCP-083. Then passed through the sealed wall. Right away. Watching the man and the beast running madly in the sight, the live broadcast room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room instantly surged up like a volcano erupting. WTF, WTF. What the F***ck is this? Oh my god, Dr. Kondraki is actually writing 682. I always thought Dr. Gears was joking, but I didn't expect this to actually happen. I thought Dr. Kondraki throwing cat urine at the Duke was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect it to be even more outrageous. All the doctors at the Foundation are FG crazy. Shock, astonishment, fear, madness. The audience expressed various emotions in the live broadcast room. Camartage. Ancient One stared at the picture on the screen, his eyes trembling. It can be said that the shock she felt right now was even greater than when she used the Eye of Agamotto to look at 682. This is the offspring of the Crimson King. The blood of the Crimson King flows in 682's body, but a mortal actually gave. Right? Ancient One felt that his worldview had been overturned once again. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Uedo looked at the scene on the light screen and for a moment he thought he was hallucinating. Especially when he saw Dr. Kondraki writing 682, he even doubted whether Dr. Kondraki was a human. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury at the moment, there was only one feeling in his mind. Absurd. However, when he saw the following scene, suddenly I realized that I was still too young. In the picture, Dr. Kondraki has been standing on SCP-682's back. SCP-682 frantically attempts to lose him as it runs. However, at the moment, Dr. Kondraki was like Reagan had grown on his feet, standing firmly on 682's back, completely undisturbed. He even leaned over to the back of 682's head and asked mockingly, "You are very reluctant now, aren't you?" 682 was so angry that he uttered, "You are the most annoying one among your kind that I have met so far. Killing you would be like helping your tribe. A big favor." The walls that were smashed along the way left dense scars on 682's body, but they soon recovered. It seems to be beginning to adapt to the current situation. Bone needles begin to shoot out of his back, intending to injure or kill Dr. Kondraki. Shout shout beep, the sharp bone spurs shot out like bullets. Solid walls are easily penetrated. Damn it! Dr. Kondraki suffered several wounds to the thigh, but dodged most of the attacks. Time to turn, big guy. He pulled hard on the reins and tried to make a sharp turn. Surprisingly, he succeeded. Woohoo! After constantly trying, he finally learned how to steer SCP-682 to change direction. Ha ha ha, run faster. Go. Cheen. Chapter 104. Roar. SCP-682 roars and continues to charge forward. It is now being maneuvered towards the staff quarters. Seeing such a frustrating scene, even the audience in the live broadcast room felt sympathetic. Good guy, after Dr. Kondraki finished causing harm to 083, he started causing harm to 682. That's awesome. However, while Dr. Kondraki was riding 682, a familiar figure came into view. The body is covered with plaster, the round body looks like a peanut. And that wrinkled, distorted face that looked like it was corroded. The moment I saw this thing, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. What? Statue? SCP-173? Isn't this Peanut? These two guys actually broke into SCP-173's containment room? It seems that he thought of something. The audience in the live broadcast room's eyes were immediately attracted as if by a magnet. Staring at the screen intently, a question suddenly occurred to their minds. 682 met 173, what happens? In the picture, while running, SCP-682 broke into SCP-173's containment chamber. The moment you enter, Dr. Kondraki and SCP-682 looked at 173 almost at the same time. Surprisingly, 682 also maintained eye contact with SCP-173. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned for a moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hey! Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, especially at 682, wondering, why does 682 know the characteristics of 173? Nick Fury standing by also had a frown on his face. It is true that 682 is intelligent, but there is no reason for it to have come into contact with 173. What surprised him even more was that the so-called immortal 682 is actually afraid of triggering 173's neck breaking to kill instantly. Could it be that SCP-173's ability is stronger than 682's? Camartage. At the moment, the Ancient One was completely confused. The power of 682 is well known, but why is it afraid of 173? In the eyes of Ancient One, 173 is just a pile of reinforced concrete. And 682 is the offspring of the Crimson King. The scene happening before his eyes was completely beyond the Ancient One's cognition. In the picture, as 682 continued to walk through 173's containment room, the two finally returned to the battle of wits and courage. 682 begins ramming its back against the wall and floor, attempting to crush Dr. Kondraki. I don't need your help, Godzilla. You ate a vampire for lunch. Why can't we just get this over with and let me go home? Dr. Kondraki constantly adjusted his position, dodging the rubble. He didn't forget to make jokes. Roar. There was a violent crash, and then the sound of concrete and twisted metal. Dr. Kondraki laughed. I guess you won't choose this option. So you can continue. As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his head and dodged the steel bars sticking out of the ceiling. Then he pulled the reins hard again. Continue to take me for a ride, and then I will get off your head. He checked the device on his wrist and pointed SCP-682 towards the staff cafe. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, another wall was smashed. After leaving big holes in several isolation walls, 682 came to the employee living area. Dr. Kondraki waited until SCP-682 arrived at the cafe. Just then, crunch. He suddenly pulled the reins tight, then with amazing force leapt up, roll in midair once over SCP-682's head. The smooth operation stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. After Dr. Kondraki performed 3.5 twists in the air, he succeeded. 682 bit him and knocked him to the ground. 682's sharp teeth easily pierced through Dr. Kondraki's chest. Damn it! Dr. Kondraki screamed, and the audience in the live broadcast room twitched their eyes. Biba, he wailed and dodged, then climbed up and sat on a chair next to a table. 682 opened his mouth wide, and blood flowed down his sharp fangs. It grinned at Dr. Kondraki. Not only are you the most annoying person I have ever met, you are also the one with the least common sense. The only way to solve this problem is for you to die and rot quickly, even though you are already rotting. Dr. Kondraki's face turned pale. Even at this moment, he did not forget to say, it's fair, let's do it this way. That's probably the only disgusting thing I've heard you say that I agree with. Roar. Rage's roar sounded. Crack. The scene ended abruptly with the sound of SCP-682's teeth closing. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Immediately, there was a moment of disbelief. Dead? Dr. Kondraki was swallowed by 682? Even though 682's strength is deeply rooted in people's hearts, but Dr. Kondraki, this man that people love and hate, it also seems to give people a feeling that miracles can always be created. What? Dr. Kondraki was swallowed whole. Damn it, Dr. Kondraki is not going to die just like that, is he? Damn it, this guy killed so many people, his death doesn't deserve it. But, Dr. Kondraki should not be dead, otherwise the previous interview cannot be explained. S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Kondraki won't die so easily, right? Even Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but ask. Probably not. Facing everyone's puzzled gaze, Nick Fury said calmly, don't forget, Dr. Kondrak has a magical assistant. Natasha Romanoff seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. You mean, SCP-408? As soon as Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, the screen suddenly lit up again. Evacuation log SC-19 in the picture. It seems that the security personnel of Site-19 are urgently moving safe and Euclid-level items. Amid the chaos, helipads A to E actively provided transportation support for temporary relocation and shelter. In it, a huge box with SCP-299 written on it is being transported by a group of Level 1 personnel. Due to its huge size, its width almost blocked the entire passage. While SCP-298 was being carried, an employee sits on it. Pretend to play the organ. Just at this moment. Boom. A violent explosion sounded not far away. The whole screen shook violently. Several personnel stumbled, and SCP-298 suddenly fell to the ground. The sudden change frightened everyone. The men heard a strange sound. Just as they were about to hide behind the organ, they began to hear the struggle again. Before they react, next second. Crash. Along with the appearance of a flock of butterflies, Dr. Kondraki finally appeared. The audience in the live broadcast room were all very excited. This guy is not dead. However, Dr. Kondraki in the picture looks extremely embarrassed. His body was covered with various wounds, and his cocky windbreaker was now in tatters. Only his pair of bright and calm eyes are still as bright as ever. Sorry to bother you guys. Dr. Kondraki greeted them solemnly, and then, in front of everyone's confused gaze, he jumped directly onto SCP-298's box. Then, an unexpected figure chased out. Not 682, it was 083 which had been torn apart and devoured by 682. Duke. The moment he saw him, the live broadcast room, which was originally full of chatter, suddenly became quiet. Immediately, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? Wasn't this guy swallowed by 682? Why isn't he dead? Oh my goodness, 682 finally got some snacks, but they were all cheat meals. The Duke was torn to pieces and eaten alive by 682, but the first person he wanted to kill was Dr. Kondraki. He really made me cry. As expected of a Keter-level containment object, its vitality is so terrifying. In the picture, the Duke was staggering, and his body was also covered with an unknown liquid. He chased Dr. Kondraki around the corner, but Song saw several employees and 10 organs. He grabbed a first-level employee by the collar viciously, and his murderous look frightened the employee so much that his face turned pale. Where is he? You must have seen him, tell me where he is, and then maybe I won't kill you all. Who? The first-level employee was stunned at first, then he reacted immediately and pointed to the box next to him and said decisively, that lunatic just ran over, and now he's probably behind this thing. After getting the answer he wanted, the Duke put down his employee and even helped him straighten his collar in a serious manner. Very good. Maybe I'll add you to my escort list, what an honor it would be. His words were interrupted by an inexplicable tone. What the FK is that noise? Bach. This is Bach's music. Behind the box, Dr. Kondraki's figure slowly emerged. Next to him, there is an organ. He asked his staff to play and said to the Duke with a smile, I like to call it You're So Bad, music. The piano sounds melodious and intoxicating. But the Duke's face became paler and paler. He stepped back tremblingly, as if he had sensed something, and screamed in fear, Wah, what happened to my blood? What are you doing to my blood? SCP-083's blood was seen being sucked out of his body by SCP-298's music. It is suspended in the air and condenses into a colloid, shaped like the branches of a dead tree. Seeing this, the sound of the playing has changed slightly, the staff looking nervously at Dr. Kondraki. Stop playing, sir. Don't stop for a moment. As he spoke, the Duke's face had completely lost all color. As if he felt the threat of death, he screamed and begged, Quick, stop it. I will do everything you say, please stop that thing. I can't. Dr. Kondraki smiled as he stepped off SCP-298's platform, looking at the Duke as if he were a dead man. So I was right, you can't regenerate your blood. At the moment, the Duke no longer had the anger he had before, and all his emotions were replaced by the desire to survive. He begged bitterly, I don't want to die. It shouldn't be me who should die, it shouldn't be me. I'm different from you. Dr. Kondraki's expression suddenly calmed down, and he looked at the Duke coldly and said, Everyone will die, Duke. I am still alive, but the time has not come yet. Today is your lucky day. After saying that, he disappeared into a room at the end of the passage without even looking back. Son of ABCH. Before he could even utter his thought, the company's eyes widened in astonishment. He is dead. SCP-083's blood has been completely drained. His body decomposed at an extremely fast rate, and within a minute, he turned into a skeleton. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were amazed. No one expected that such a powerful Keter-class containment object would die in the hands of Dr. Kondraki. To be precise, he died from SCP-298's ability. S.H.I.E.L.D, Natasha Romanoff said in a complicated tone. It's not that she feels sorry for a refugee. But the development of things has completely exceeded her imagination. The arrogant Duke was executed, but, what about 682? In the picture, Dr. Kondraki, who had just left, returned with a glass container. He waved his hand, signaling the player to stop playing. The container is then used to collect the blood that condenses in the air. In less than a minute, the blood liquefies. The employees seemed to have not figured out what had just happened. Then I saw Dr. Kondraki sealed the container, then walk over to the skull and pull it over your shoulder. Dr. Kondraki boarded a helicopter and left Site-19, pretending to be a member of the evacuation team. The employees are still in some state of shock. Until an alarm sounded from inside the site, they then remembered that SCP-682 was inside Site-19. Still in an unrestrained state. Chapter 105. Dr. Kondraki swaggered away carrying the Duke's skull. When such a scene appears on the screen, the entire Marvel World audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Dr. Kondraki would complete the execution of the Duke in this way. What was even more unexpected was that the mess that Dr. Kondraki caused alone, he just ignored it. Then, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? He just left like that. What else? Dr. Kondraki's mission was to execute the Duke. Now that the mission is accomplished, why don't you leave? Shit, doesn't he know that every incident and containment breach at Site-19 is caused by him? I was so dumbfounded. Dr. Kondraki is so awesome. If I were an O5, I would be so pd off. In front of countless audiences, when everyone was typing out barrages of comments and madly complaining about Dr. Kondraki. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. A group of agents seemed to be petrified, standing there blankly. Their expressions seemed to say, "Is this okay?" Even the mysterious Nick Fury was a little stunned at the moment. I told you to terminate 083, but you just let Site-19 containment fail? Now that I think about it, just when Dr. Kondraki wrote 682, he released a lot of terrifying things. For example, 173. The containment of such a thing failed. If we try to contain it again, I'm afraid many people will die. This is just what happened on the surface. Who knows how many more objects in custody have been affected behind the scenes. It was at this moment that Nick Fury understood what the old man had said before. In hindsight, we decided it would have been more economical to have shot Dr. Kondraki. At this moment, the threat posed to the Foundation by Dr. Kondraki, far beyond any Keter-class containment. The video file ends here. The entire auditorium was suddenly filled with discussions from various doctors. Oh my god, why does he always mess things up? I can't believe we work for this guy. I kind of want to call him a jerk and quit right now. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Lin Lang and others. What are you looking at? It's nothing, it's just that our boss is destroying one of the Foundation's largest bases. Can you believe it? He's doing it. The doctor spoke without even turning his head. Oh, that's amazing. Someone had already seen the person coming, and began to pull the bawang. Brother, stop talking too much. The other party still complained angrily, it's okay, as if he could know that it was me who said it. If he knew, I would do it myself before he punished me. Until he turned his head, the words were completely stuck in his mouth. Dr. Kondraki gaped, what? I'm already liking this conversation. The poor doctor was already frightened. He swallowed his saliva and looked around. I think I've seen enough. I have to go for a walk. Hey, don't leave so soon. Dr. Kondraki put his arm around his neck and grinned at the others. Anyone want some popcorn? He was caught talking bad about people behind their backs. The doctor immediately broke out in a sweat. Fortunately, Dr. Kondraki knew his situation and just scared the doctor before letting him go. The other party immediately felt relieved and left in a panic. For a moment, only Lin Lang and Dr. Clef were left by Dr. Kondraki's side. Facing everyone's gaze, even a thick-skinned person like Dr. Kondraki felt a little unnatural for a moment. What's wrong? Dr. Kondraki shrugged stiffly. Wasn't the termination mission successfully completed? You call this perfection? Dr. Bright patted Dr. Kondraki on the back, then shook his head and left. Dr. Clef also crossed his arms and mocked, I never knew you had this ability. Maybe next time I terminate a Keter project, I can ask you to help me. Having said that, he also walked away in a swagger. Dr. Kondraki opened his mouth and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Dr. Gears. He looked at Dr. Kondraki calmly, congratulations. Congratulations? Hey, what the hell is congratulations? Watching several people walking away as if they were avoiding the plague, Dr. Kondraki suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned to look at Lin Lang who was packing up to leave, and asked quickly, what are they talking about? Why are they congratulating me? Perhaps congratulations on successfully writing the 682 off your something you must do once in your lifetime list. Dr. Kondraki was slightly stunned. If you still don't understand, please look at the big screen. Hearing this, Dr. Kondraki turned his neck stiffly. It wasn't until the long string of banners on the stage caught his eye that he froze in place. Dr. Kondraki, congratulations on becoming famous again. Lin Lang patted him on the shoulder and walked out of the meeting room with a smile. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. In the picture, just as Lin Lang reached the door, he was stopped by someone. Sorry to take up some of your time. The interviewer did not give Lin Lang a chance to refuse and asked directly, what do you think about the project of terminating 083? 083's termination project was successful. The interviewer was stunned for a moment, and asked in a different way, what do you think about Dr. Kondriki's persecution of Site-19, persecution? Lin Lang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, I feel sorry for what happened to Site-19. The interviewer finally lived in Bungbu and asked directly, so he is a potential threat to the Foundation. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room clearly felt that something was wrong with Lin Lang. After a long silence, he said calmly, no comment. After saying that, he walked away easily. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room did not react much. But inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury frowned. He keenly sensed that something was wrong. Especially when Lin Lang left, similar interviews could be heard along the way. Do you think Dr. Kondriki is a reckless person? Do you consider Dr. Kondriki to be a potential threat to the Foundation? Threaten. Nick Fury pondered over this word, and inexplicably had a bad feeling in his mind. Could it be that the Foundation intends to deal with Dr. Kondriki? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. Shouldn't it be? He indirectly killed more than 50 employees. Then, Natasha Romanoff said angrily, a guy like him should be allowed to experience the life of a D-class personnel. Nick Fury frowned and said nothing. In the picture, Lin Lang travels through 19 sites. As one of the Foundation's largest sites, Site 19 contains the largest number of objects. Wearing a white coat representing a doctorate, he was hardly stopped along the way. Lin Lang just turned around aimlessly. Turning. Until he came to a strange containment area. It's strange, this is because the area where this object is contained is the area that stores Keter-level objects. However, there was not a single security guard outside the containment room numbered SCP-055. What's even weirder is that the door of this containment room is actually open. Seeing this scene, not only Lin Lang, but also the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. WTF? What the hell is going on? Is this a containment breach? Damn it, don't be ridiculous, this is a Keter-class anomaly containment area. No, even if there is a containment breach, it is impossible for the Foundation to have no findings, right? This is so weird, is Lin Lang planning to go in? S.H.I.E.L.D. His eyes were fixed on the screen. For some reason, Nick Fury always felt something was strange. Not only is SCP-055 a strange object, Lin Lang on the screen also gave him a strange feeling. He looked at Lin Lang, not curious about what choice he would make. The open door of the containment room seemed to carry a strange magic. Lin Lang looked around and found that there was no one around. After a long hesitation, he slowly came to the outside of the containment room. There was a file on the table. Project name, unknown. This strange project name made Lin Lang frown secretly. Item number, SCP-055. Object class, Keter. Seeing this word, Lin Lang raised his head again and looked around. The strange feeling in my heart inexplicably began to become stronger. Keep reading. Special containment procedures. The object is kept in a 5m x 5m x 2.5m square room, built of cement, with a Faraday cage covering the cement walls. The entrance is blocked by a 2m x 2.5m heavy door, which will automatically close and lock unless deliberately left open. Security guards may not be posted outside of SCP-055's room. It is further recommended that all personnel maintaining or researching other SCR objects remain at least 50 meters from the geometric center of this room whenever possible. Will the door close automatically? Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was a little puzzled. Why is the door open now? What does a 50m range mean? Shouldn't there be security personnel on standby at all times for Keter-level containment? Or has SCP-055 already breached containment? All kinds of doubts filled everyone's minds. Until more content comes out. Description: SCP-055 is a self-keeping secret or anti-mem. Information about SCP-055, such as its physical appearance, nature, behavior, and origin are all self-concealing. For example, it is unknown how Site-19 originally acquired SCP-055. It is unknown when and by whom SCP-055 was acquired. S.H.I.E.L.D. What's going on? After seeing this information, Nick Fury's research suddenly widened. All information about 055 is kept secret. Don't even know how it was contained? Isn't this too outrageous? Also, he knows what memes are. But what the hell is this anti-meme? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he continued reading. SCP-055's physical appearance is unknown, but it is not indescribable or invisible. People can enter SCP-055's room and observe it normally. Write notes or memorize them in your mind, draw sketches, take photos, and even record or videotape them. There are a lot of such observations in the files. However, after personnel make such an observation, information about SCP-055's physical appearance will leak from their minds. Despite researchers supervising these tests, personnel assigned to describe SCP-055 became disoriented and lost interest in the task. Personnel assigned to SCP-055 security personnel observing SCP-055 through CCTV cameras become exhausted after their shifts and lose the relevant memory of the previous few hours. See here, Lin Lang on the screen had a frown on his face. He subconsciously looked up and looked around. There was still no one around. Just like SCP-055's containment area, it doesn't exist at all. He suppressed his doubts and slowly turned another page. Who authorized the construction of SCP-055's containment chamber, why it was built in this manner, and the purpose of the above containment procedures are unknown. Although SCP-055's room is easy to enter, Site-19 personnel stated that they were unaware of SCP-055's existence when questioned. Loss. Chapter 106. Does not exist? When these two sentences came into view, even Lin Lang's eyes twitched slightly. He finally understood where that strange feeling came from. Turn out to be, that's the anomalous property of SCP-055. It can even make you forget it exists. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned when they saw this. There are actually abnormalities of this nature? This is too outrageous. S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know who collected it, or how it was collected. Even its original form has been forgotten. Nick Fury stared at the screen intently. Although SCP-055 does not have the terrifying combat power of 682, there is no progressive sense of oppression like SCP-2317. But this kind of thing that can change people's cognition in the invisible, the fear it brings is no less than the former. That is a terrifying fear. Because no one knows how many people SCP-055 has affected. Anti-meme. Thinking about this new word in my mind, at this time, he looked at the screen suddenly, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. At the same time, new information has also reappeared. All of these conditions are periodically rediscovered by readers of this document, usually by accident, causing severe alarm. These distressing conditions last no more than a few minutes before being forgotten. A large amount of scientific data about SCP-055 has been recorded, but it cannot be studied. More than one attempt has been made to destroy SCP-055, or to move it from Site-19 to another Site-107, but all have failed for some reason. SCP-055 may pose a serious physical threat, and may have killed hundreds of people, and we have no way of knowing. It obviously poses huge amounts of memetic/psychic threat, so it is classified as Keter. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. This is why SCP-055 is classified as Keter. When I think of the strange characteristics of SCP-055, the audience in the Marvel world immediately started a heated discussion in the live broadcast room. What? It's recorded, but it can't be studied. To make people forget any information about its originality, this thing is just outrageous. The scariest thing is that people themselves don't know what they've forgotten. Did someone die because of it? Was it the reason for a containment breach? There's no way to know. Hiss so, the door of the containment room is open right now. Could it be that someone opened it but forgot? Damn it, this thing is so weird. S.H.I.E.L.D. Memetic, antimimetic. Nick Fury pondered the meaning of these two words over and over again. Memes, I have known them before. As an information particle, a meme originally carries supernatural abilities. Most of the time, the medium that spreads memes does not have any supernatural abilities, and only contains information originally. In other words, the original impact of the meme is invisible, and it will only produce abnormal phenomena on people after being felt/understood by them. What about anti-memes? If we take the literal meaning, Anti-memes may be the opposite of memes. Relating to the contents of the archive, Nick Fury has his own theory on anti-memes. Anti-meme is a concept with self-shielding properties, a concept that, through its original nature, can be used to stop or prevent others from spreading it. Thinking of this, when he looked at the screen again, the curiosity and surprise in his eyes had been completely replaced by shock. The existence of SCP-055 is simply unbelievable. Will Lin Lang enter the containment chamber? In the picture, Lin Lang held the file in his hand and was silent for a long time before slowly putting it down. He looked at the open door before him. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over and turned it off. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and made a call. "This is the overseer." The supervisor's voice sounded on the phone. "I would like to ask you some information about SCP-055. Lin Lang said straight to the point. "What number?" "SCP Object 55, located at Site 19. Unexpectedly, the other party was silent for a while, and then said inexplicably, "Well, I don't know what you are talking about. I don't think we have a 55. When these words came out, not only Lin Lang, but the entire Marvel World audience was stunned. No SCP-055? What does this huge containment room contain? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's breath hitched, and then his eyes widened instantly. Could it be that, even the supervisor has forgotten the existence of 055? On the screen, Lin Lang's fingers holding the phone were slightly blue. He took a deep breath. "I am now at Site 19, and the door to SCP-055's containment room was open just now." "Ah." The supervisor's voice became a little confused. "I don't know." Lin Lang sighed. "Okay, then, do you remember that containment items 2 to 100 exist? What isn't?" "Oh. Right. What I show here, everything exists." Hearing this, Lin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. "So do you remember now?" The other party immediately fell silent again. After 2 seconds, he stumbled and said, "Well, no. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. It's something you can't remember, and it's Keter-classified." Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although people will involuntarily forget the existence of SCP-055. But at least, things like archives still exist in the information database. Just when everyone thought that the two had finally aligned their brain waves, but found that Lin Lang in the picture suddenly had a look of confusion in his eyes. And soon, something even more horrifying happened. Lin Lang on the screen was silent for a moment. His eyes became confused, and then he asked in confusion, "What is Keter level?" When these words came out, everyone in the Marvel world was stunned. Even the supervisor on the other end of the phone was stunned. She subconsciously raised her voice, "Project 55. Project what? Doctor, do you remember mentioning that you were in SCP-055's containment area?" Hearing this, Lin Lang subconsciously raised his head, until he saw the number on the containment room, and then he suddenly realized, "Yes. I'm definitely affected by it too. I have been watching this scene, throughout S.H.I.E.L.D., complete silence." Nick Fury and the agent stared at each other with wide eyes. An invisible chill, it swept over in an instant. Even Lin Lang. "Have you all been affected by invisible?" He had just read the file of SCP-055. So this is an antimimetic containment object. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen with a horrified expression and said, "A secret that is kept by oneself, an existence that cannot be remembered." Hearing this, Nick Fury's expression was also extremely solemn. This kind of invisible behavior has been distorted by people's memory, it's really too weird. Camartage. Looking at the light curtain, when Lin Lang also forgot about SCP-055, a hint of fear flashed across the Ancient One's eyes. This fear is not as oppressive as the Crimson King and the Devourer of Worlds. It's the kind of fear that is extremely terrifying when you think about it carefully, and it's getting more and more terrifying. She suddenly realized that perhaps, for those who are powerful, Antimim is the truly invincible existence. At this time, in the screen of light, "I have notified the security department to come and check." 50M After Lin Lang left SCP-055's containment area, the supervisor's voice sounded. "What have you thought about the matter I mentioned last time?" Last time? The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned at first, and then suddenly remembered the previous meeting. The last words the supervisor mentioned, "rebirth plan." Who knows? Lin Lang slowly shook his head. I must figure out what happened to me. The supervisor was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, then have you ever thought that perhaps it is the existence of SCP-055 that has affected your memory? After a pause, she continued, if you feel that a certain scene is familiar for a moment, then you may have encountered it, anti-mem. Once these words came out, suddenly, Lin Lang was stunned for a moment, and exhaled a short and convulsive breath, as if he was nailed to the spot. He held the phone so tightly that his fingertips lost their color. This scene made the entire audience in the live broadcast room realize that something was wrong with him. What happened? Just as I was thinking about it, I saw Lin Lang on the screen take a few deep breaths and ask the last question almost word for word, where is the Foundation's antimemetics division? The answer to him was a long silence. Everyone seemed to hear a helpless sigh. Then, the supervisor's voice sounded, there is no antimemetics division here. After hearing this, Lin Lang froze. He felt his heart beating violently. An unprecedented fear swept over him. It also swept the entire Marvel world. S.H.I.E.L.D. Antimemetics Division. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and asked puzzledly, is it the department responsible for dealing with antimemetic threats? Her brows were furrowed. She didn't understand why Lin Lang reacted like this. The Foundation may have many departments, but that does not mean that every abnormal factor is enough to form a department. Isn't it normal that there is no antimemetics division? Nick Fury pondered. He keenly realized that Lin Lang would rather take the initiative to participate in the Supreme Gods project than investigate the memory work. Perhaps it is related to the antimemetics division. Thinking of this, he was shocked. Is it possible? Did Lin Lang really have a memory that was overwritten by antimemetics? If so, what would this memory be? In the light screen, Lin Lang was silent for a long time, then slowly uttered tone, I can join the rebirth plan, but only after I figure out all this. The overseer fell silent. Strictly speaking, members of the Foundation have no way to refuse orders from the O5 Council. But this time, she gave Lin Lang a chance, give you a month. I need to retrieve any project files. I will give you the permission tomorrow. When these words were spoken, the entire Marvel World audience was stunned. Immediately there was a boiling sensation. They were not shocked by the overseer's granting of Lin Lang authority. It's Lin Lang's move. For a moment, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? Retrieving files? What is Lin Lang planning to do? Damn it, is he planning to search for them one by one? Well, to be honest, this is a stupid method, but it is definitely effective. That's right. If it's really the effect of anti-memes, relying on memories alone will be of no use. Oh my god, so we're going to see a lot of project files. The audience of the entire Marvel world suddenly became excited at the thought of being able to see all kinds of anomalies that they had never encountered before. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this, even the agents were secretly looking forward to it. Even though Lin Lang's memory has been played to the fourth segment, so far, there are only about 20 anomalies that have been studied in detail. However, the number of files within the Foundation has already reached several thousand, and what everyone has seen so far is just a drop in the bucket. If I could really see many files at once, how could they not be excited? I think you better not have too high expectations. Natasha Romanoff said with a strange expression, this is memory. The images exposed are all memorable. In this case, is it possible for Lin Lang to remember every file clearly? Nick Fury nodded upon hearing this. Lin Lang's goal is not to read the files, but to recover the lost memories. In this way, there will obviously not be many people who can be chosen by him. And this time, the picture reappeared. When Lin Lang appeared on the screen, there were indeed several files around him. Everyone immediately looked over curiously. Only 3 item numbers were seen. SCP-055, Unknown SCP-2256, Big Thing SCP-3125 Fugitive. Part 2. Chapter 107. Just 3 servings? When the audience of the Marvel world only saw 3 files, they were immediately disappointed. I thought I could watch it all at once, but I only got 3? One of them is SCP-055, which has already been seen. But after thinking about it, they realized another problem. There are 3? Doesn't that mean, Lin Lang's lost memory, could it really be related to anti-memes? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the screen eagerly. What secrets are hidden in the memories that haunt Lin Lang? In the picture, the supervisor appeared beside Lin Lang, her eyes cold. The O5 Council has approved your temporary authority. You will be given temporary command authority for a squad of Mobile Task Force A-10. See no evil. As soon as the voice fell, a prompt appeared on the screen. Mobile Task Force A-10, do not look task force mission. Mobile Task Force A-10 specializes in the investigation, acquisition, and initial containment of objects or entities that display visual cognitohazards, visual mimetic agents, or other objects or entities that require indirect or other means of observation to ensure safe operation. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned at first. There was a burst of excitement immediately. What? Giving authority and manpower? What's wrong with the O5 Council? Damn it, could it be that this guy has a crush on Lin Lang? What are you thinking? This isn't a Mary Sue TV show. The O5 obviously has other purposes for doing this. But I have to say, Lin Lang has never fought such a rich battle. S.H.I.E.L.D. When the agents saw this, they were also excited. However, Natasha Romanoff's slightly puzzled voice suddenly sounded, that's not right. Since there is a mobile task force that specializes in dealing with memes, there should also be one that deals with anti-memes, right? Even if it's just a small team. Nick Fury was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the screen, 14, his eyes resting on the supervisor, considering the uncharacteristic generosity of the O5 Council. As if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly shone. Could it be that? Is the Foundation also aware of the problem? Or maybe, did the Antimemetics division actually exist? Thinking of this, Nick Fury's dark face turned slightly pale. No way. He subconsciously wanted to deny this guess. Because the content it represents is too incredible, so chilling. Clear. Lin Lang didn't ask why, nor did he even say thank you. But this reaction is exactly what the supervisors want. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, Lin Lang did not care, and then under the supervision of the supervisor, he slowly opened one of the files. SCP-2256. Project name, Big Thing item number, SCP-2256 Subject class, Euclid. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. As a result, before they could say anything, the supervisor spoke up instead. There are about 100 results for memes and anti-memes. Why did you choose these 3? Unexpectedly, Lin Lang gave a strange answer, because there are only these 3 copies. I have a sense of déjà vu. He held the file in one hand. The other hand rubs anywhere on it. I don't know what I'm thinking. The supervisor did not make any comment on this answer, but just watched along with Lin Lang's special containment procedures. All information related to SCP-2256 has a slow antimemetic erosion effect. The rate of erosion is affected by the detail/accuracy of the information, and the physical complexity of the storage medium. In-depth scholarly texts, photographs, and electronically stored information deteriorate quickly. Sketches, pencil sketches, and paper information deteriorate more slowly. As such, electronic data entries describing SCP-2256 are to be considered sketchy only. Information regarding SCP-2250-SIX's appearance, theoretical evolutionary origin, biology, diet, behavior, vocalizations, life cycle, intelligence, ecological role, and cultural significance is to be stored in hard copy in Repository 1-053 at Site 19. Data stored in these 2 ways must be closely monitored for corruption. There is currently no known technology that can stop or reverse this corruption. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly widened their eyes. Really, yet another anomaly with antimemetic effects. The only difference between 055 and 2256 is that it seems to have the original information transmitted by the Song and Jin dynasties. Unlike 055, it directly and crudely conceals any information about its own existence. It is precisely because of this that the information of 2256 can be preserved in a special way. The audience was amazed. At this time, more information appeared on the screen. This antimemetic property persists and should be classified as Euclid, but SCP-2256 originally required no special containment procedures as it is extinct. The moment they saw this sentence, the audience who had just been talking about it were stunned. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D, extinct. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen, her face pale. Nick Fury also frowned. The word extinction is generally used to describe certain species, referring to organisms such as animals and plants. Can be used on exceptions. Is it possible? 2256 is a living thing? Suppressing his inner surprise, Nick Fury continued watching. Description: SCP-2256, the giant cryptozoology, is a giant animal that was once distributed in the Polynesian islands around the South Pacific. SCP-2256 is one of the very few species that has evolved the elementary level perception/anti-mim camouflage ability, which makes it almost impossible for other beings with perception ability to perceive or remember it. This evolution is thought to be used to avoid predators. Stark Industries building. It's actually an animal? A giant cryptozoology? It even has the ability of anti-mimetic camouflage? Damn it! Tony stared at the light screen, thinking he was having an illusion. There are animals that have evolved this ability. It's unbelievable. What's even more outrageous is that this animal is actually afraid of predators. What kind of biosphere is this? At this time, in the light curtain, new content quickly emerged. SCP-2256 is one of the largest amounts of life ever to have occurred on Earth. Its appearance is similar to a more slender, vertically stretched giraffe or brachiosaur, and the height of an adult can reach more than 1,000 meters. Its weight does not exceed 4 metric tons, because most of its duplication mass is hidden by similar camouflage abilities. Its feet are wide and disc-shaped, and it can float directly on the water. SCP-2256 travels alone or data expunged in the ocean, forming groups ranging from a pair to over 2,000 individuals. They are reluctant to approach land, especially inhabited islands, and generally stay in areas 30 kilometers away from the coast. Due to their height, they may be seen when looking at the horizon from a distance. The moment this content was seen, the live broadcast room was silent. Then it boiled over instantly. What? 1,000 meters tall? And it looks like a dinosaur. What the hell is this animal? It's too weird, isn't it? This world is outrageous. There are still creatures like this. On second thought, it's not surprising that such a large creature has evolved mimetic abilities to avoid being discovered. Camartage. Ancient One stared at the screen blankly, with a look of surprise on his face. As a sorcerer supreme, she can even travel through space. I have seen countless magical species. But she had never seen anything like SCP-2556. Unfortunately, according to the previous file, this amazing creature appears to have become extinct. History: immediately upon discovery, it was determined that SCP-2256 could not be photographed. Photographic images of the species faded to transparency within minutes. Similar data degradation also affected video, audio, film, digital scans, and electronic scans. The SCP-2256 population declined slightly between 1992 and 1993, and has been declining drastically since 1994. This is believed to be due to a combination of factors: disease, infertility, and stillbirth rates. In 2002, the Foundation developed an anti-retromimetic field generator that could penetrate and neutralize SCP-2256's anti-memes, making traditional photography possible. The first and only photo taken of the object resulted in its immediate death. It is speculated that direct observation of SCP-2256 will cause damage to it. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were surprised. Observation of SCP-2556 will cause harm, or even directly cause death. This is the end of the file content. However, the doubts of the audience in the live broadcast room not only did not get answered, but instead increased. SCP-2256 has antimimetic abilities, but how does it relate to Lin Lang's lost memories? Everyone looked at the screen in confusion. In the screen, Lin Lang slowly closed the file, then raised his head and slightly closed his eyes. The supervisor looked at him. What did you find? Everyone thought Lin Lang didn't notice. Unexpectedly, he hesitated for a while and slowly uttered a name: Marion Wheeler. Marion Wheeler. The supervisor frowned and thought quickly in his mind. As a result, I was surprised to find that there was no such person in the Foundation. After a moment of hesitation, she made a phone call: help me find out if there is anyone with Marion Wheeler. While waiting, Lin Lang also remained silent. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was a little surprised. However, within 10 seconds, the voice 433 rang out from the other end of the line. The supervisor listened, frowned at first, then suddenly widened his eyes. She looked at Lin Lang in astonishment, as if she had heard something incredible. To the extent that she remained standing there stiffly until the call was hung up. Seeing her reaction, Lin Lang had an idea. Sure enough, the supervisor was silent for a while, then took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Marion Will ER, head of the Antimemetics department." At the end, even she couldn't help but tremble and said, "Damn it, the Foundation has never had a damn Antimemetics department." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room went wild. WTF? Head of the Antimemetics department? Doesn't the Foundation have such a department? Why am I so confused? Is it there or not? Could it be that this entire department has disappeared from people's memory? Damn it, if that's the case, it's too scary, right? S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing the supervisor's words, whether it is agents, managers, or senior management, all of them looked shocked. Nick Fury stared at the screen intently, brainstorming in his mind. The Foundation once had an antimemetics division, however, neither Lin Lang nor the top management of the Foundation had any memory of the antimemetics division. Is it impossible? As if thinking of something, Nick Fury suddenly raised his head. Looking at the screen in disbelief, he said in shock, "Could it be that, because of a certain anti-mem, the entire antimemetics department has been wiped out of existence?" Stark Industries building. Hiss, it's getting weirder and weirder. Tony crossed his arms and frowned. Lin Lang's lost memory, could it be that it is related to the antimemetics department? Colonel Rhodes on the side analyzed, antimemems can erase any trace of their own existence, including memories. Therefore, this possibility is not small. However, when he said this, his voice couldn't help but carry a hint of disbelief. There was a thoughtful look on his face. Antimemetics division. If it exists, this is an entire department. There must be at least a few hundred people, right? As a result, it was as if it had never existed. Forgotten by the whole world? Thinking of this, Colonel Rhodes couldn't help but show shock on his face. And the next moment, the picture on the light screen changed again. Looking at the light curtain, after the picture appeared, Colonel Rhodes' expression suddenly froze. Chapter 108. Just see. In the screen of the light curtain, Lin Lang appeared in a dark but familiar place, the conference room of the Foundation's top management. 4 members of the Overseer Council were seated at the moment, namely, 2, 10, and 13. Likewise, their figures were shrouded in darkness and could not be seen clearly. Lin Lang was standing under a podium that looked like a projector, and it seemed that he was giving a report. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was confused. Hasn't the head of the antimemetics department been found? So what are you waiting for? Unexpectedly, Lin Lang's first sentence stunned the entire Marvel world. I was able to remember some things by injecting a Class X memory strengthener. Lin Lang seemed to be unable to find the right words, so he paused and then reluctantly described, rather than a recollection, it's better to say that I have deduced a story from beginning to end based on some information I found. Not about Marion Wheeler, and the antimemetics division that may have existed. A questioning voice followed, as far as I know, our Foundation does not have any anti-mem department. As for Mario Wheeler, she is just a name that exists in the records. No one remembers her. That's exactly the problem. Lin Lang said calmly, my responsibility is to restore the truth of the matter, not to be a technical advisor. Was about to speak, but Yi stopped him. Lin, please continue. Lin Lang took out a videotape and started playing it. Video file, recorded on December 8, 2016. Just see. In the screen of the light it is a quiet little lake. A figure was lying on a small boat in the lake. The old man looked so old that it was hard to tell his age. He was curled up so tightly that he was less than the height of a 10-year-old. The warm wind blew through his colorless hair, the sun shone directly on him. The heat filled him like a tonic. Until a figure appeared. Mario Wheeler, a middle-aged woman who looks very ordinary. The moment this person appeared, the 4 supervisors on the screen looked at each other. Apparently, they don't remember this person ever existing in the Foundation. But even though they saw it for the first time, they felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Seeing this, they obviously realized that something was wrong. You can get up now. In the picture, the middle-aged woman said to the old man. In front of her was a plastic box filled with medical supplies and next to it was a thin uniform blouse, her sleeves rolled up so she could work. When the old man opened his eyes blankly, he saw the woman carefully handling a syringe. Class X Memory Strengthener. On the screen, S.H.I.E.L.D. At the same time, a system prompt appeared on the screen. Class X Memory Strengthening Agent is actually a failed anti-aging serum. X will make the mind and body rejuvenate by up to data years, but the effect is temporary and will disappear within a few hours. In addition, as the drug effect wears off, the suppressed time will be restored all at once, causing a reverse slam effect on the subject's physiology. X can safely make a person younger for up to 30 days, but stronger doses can make the side effects dangerous, and going back more than 16 to 18 months will invariably result in the death of the subject. See here, inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's pain suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is there danger?" Then Lin Lang. He just heard clearly. Lin Lang said that he injected an X-class memory strengthening agent in order to regain his memory. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, Lin Lang on the screen had an unhealthy pale complexion and looked a little weak. Obviously, it was a side effect of injecting Class X memory strengthening agent. Just as Nick Fury was in doubt, Wheeler. The old man's confused look disappeared, replaced by a look of surprise and relief. Obviously, he remembered the identity of the woman in front of him. The woman explained softly, "You died. You died surrounded by your grieving family. They loved you and cried for you. The funeral is in a few days, but unfortunately you won't be there to see it. You're already dead. That's what happens next." The old man's confused look was tinged with sadness. Then the woman explained, "When you retired from the Foundation, we did what we do with all retirees, we all agreed to do what we did when we retired. We gave you some medicine to help you forget." She helped to straighten the old man's sleeves and recalled, "When you walked out the door for the last time, everything you did for us, the great work, the lives you saved was undone, and the cover-up that had been sealed for you for years would become real. You lived your entire retirement thinking you were the former head of the FBI. You wanted it, we wanted it, and you agreed to it. See here." Everyone then realized that this old man was actually a member of the Foundation before. In this case, what was Wheeler's purpose in seeking him out? But you, and only you, agreed to do something else. You had to start remembering, and now that something else is, I've given you a serum that reverses the aging process of the human body. It affects everything, organs, tissues, memories. You'll be able to remember soon. Remember?" Wheeler looked at the man with concern, waiting for an answer. "Yes," the man said gruffly, remembering, vaguely. The woman heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then asked cheerfully, "Do you remember who you are?" "Dr. Lin Patrick Marnus, Foundation employee," he said. "Founder of the Antimemetics Division." Once these words came out, not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room, even the supervisors who were shrouded in darkness on the screen were shocked. "Founder of the Antimemetics Division? Dr. Lin Patrick Marnus." Two looked at Ten, who also shook his head. Obviously, they had no impression of either the woman or the old man. It was at this time, the second one, who was still somewhat skeptical, was shaken. S.H.I.E.L.D. Watching the conversation on the screen, Nick Fury pinched his eyebrows in annoyance. As more and more forgotten people appear, the doubts they bring not only do not decrease, but increase instead. Temporarily suppressing his inner anxiety, he looked at the screen again. In the picture, Wheeler smiled with relief after hearing the old man's answer. But it soon became serious again. "We need your memory," she explained, "memories that no one else in the world has ever had access to, and they are buried so deep that they cannot be retrieved without killing you. So this afternoon, we will do just that. We will extract these memories, and when we are done, you will die." She was referring to the act of injecting an X-class memory strengthening agent. Although all members of the Foundation are facing the threat of death at any time, but such a straightforward opening statement, it still made the audience in the live broadcast room feel uncomfortable. In the picture, the old man smiled and nodded. He has already begun to go back to the days when he started turning the wheel. He remembered, very clearly, discovering secrets in his own brain, these blank spots which he could not explain and which could not be safely removed by any chemical or physical technique. "What happened in 1976? Wheeler asked. Her question stunned everyone inside and outside the live broadcast room. No one expected that the time span would be pulled back to several decades ago. What was even more unexpected was the anonymous person's answer: 1976 is the year the department was created. According to the old man, he came up with everything on a whim in a legendary week and created this discipline. The first chemical memory strengthening agents were then extracted with the help of 3 hand-picked assistants, the original antimemetics researchers. Passive information black hole, active information predator, unmemorable worms live on human skin like dust mites, bad news for contagion, the secret of self-isolation. Speaking of this, the file of SCP-055 subconsciously comes to people's minds. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Obviously, the old man was not lying. He is the founder of the Foundation's Antimemetics Division. WTF? So the Antimemetics Division really existed. But why doesn't anyone remember? Yet, what happened? Damn it, this kind of anomaly is much more brain-burning than 682 or something. In the picture, the old man's memories continue. But it's all too fast, the old man said. Special containment procedures take time to develop, much longer than it took me. The entire Foundation discovers dozens of new SCPs per year, and I discovered that many in a single year. It was so easy. It was like I knew everything was in place and I just had to reach out. As he spoke, the old man's speech slowed down and his expression became confused. Then, one day I realized I couldn't remember my life before the Antimemetics Division. There was a wall in my mind that no memory-strengthening agent could break. I went to the paper archives to look for my personnel file, A&D. You wake up at your desk half a workday later and remember nothing. Wheeler took over and said, you repeat this cycle dozens of times until someone finds you and pulls you out. Wheeler knew that the file still existed, and that the antimemetic effect still obscured the latter half. Everything could have been concluded as soon as the second half became readable. Sure enough, the old man began to speak. When I was collecting the evidence I found, well, a hole. Like a saw with only edges and corners. So I did the only thing I could do, I looked at the shape of the hole. Then, together with Bart Hughes and others, I came up with a theory. The old man's voice was deep, but the words he said stunned everyone. This wasn't the first Antimemetics Division. Before 1976, there was another division. I was a member of that division, it's possible that I even led it. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued, definitely, I am also its only survivor. Some antimemetic force gnawed and devoured the concept of the antimemetics department. I was a little lucky and survived. The others, no matter who they were, no matter how many there were, disappeared without a trace. 11 As soon as these words came out, everyone inside and outside the screen was shocked. Isn't this exactly what's happening in the Antimemetics Division right now? An entire Antimemetics Division disappeared, all the information including employees and materials disappeared. Even the concept of the Antimemetics Division has disappeared. Could it be that such a thing happened later? It happened again? If so, what caused it? In the picture, Wheeler shook his head helplessly. We know all this. I was there when you wrote the notes, remember? The question is known. But the answer is not. I am here to ask you, what happened? Hearing this, the old man closed his right eye and tried to make 10 faces. Unfortunately, he failed. It's not here. You haven't sent me far enough. The wall is still in my mind. I remember why I have this question, but I still don't have an answer. More is needed. After this, Wheeler took a deep breath, wiped his hands, and gave him another injection. Then, a magical scene happened. After the second shot of X medicine took effect, the old man was almost a different person. Wrinkles crept into his face and muscle tissue returned to his arms. Looks at least 10 years younger. Such a magical scene stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. WTF? Rejuvenation? Is this injection so powerful? Tisk tisk, if this thing were put in our world, it would definitely drive women crazy. Wake up, this thing is deadly. Alas, the old man knew he was going to die, but he was still so calm. It's really touching. However, while expressing their feelings, everyone looked at the screen more intently. They also want to know what happened. In the picture, the old man was stunned for a moment, then stood up. He looked around, taking in the peaceful golden lake, the sky, and the boat. He didn't sit back down. He took off his hospital gown and ran his hands through his hair, old and new. His beard is back too. In the beginning we weren't even from the Foundation, he said. We were called the Incredibles. Then, we built a special kind of bomb, antimemetic bomb. The old man looked at Wheeler with an indescribable expression on his face, and then, the unbelievable. Blew myself up. I don't know why. Factory. Chapter 109. Created antimemetic bomb? And then blew up the unbelievable? When the audience in the live broadcast room heard this, they didn't know what to say for a moment. In the picture, the old man's misplaced half of his brain is now anchored in the 70s. The new history of the original incredible person opened to him like a book. His speech became fluent. We started sketching out improved designs for the third one, but by then the regulations were starting to falter. It wasn't clear at the time that the project overseers knew what we were doing, or whether they even remember we exist. This was definitely a side effect of the research, and we couldn't fix it at the time. The concept of anti-mem came to everyone's mind. Make people forget, eliminate some content on a realistic level. The old man's voice continued, in data expunged, there was occult activity in S.H.I.E.L.D. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. At this point, even the old man frowned secretly. Within a few days, it became a national phenomenon and it is still growing. The news is all about it. It would be believable that it could have spread so widely within a few months, but it is simply impossible that it could have spread so widely within a few days. We, in the team, can see that the doctrine behind this cult is unnaturally contagious. It is the opposite of the incredible and cannot be forgotten. We know our bombs are designed to deal with this. We asked our supervisors for instructions, but they didn't. Hearing this, that scene seemed to emerge in everyone's mind. Cults are spreading wildly in society like a plague. However, it is not the virus that is spreading. Rather, it is a concept with memetic infection. S.H.I.E.L.D. When I think of this conceptual invisible ghost constantly wandering around in society, Nick Fury's dark face suddenly turned pale. How to defend against this? Until he heard the old man's next words, his eyes suddenly widened. The outbreak had already begun, and 8 days after the crisis, the Foundation expropriated us. All these classified research, all material resources, all high-level personnel who were willing to obey, including me. The old man's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence, and he sighed. Anyone who didn't comply was mind-wiped and sent back to the army. 20 hours after the expropriation, we deployed the second bomb and the cult was gone. No one remembered being involved, 0 casualties. 533 a clean explosion. After these words were spoken, the live broadcast room fell silent. Then the whole thing started to boil. Various barrages emerged. WTF? One bomb and the cult disappears. Damn it, is this a bomb? Even a nuclear bomb can't do that, right? The key point is that after the explosion, the entire cult was wiped out from the concept. Oh my god, the antimemetic bomb is so powerful. Not just the average audience. S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it, can even conceptual existence be eliminated? Nick Fury was stunned. It was only then that he realized, how awesome is the antimemetics division. But that's why he is so confused. How did such an awesome antimemetics division become extinct? Everything really kicked off after that. Once we started working for the Foundation, research accelerated dramatically. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke. Every new technological advancement can discover new hidden SCPs. I passed the Foundation's field test and joined the ghost hunting team. My life has completely changed. Having said this, he suddenly stopped. Then looking at Wheeler. When he stopped reminiscing, some changes happened before his eyes. He spoke more slowly, his voice almost dropping to a whisper. There's an SCP your department has never seen. This SCP my department has failed to contain, the escaper. That's what you wanted, isn't it, Wheeler? The escapee? The moment this word appeared, the supervisors on the screen were all a little surprised. Because the Foundation currently has a file with this name. SCP-3125, the escapee. Could it be that the fall of the antimemetics division is related to this file? In the screen, Wheeler finally nodded and said, yes, that's what I want. The old man stared into her eyes and his tone became serious. It ate my department alive. Then he sighed. It came so fast and so hard, the only way we could stop it was to self-destruct. But we didn't have on-site nuclear weapons. Now that I think about it, it's probably because the SCP ate our nuclear weapons in the first place. Wheeler frowned, but did not interrupt the old man. I only heard him say bitterly, if you know it exists, it knows you exist. The more you know about it, the more it knows about you. If you can see it, it can see you. And you can see it. You've been watching it all afternoon. Wheeler's face changed, and she suddenly became aware of her surroundings. They were the only two on the boat. The ship is anchored 1,000 meters deeper than the lake shore. The most important thing is that she didn't bring any support. A radioactive tingling sensation appeared in her brain. She didn't. She muttered in agony, "Red alert. Why didn't I bring backup? This doesn't make sense. There should be a team at the lake house. There should be an MTF agent and a doctor on the boat with me. And a second boat, at least. And I'm alone? Why would I do this?" As soon as the words fell, an invisible fear instantly swept over everyone on and off the screen. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. What's happening? Why do you suddenly act like you're facing a formidable enemy? Who is it? Could it be that? The escapee? As he was thinking, Wheeler in the picture suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at the person. Where is it? Inside you. The old man's voice became urgent. He closed his eyes again. The only way to destroy it is to destroy all knowledge related to it. The easiest way to make it come back is to restore my memory. Wheeler realized something was wrong. He retreated to the bow and splashed water on Marnus's head. "Ei. Are you still there?" At the moment the old man seemed to be possessed by a demon. "There's a way to fix it," he croaked, falling to his knees. His eyes screwed together and he groped forward blindly on his hands and knees. "Ei, you have to tell me what this thing is." Wheeler's voice subconsciously raised, and the arm holding the pistol trembled slightly. "That's exactly the opposite of what you're supposed to do," the old man said. "You're going to set off another bomb. We don't have that kind of bomb, we have lost that kind of technology." Wheeler started to speak when he was interrupted by the old man's roar. "You already have it. There's an engineering lab at Site 41. You know. In an underground building the size of a football field. Untouched, completely abandoned. Why? Think about it. That's where you planted the bomb." Screen. Site 41. The person sitting in the number 2 supervisor position was stunned and said in a lost voice, "Damn it, when did we have Site 41? Lin Lang's calm but cold voice sounded, just like we never had an antimemetics division. 2 stopped talking. He seemed to understand what Lin Lang meant. The screen continues. After hearing the old man's words, Wheeler said loudly, "But this will only put us back to where we were if I detonate it." As he was saying, thinking that I was thousands of miles away from there, I realized that it was impossible for me to get there in time. So she gritted her teeth and said, "How are we going to contain this thing?" "We can't," the old man almost shouted. "We can't do it. We never have. Don't you understand? The whole department is going in circles. We set up the department and dive into this thing. Either it eats us, or we wipe ourselves out to save ourselves. Humanity has been trapped in this problem over and over again before the 40s. Maybe it's been hundreds of years." The old man's words were like the sound of a huge bell, exploding on the screen. His blindly groping fingers found the box. Pity, it's too late. In front of Wheeler, a wavy line of black hair stretched out from the old man's left eye. PSST blood splatters. "Ah! Damn it!" the old man screamed. He grabbed the tentacle with both hands, trying to tear it apart. "But it is solid, like it has bones inside." "What is it?" Wheeler shouted to him, shaking. "That's not the whole story. Where did it come from? What does it want to do? Is it sane? Can it talk? Help me." The second spider leg is obviously much longer and thinner. It pierced the old man's throat, completely destroying his throat and vocal cords and causing a blood clot. "Hee help, hee I couldn't finish." The third leg burst out from his abdomen with a whoosh sound, like a spear. Bang! Wheeler finally fired. The bullet easily passed through the old man's head, but the old man did not die. He fell forward. Crawl, then stand up backwards. 3 spider legs supported him, as if he was being manipulated as a puppet by some invisible giant. His arms were raised as if being pulled by a silk thread. "Damn it!" Boom boom boom. Wheeler fired 4 more shots into the old man's head. Perhaps that was where the invisible puppeteer's body lay. Then he fired the remaining bullets directly into the sky. In an instant, the entire boat began to shake. The lake surface also responds, as if to infrasound or local earthquakes. Crash! The whole ship suddenly shook violently, rising from the water, as if lifted by more invisible appendages. Such a scene stunned the people in the live broadcast room. What the hell? It only took a few seconds from the old man's mutation to the current plot. S.H.I.E.L.D. What? It lifted the boat up. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, especially at the bottom of the ship, and frowned. Could it be a kind of invisible thing? The boat was still rising. Whatever this monster was, it was terribly tall, or it could fly. Nick Fury at the moment was lost in thought. He constantly recalled the scene of the previous change, and then connected it with the old man's description of SCP-3125. It seems that he thought of something. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked at the screen in astonishment. Could it be that? Is it SCP-3125? In the picture. Wheeler struggled to maintain his balance. She put away her gun and went to the medical kit, from which she took out a Class B amnesiac. She did a quick mental calculation and estimated the correct amount of medicine needed for a syringe. Then, with shaking hands, he injected it into a vein in his wrist. However, this scene caused more people to fall into confusion. Don't shoot when you encounter a monster, what the hell is giving yourself an injection? Few people noticed the words Class B amnesiac that flashed by. Instead, I am even more puzzled. At the moment, the boat has been lifted 30 meters into the air by that invisible being. 10 stories high. Then, Zongra saw Wheeler take off his shoes and throw away the pistol. Arriving at the side of the ship, under the incredulous gazes of countless live broadcast viewers, she jumped down. Plop! She fell to the surface within 2 seconds of her heart stopping. The cold blow from the impact was enough to knock her out for a moment. However, when she emerged from the water, a look of confusion flashed across her face. However, it gave everyone in the live broadcast room a bad feeling. What the hell is going on? She gasped, stepping on the water minister. Why am I here? What am I doing here? What happened? The screen ends here. In Wheeler's bewildered eyes, an invisible fear enveloped everyone. Wheeler forgot all about the escapee. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents stared at the screen in astonishment, their eyes full of disbelief. They witnessed an antimimetic effect. Wheeler was fighting an invisible being just a second ago. However, the next second, I completely lost my memory of it. Is this the horror of anti-memes? So, what was that existence just now? Natasha Romanoff asked in confusion. Why did the other party stop attacking Wheeler after she jumped? Class B amnesiac. She erased her own memory. Nick Fury's words attracted the attention of the agents. Facing everyone's gaze, he closed his eyes. The old man's previous words constantly echoed in his mind. If you know it exists, it also knows you exist. The more you know it, the more it knows you. Until this voice stopped at the last sentence, the only way to destroy it is to destroy all knowledge related to it. Chapter 110. This is the first time that audiences in both universes have seen a real being with anti-memes. Even if they didn't see anything, even if that guy never showed up, but that kind of invisible fear actually exists. Inside the screen. I found this videotape in one of my lockers after injecting an X-class memory strengthening agent. Lin Lang stroked the videotape with a complicated look in his eyes. I don't know who took it or who put it in my locker. The only thing I know is the Antimemetics division once existed. This time, no one denied it. Could it be that all this was caused by SCP-3125? Asked the second one. Lin Lang then took out a document. When everyone looked, they realized it was SCP-3125 that had been mentioned several times. Project name, the escaper item number, SCP-3125 Object Class, Keter. Seeing this familiar word, the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at each other in bewilderment. Nick Fury frowned. According to what the old man said before, this thing directly destroyed the entire Antimemetics division, and there must be a lot of people who died because of it. Coupled with its strange antimemetic properties, even if it is placed in a Keter-level containment, it is probably the most difficult one. How did the Foundation contain this thing? At this time, in the light curtain, more content emerged. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3125 is contained in Cognito Hazard Containment Unit 3125 at Site 41. The containment unit is a 10m x 15m x 3m cubic room lined with lead, soundproofing, and telepathy insulation. The entrance is an airlock at one end of the containment unit. The airlock is set to allow only one person in at a time, and remains locked until that person leaves and the next person is allowed in. Site-41 again. As expected, once this content appeared, the supervisors on the scene could no longer sit still. Site-41. Site-41 again. Tu's tone couldn't help but become a little impatient. The Foundation has absolutely no records related to Site-41. We have no way to verify it. As the top leader of the Foundation, the overseers know almost every secret of the Foundation. Now that they don't know, there are only two possibilities for Site-41. 1. Doesn't exist. 2. Just like those erased concepts, they were eliminated from their cognition by anti-memes. Now it seems that the second possibility is obviously more likely. Keep reading. Under no circumstances may relevant information be allowed to leave the containment unit. This includes handwritten, electronic messages, photographs, audio and video recordings, sounds, electromagnetic and particulate signals, or parapsychological projections. When leaving, the purification system in the airlock will inject amnestic gas for 3 minutes to clear the personnel's memory. A high-level member of the Antimemetics Division is to visit SCP-3125 once every 6 weeks. With Site-41 no longer existing, now here comes the non-existent Antimemetics Division. It seems that everyone is not so unacceptable. However, the people who were looking forward to the following content waited for a long time, only to find that Lin Huang did not turn the page at all. On the screen, the supervisors looked at the files in their hands and fell silent at the same time. What happened? A second surprised voice sounded, "The file is gone." Everyone looked towards Lin Lang, and saw that Lin Lang had switched to the information database through the screen and was searching for SCP-3125. In the end, a 5-digit combination lock popped up. Seeing this, even the supervisors were shocked. There are encryption measures within the Foundation that they are not aware of? 10 frowned and said, 5 digits, we can figure it out if we try. Lin Lang looked at her and said calmly, entering the wrong secret will cause the file to be locked for a week. Apparently, Lin Lang had already tried it. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly fell into an awkward atmosphere. The audience in the live broadcast room felt like they were living in Bungbu. WTF? A file, and it's all encrypted. Damn it, if it was really contained by the Antimemetics Division, then now that the Antimemetics Division is gone, won't this file be forever inaccessible? No, I really want to know what SCP-3125 is. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were also a little anxious. The emotions have been built up to this point, but there is nothing below? At this moment, the voice of Maria, the assistant who had been silent all this time, suddenly rang out, "Actually, it's not impossible." Everyone looked towards her immediately. Nick Fury also frowned. The Antimemetics department disappeared, and the employees who knew the password also disappeared. How come? Before he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. Nick Fury's expression froze. His eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, "You mean?" "Yes, it's Lin Lang." Maria analyzed. Although there is no clear evidence to guarantee that Lin Lang is a member of the Antimemetics Division, he is definitely the person most involved with the Antimemetics Division at present. Nick Fury was puzzled, but his memory is gone too. Maria looked up and said almost at the same time as Lin Lang on the screen, "X-rated memory strengthener." When Lin Lang took out another injection on the screen, even the supervisors were stunned. 10. The supervisor who had been inviting Lin Lang to join the rebirth plan frowned. "As far as I know, you just got an injection." Lin Lang nodded calmly. "To be exact, it was 11 hours ago." A dull voice sounded, "Class X memory strengthening agent is actually a failed anti-aging serum. Its effect on restoring human memory is basically a side effect of these effects." Also echoed, "X can safely make a person younger for up to 30 days, but stronger doses can make the adverse effects dangerous, and going back more than 16 to 18 months will invariably result in the death of the subject." Before he could finish his words, he froze in place. Lin Lang expressed his determination through actions. As the crimson medicine was slowly pushed into the veins, an abnormal energy spread from the veins to the whole body. Time has left no trace on Lin Lang, and neither has the X potion. Everyone felt that Lin Lang's breath gradually became stable. Then, under everyone's gaze, he raised the corners of his mouth. I remember now. After that, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he directly entered a string of numbers. 55,555. Beep. Verification passed. I only heard a reminder. The next second, the real SCP-3215 file has appeared. Almost from the beginning of the special containment procedures, it was completely different from the previous files. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-3125 is subject to the reverse containment protocol. Except for the places that have been specially cleared of its influence, it is already everywhere in reality. Site-41's Cognito-Hazard Containment Unit 3125, where this document is located, is the only known location in the world where its effects have been successfully isolated in this way. The containment unit is a 10m x 15m x 3m cubic room lined with lead, soundproofing, and telepathy insulation. The entrance is an airlock at one end of the containment unit. The airlock is set to allow only one person to enter at a time, and remains locked until that person leaves and the next person is allowed to enter. Under no circumstances may relevant information be allowed to leave the containment unit. This includes handwritten, electronic messages, photographs, audio and video recordings, sounds, electromagnetic and particle signals, or parapsychological projections. Upon exit, the purge system within the airlock will inject amnestic gas for 3 minutes to clear personnel's memories. Stark Industries Building. In reality, everywhere. Seeing these data, Tony's pupils shrank suddenly. He was curious about the triggering conditions of SCP-3125. So this thing is everywhere? No wonder. Colonel Rhodes rubbed his chin and muttered, no wonder Wheeler was attacked by SCP-3125 after he talked to the old man about it. 1b. What exactly is SCP-3125? How was such an outrageous existence contained? Thinking of this, he looked at the screen again. More information has emerged. Description: SCP-3125 is an extremely large, highly aggressive anomalous, proliferating mimetic complex that originates outside of our reality and is partially intersecting with it. Seeing this, let alone the live broadcast room, the supervisors on the screen were the first to get restless. Anomaly has spread the mimetic complex. ER's voice subconsciously rose, and it intersects with reality? Damn it! We actually don't know anything about this. For supervisors, the latter seems to be more difficult to accept than the former. But the audience in the live broadcast room was completely confused. The difficult-to-pronounce term anomalous spread MIM complex was really beyond their understanding. But at the moment, Lin Lang and others obviously have no interest in explaining. Keep reading. SCP-3125 has adapted to survive in an ecology of ideas far more violent and hostile than our own. Because humanity has never been naturally exposed to ideas as aggressive as SCP-3125, the human mind has no protective evolutionary adaptations against them. Individuals possessed by SCP-3125 will be unable to accept more tenuous traditional ideas, and will become physically devoted to the service and spread of SCP-3125. In addition, although no obvious changes in appearance occur, they will no longer be recognized as human from the outside. Seeing this, the figure of the old man before subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. By the end, he's clearly been possessed by SCP-3125. Seeing this information, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked terrified. SCP-3125 is not only everywhere, it can even control people's thoughts and spread its existence like a virus. This is too scary, isn't it? Even scarier than the virus. Because there are various restrictions on the spread of viruses, but the spread of SCP-3125 only requires describing it to others. Nick Fury stared at the screen in silence. The invisible white ghost, as if it had already appeared in his mind, lingering. SCP-3125 has not yet fully entered our reality. Once it fully arrives, the high degree of interconnection of human knowledge interaction systems will allow it to surround, occupy, and replace all human thinking in no more than 12 hours, or even as little as 4 hours. At the moment, humanity as an abstract concept, as well as all related abstractions such as civilization, culture, society, community, and family will no longer exist. The Foundation has named this possible event an MK-class doomsday scenario. The moment this content appeared, the live broadcast room, which had been full of discussions, became quiet. Then, the system prompt appears, most common name, MK-class end of the world scenario basic definition, total loss of human consciousness. Just 2 lines of words silenced the entire Marvel universe. Countless people stared at the screen blankly, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Once SCP-3125 appears in reality, will it completely replace all human thinking? Thinking of this, the live broadcast room instantly exploded. WTF? Another being that can cause the end of the world at any time. Damn it, just a concept can destroy the world. Oh my god, human consciousness is completely lost, SCP-3125 is too terrifying. Oh my god. Is this still alive? Camartage. Looking at the light curtain, another new doomsday scenario appeared, and the Ancient One's pupils suddenly shrank. In the previous scenes, SCP-3125 was strange and dangerous. But it has not yet reached the level that makes the Ancient One wary. Until this moment. She then realized how naive her thoughts were. Total loss of human consciousness. She murmured, I subconsciously imagined that scene in my mind and my face suddenly turned ugly. Anomalous spread mimetic complex 1. This is definitely not an enemy that Sorcerer Supreme can fight. How does she defeat a thought, a concept? Chapter 111. SCP-3125's power drives people to despair. But in despair, everyone also had a doubt. Is SCP-3125 really unsolvable? At this time, more information appeared on the light screen. The Foundation possesses a variety of proven technologies capable of capturing these aggressive idea complexes, but they are all ineffective within SCP-3125's automated defense response/boundary layer. Completely piecing together a mental image of SCP-3125 and perceiving its true form will allow SCP-3125 to perceive the observer as well. It will then attack the observer, killing them. The mechanism of this attack is still unknown, but appears to be at least partially physical. Those who think and think similarly to these observers will also be attacked. This will always include the observer's entire research team, and often also their immediate family, parents and children. What? Will the perception of SCP-3125 kill them? Even the observer's family will be affected. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked at first. Then he suddenly cursed loudly. No one expected that SCP-3125's characteristics would be so overbearing. It makes absolutely no sense. This attack has a web-like effect, and I will wipe all knowledge of SCP-3129 and its attacks from the world. This informational paralysis effect is similar in function to the anesthetic saliva produced by a mosquito bite, allowing SCP-3125 to go undetected prior to full manifestation. 737 Foundation personnel who discover SCP-3125 can escape attack by quickly using amnestic treatment to erase relevant knowledge. However, the end result is that a properly defended containment unit is the only place where the existence of SCP-3125 can be safely observed, recorded, or even known. Outside of this containment unit, a realistic written description of SCP-3125 would be considered a lethal cognitohazard. S.H.I.E.L.D. When Nick Fury saw this content, he was thoughtful. No wonder SCP-3125 stopped attacking Wheeler after she used the Class B amnesiac injection. Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up when she heard this, so, as long as no one knows about SCP-3125, it won't pose a threat to humans. Nick Fury shook his head and smiled bitterly. The premise is that SCP-3125 never enters the real world, but do you think that's possible? He looked at the screen and thought, it seems that SCP-3125's attack on humans is more like an attempt to prevent its existence from spreading among human cognition. Seeing this, everyone already has a simple concept of SCP-3125. Strictly speaking, SCP-3125 is a conceptual organism. As long as you perceive it, wherever you are, will be attacked by SCP-3125. In perception, or after seeing it, the only way to avoid its attack is to erase all memories related to SCP-3125. Another new piece of content emerged. SCP-3125 can be effectively rendered harmless via a device proposed by the late Dr. Bartholomew Hughes called the fictitious amplifier. However, in addition to the extremely large material resources required, the device cannot be built without its creator knowing why it was built. Such knowledge would require knowledge of SCP-3125, which has proven fatal to the project. There is no known method of neutralizing SCP-3125 using only the resources within the room. Seeing this, the live broadcast room, which was originally full of discussions, suddenly fell silent. The supervisors on the screen also had solemn expressions. In short, SCP-3125 can be rendered harmless via a device, but the problem is, they can't make this instrument. The Antimemetics Division disappeared. They don't even know who the so-called Dr. Bartholomew Hughes is. How can we create this theoretically feasible instrument out of nothing? A silent oppression shrouds the screen and beyond. Only Lin Lang had a calm look as he slowly retrieved new information. History: due to the aforementioned defense mechanism, almost all of SCP-3125's observation history has been lost. Specifically, it is unknown how the containment unit was constructed, nor how these containment procedures were formulated. In this containment unit, a large amount of data has been accumulated through continuous visits by Foundation researchers. This data was brought in from outside sources as potentially helpful, and is retained here in accordance with containment procedures. In addition to the database entries, readers can also find electronic copies of multiple Foundation databases, as well as a wide range of academic data collections from public news archives. Apparently, the situation is almost exactly the same as it is now. No one even knows where the so-called Site-41 is. The lack of the invisible in their memory made the supervisors feel obviously uncomfortable. If the above is true, that means... 10 paused, that means, as long as we find Site-41, we can find data about SCP-3125. Damn it, didn't you see what I said before? 2 waved excitedly, any behavior that perceives SCP-3125 will be attacked by it. Right now, it is the safest approach for us to know nothing about SCP-3125. The premise is that it will never invade reality. Lin Lang's cold voice sounded. 2 actions, 1 stagnation. Others also looked at Lin Lang. At this moment, they remembered that SCP-3125 seemed to be inevitably intersecting with reality. Blindly avoiding the issue will not solve any problem, he said in a deep voice, then looked at Lin Lang. Continue. As expected, most of this data is irrelevant to the containment of SCP-3125. However, correlation and analysis of subsequent visitors has yielded the following facts. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. There is a discovery. 1. Although SCP-3125 has not yet fully manifested in our reality, its indirect effects/foreshocks can be easily detected by any well-equipped memetic research project. 2. Today, mem research as a science has suffered a great blow compared to its peak period. As of mid-2008, there are over 400 organizations conducting research that could lead to the discovery of SCP-3125, including government agencies, military branches, private companies, independent research institutes, university research programs, and notable amateur groups. Many of these were GOIs or divisions within GOIs. All of these organizations no longer exist, with only the Foundation's Antimemetics Division remaining. 3. Almost no one in the world is aware of this decline, and there is no explanation for the disappearance of these groups. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room was quiet at first, and then instantly became excited. WTF? In 2008. That is, 8 years ago, there were still so many institutions researching reverse modeling. Damn it, now the only remaining Foundation Antimemetics Division has completely disappeared. Oh my god, if the only remaining Foundation Antimemetics Division also disappears, won't there be no more humans to prevent antimemetics from invading humans? Oh my god. Can anyone tell me what happened? What happened to SCP-3125? S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents all looked shocked. Nick Fury's expression was extremely solemn. The Foundation's Antimemetics Division was gone, he already knew that. But what he didn't expect was that 8 years ago, there were so many organizations around the world studying anti-memes at the same time. When his eyes swept over. As of mid-2008, over 400 institutions were conducting research that could lead to the discovery of SCP-3125. It seems that he thought of something, the expression on his face froze instantly. As if all the blood had been drained away, all that was left was a shock of disbelief. Could it be that? Was it SCP-3125 that caused the downfall of these organizations? Once this thought appeared, it instantly grew into a towering tree in his mind, and could not be erased. And this emotion reached its peak until the next paragraph appeared. Simple reasoning is that all of these groups were eventually devoured by SCP-3125 upon discovery, and this is in fact the inevitable outcome of all good memetic research. Antimemetics Division continues to exist thanks to specialized training and the preventive use of reliable amnestic treatments. However, the division has suffered a severe blow in recent years, shrinking from over 4,000 members in 2012 to 125 as of September 2015. This number is expected to approach zero by the end of 2015. During the same period, the division's physical presence around the world was similarly reduced, from a network of sites and small outposts scattered across the continents to a single site, Site 41. The department's original headquarters at Site 167 has disappeared from the department's collective memory, presumably destroyed by SCP-3125's silencing effect. When this content appears, 1 second, 2 seconds, until the 3rd second. Boom! The entire Marvel World's audience exploded instantly. The culprit who destroyed all the Antimemetics division is SCP-3125. No one could have imagined that in just 3 years, the number of members studying anti-memes dropped sharply from more than 4,000 to 0. What's even more frightening is that all this happened in silence. Camartage. The silencing effect directly destroyed the Antimemetics division around the world. Looking at the information above, Ancient One's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, the fear of SCP-3125 has reached its peak. Silencing effect. This means that anyone who perceives SCP-3125 will be killed by SCP-3125. This kind of silencing can even spread to family members. The most important thing is that no one will perceive the work. It's as if these people were erased from the concept and never existed. Thinking of this, the expression on Ancient One's face was completely replaced by fear. S.H.I.E.L.D. Evanescent from the department's collective memory. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen intently, and said absent-mindedly, just like the Foundation's Antimemetics division, it seems as if it has never existed. At this point, she gradually returned after coming to his senses. His eyes were filled with fear. Is this all done by SCP-3125? Not only her, but also Nick Fury. All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked extremely unhappy. They had already been mentally prepared for the K-0.7-iter level SCP-3125. However, just as everyone understood the strange characteristics of SCP-3125, still helpless to find, they think too simply. For agents, compared to the weird SCP-3125, they would rather face 682. Although 682 is immortal, bullets hitting it can still cause damage. At least it can be seen and touched. But what about SCP-3125? SCP-3125 is like an invisible ghost. The moment you perceive it, death has already come upon you. The Antimemetics division has been fighting an invisible enemy. Thinking of this, they are to the Antimemetics division, stand in awe. Screen. The overseers fell silent. No one spoke, as if they were all shocked by the situation described in the file. SCP-3125 is everywhere, and anyone who sees it will die. The Antimemetics division that once covered the world disappeared silently. At the moment, the mood of the supervisors was actually not much different from that of the audience in the live broadcast room. After a long pause, he slowly exhaled, "We have figured out what SCP-3125 is, but there is still one thing we need to figure out." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Ge and said in a deep voice, "What on earth happened to the Foundation's Antimemetics department?" Chapter 112. It has almost become a consensus that the Antimemetics division has been destroyed. Knowing that studying SCP-3125 would lead to its consumption, the brave men of the Antimemetics division still stood their ground. This spirit of generosity is touching. It also makes everyone more curious about what happened to the Antimemetics division. What on earth happened to them? Is it SCP-3125? Or something else? Hasn't it been discovered that amnestics can be used to circumvent SCP-3125's attacks? Why was the Antimemetics division still destroyed? All kinds of doubts filled everyone's mind. Until Lin Lang opened a file at the end of the file, some answers finally surfaced. This seems to be a personal diary, dated 30/11/2015. The name of the invoice is Marion Wheeler, head of the Antimemetics division. So the result, hopefully, is often obvious. S041B30000 was originally built to house a long-term project, the construction of Hughes's fictional amplifier. During this advancement, the rest of us are fighting an unconscious war, fighting and losing, but losing as slowly as humanly possible, in order to buy time. Seeing this, everyone inside and outside the screen was stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's eyes suddenly trembled as he looked at the screen. Hughes's imaginary amplifier? Is this the device that could theoretically neutralize SCP-3125? The Antimemetics Division actually tried to build one? So, did they succeed? Thinking of this, Nick Fury looked at the screen again. Now the time we've bought is running out. No one in S041B30000 has broken the seal yet, which is not a good sign, but there are no more bodies to feed SCP-3125 to hold it back, and there's nowhere to retreat to. Right here, 14, whether you're ready or not. I'm going to S041B30000 to activate the machine. I think I can get the information out of the airlock. I think I can make it to the basement alive. That's the plan. It's hard to recount because of the variables, but I know it because I know myself. What else could it be? Stark Industries building. No more bodies to feed SCP-3125 to keep it going? What the hell is this, a joke? Tony's research suddenly widened. The Antimemetics Division has been targeted by SCP-3125. I actually came up with the idea of actively feeding it corpses to buy time. Colonel Rhodes's focus was obviously not here. He stared at the latter part of the sentence, and then his eyes widened suddenly. Start the machine, WRF? Could it be that they really have developed that instrument? Thinking of this, his voice began to tremble. Both of them looked at the screen in disbelief. Just see, after a period of blankness, more content emerges. Standard procedure is that I have to tell you what to do if this doesn't work. This is asynchronous research protocol. But I didn't anticipate who you could be, and how you could be alive reading this. In this situation, with no equipment, Hugh's missing, me dead, and the site destroyed, how did you get here? Could you be the Foundation? Are you conscious? Is there a word here that you can understand? You live in a world immersed in SCP-3125. This is a loss of control scenario. I can't help someone who doesn't exist. As the last paragraph emerges, the audience of the entire Marvel world suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? What the hell? Why did it suddenly turn around? Yet, could it be that Wheeler's plan failed? The instrument didn't work, Wheeler died, or even the site was destroyed. Why do I feel like Wheeler wrote this passage specifically for Lin Lang and others to read? What the hell? Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared at the screen intently. For this section, he immediately had many guesses. But in the end, they all point to one thing: the device was not built, and the plan to neutralize SCP-3125 failed. Nick Fury sighed. Alas, the efforts of the entire Antimemetics Division have been wasted, and it finally failed. An indescribable despair enveloped his heart, and also enveloped the hearts of the supervisors on the screen. So, what exactly happened? asked sullenly. The supervisors looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Lang at the same time. Sure enough, Lin Lang did not disappoint everyone. Whoosh! He pulled down the screen violently, then reached out and wrote a word on it: time. If we want to figure out what happened in the Antimemetics Division, we first need to have a concept of time. Facing everyone's gaze, he spoke freely. What we should ask is, what happened to the Antimemetics Department at a certain time? Then, everyone saw him write a number on the screen: 1976. According to the founder of the Antimemetics Division, the old man who appeared before and was eventually killed by SCP-3125. Lin Lang pointed at the screen and said in a deep voice, in 1976, the Foundation's unthinkable team encountered SCP-3125 and was immediately attacked by it. They detonated an antimemetic bomb to contain it, but the cost was that the entire team was wiped out, and only the old man survived with amnesia. After that, without waiting for the crowd to speak, he drew an arrow again, pointing all the way to 2006. During these 30 years, the existence of SCP-3125 was conceptually erased by the antimemetic bomb detonated in 1976. Therefore, the Antimemetics Department has been at peace. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Lin Lang picked up SCP-2550 SIXS file. In 2006, SCP-2256 was deemed extinct, entirely due to the Foundation's overly close observation. Then he took out the file of 055. The origin of this thing is unknown, but I checked and found that it was found at the grassroots level in 2008. At this point, he paused and took a deep breath, as if he was recalling. The supervisors looked at each other, but no one interrupted. Apparently, the Class X memory strengthener is working. If they interrupt Lin Lang at this juncture, they will lose the only clue that could lead them to the truth. Lin Lang, who had already received 2 injections in a short period of time, could not possibly receive a 3rd injection. So, they could only look at Lin Lang silently. Lin Lang closed his eyes, those dissipated memories emerged in his mind in fragments. He must be sharp to catch it, and piece together a barely tenable narrative. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the audiences from both worlds, Lin Lang opened his eyes. In 2008, during this period, the containment unit that would later house SCP-3125 was built by Bart Hughes, who at the moment was serving as the Antimemetics Division containment architect. At the moment there were approximately 400 antimemetics research teams in the world, and the Foundation's Antimemetics Division was one of them. He paused, and his tone became serious, and then SCP-3125 appeared. As soon as these words came out, everyone inside and outside the screen was shocked. SCP-3125 appears? Stark Industries building. Damn it! Didn't the unthinkable already detonate the antimemetic bomb? Tony waved his hands and said excitedly, logically speaking, SCP-3125 should have disappeared on a conceptual level. Why? Have you forgotten? SCP-3125 has intersected with reality. It has not been neutralized. Colonel Rhodes looked at Tony and said in a deep voice, SCP-3125 is a conceptual organism. As long as people study it, it will never disappear. Tony sighed. How could he not know this, just? Seeing that the Antimemetics Division was about to suffer the invisible disaster, he felt a little lost. The vast majority of people also have this sentiment. Even though I already know the ending, but watching an entire brave department die in silence, still heartbreaking. Tony and Rod fell silent. Looking at the screen again, there was a hint of gloom in their eyes that they themselves were not aware of. Screen. Although the supervisors did not make a sound, but from their restless posture, you can also feel the complex emotions coming from them. And then, one said, SCP-3125 showed up, and the Antimemetics Division. An outbreak of SCP-3125 destroyed Site-167's Antimemetics Division headquarters. Hughes disappeared in the chaos. Then, Lin Lang took out another videotape. Then he looked around and said with regret, "It's a pity that number 8 is not here." This sentence made all the supervisors stunned. Number 8? Could it be that O5-8 is also involved in this incident? As Lin Lang placed the videotape into the screen, new images soon appeared. At the beginning of the scene, a middle-aged man is walking in silence. He had an ordinary face, the only surprising thing was perhaps the octopus-like thing on his left eye. Germ. Lin Lang's voice sounded at the right time, a tool used by the Antimemetics Division to block memories. The germ acts as an external barrier to short to medium-term memories, and is also a proxy between Hughes' consciousness and the real world. This thing is like a blindfold. A fake eye opened over his real one. The fake eyeball was about 4 times larger than his own eye. Although he has only one eye, his 4 pupils give him decent depth perception, and he can also see a little ultraviolet light. The audience in the live broadcast room were amazed. Apparently, the Antimemetics Division is doing great. In the picture, Hughes walks through a self-enclosed 2-story suite. We arrived at a central meeting area with a ceiling twice as high as the building. The first time he saw this man, couldn't help but ask, "Who is this?" Lin Lang glanced at him and gave everyone an unexpected answer, "Bart Hughes." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Bart Hughes? The doctor who planned to build a device to neutralize SCP-3125? It's actually him? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the screen again. God suddenly changed. In the picture, there were 4 people waiting for Hughes in the conference room. Among them is Mario Wheeler, who I had just seen before. The other 3 people were all strangers, but the supervisors on the screen were immediately shocked. Especially the second one, who yelled absent-mindedly, "O5-8? Damn it, why is he here?" Lin Lang interrupted the other party's confusion. "In fact, I have already asked BA about this, but his answer is, I don't know." After these words were spoken, several supervisors suddenly fell silent. A solemn atmosphere spread. In the picture, as Hughes entered the arena, the 4 big eyeballs of the 4 embryos turned together and converged on Hughes, who walked into the room. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. "You're here," 05-8 spoke first. He pointed to the specially reserved seat. Facing Wheeler, there was also a printed document waiting for Hughes to read. Hughes put down his computer and approached the document hesitantly. "You want me to see it now?" Hesitantly, he opened the file. The document was a scientific paper, signed by Hughes himself and co-authored by some of his fellow researchers, including 2 who were supposed to be in the meeting room. This is her refreshing article, very dense and to the point with its Z target half. See refreshing novels, go to Philo Novel Network. In the abstract, the paper states that a new, extremely powerful and dangerous, anti-mimetic complex has been observed, tentatively designated SCP-3125, and the author plans to apply for Apollyon classification. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked. Really? SCP-3125 was observed again by members of the Antimimetics Division after a 30-year period of inactivity. What's even more outrageous is that SCP-3125 Linzio can be classified as Apollo. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury trembled and looked at his assistant Maria. "What was the last Apollyon class containment?" Maria looked at him and said word by word, SCP-3999 I am in all things. Chapter 113. Apollyon class SCPs are impossible to contain and are extremely active in causing end-of-the-world scenarios. Maria's voice was calm, but every word you say, the temperature inside S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to drop by 1 degree. When she finished speaking in one breath, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. fell into silence. Nick Fury stared at the screen. The word Apollyon has been put on the table. The Apollyon class is reserved for active anomalies that are highly destructive and practically impossible to contain, something beyond Keter. An Apollyon class anomaly, it's almost an anomaly that will definitely destroy the world. Nothing can stop it. So, what will Hughes choose to do? In the picture, the only thing that could prevent an XA class scenario is if something else, like another Apollyon class anomaly, destroyed the world first. Hughes closed the file, pinched his brows and said in a deep voice, "Their relative threat level is not measured by material containment, but by the number of inevitable years. I improvised and thought that this number only had a single digit." He looked around the table. "Do we have an Apollyon classification?" "No," 05-8 said. "No." 05-8 smiled faintly. "Currently, the overseers believe that the Apollyon classification is actually a declaration of defeat, which is not conducive to morale and will arouse defeatist tendencies. Apart from this special classification, Keter is now the highest level in the entire system." He paused. "All existing Apollyons are likely to be re-evaluated and reclassified as Keter within the next year. Beyond that, what do you think?" Hughes looked at him. "You want containment procedures? We've had this conversation countless times before, right? We're assuming it's okay the first time." Hearing this, Hughes smiled strangely. "We can destroy all intelligent human life. If there are no intelligent hosts in the universe, SCP-3125 will not come." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The supervisors were stunned. "What is this? In order to prevent anomalies from destroying humanity, humans are destroying themselves first? Are you crazy?" After a slightly shocked pause, Wheeler said, "You've already mentioned this idea, and I don't think anyone here can be sure you're serious about it." Hughes looked at her deeply. "We are completely serious about this, and I am completely serious about it working." He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Our mission statement is secure, contain, and protect. We really should add and keep as many humans alive as possible to it sometime." Hughes' negative words made everyone frown. One of them responded, "It is self-evident that we want to protect humans." Hughes smiled sarcastically. "Control the anomaly, contain the anomaly, protect the anomaly. Any other explanation?" "We're getting off topic," L.E. said. "We're not going to exterminate all intelligent life." The tit-for-tat situation was slightly eased. Under the gaze of everyone, Hughes pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "We can also immediately terminate and suppress all mimetic and antimimetic research worldwide." Before anyone could object, he quickly said, "We could systematically abolish this entire field of science. Stop all experiments, abolish all research, brainwash all researchers. If no one is actively researching this field, no one will discover SCP-3125. It will remain buried indefinitely in the farthest reaches of idea space, like radioactive waste." After he finished speaking in one breath, the scene suddenly fell into silence. S.H.I.E.L.D. After Hughes finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows. Just like the anti-memetic bomb that the Antimemetics Division once detonated, directly eliminating all traces of SCP-3125. He stared at the screen, feeling extremely surprised. I didn't expect that 30 years later, another person came up with this idea. In the picture, Hughes was interrupted by the four men. No. Avoiding it will do no good. It may be introduced from without, or it may occur naturally. Wheeler stared at Hughes and said in a deep voice, "We all know this. Hughes, this has already happened. SCP-3125 is coming to the world just as we said. Look at these precursor anomalies. We are in the midst of what is called a premonition, and it is here." After these words were spoken, Houston, who had been a little excited just now, suddenly became quiet. The sheer alienness of the opponent is enough to scare most people into submission in fear. SCP-3125 appears to be a nightmare scenario. It would transform human civilization into something Hughes could never have imagined. But that was just how Mondays worked on the job, and Hughes never had much imagination. He knows almost the entire SCP database by heart, and he is a world-class authority on anomaly containment. But only SCP-3125. Hughes had more ideas, but for SCP-3125, in terms of mechanism, there is no way to study the problem. If he tries to understand the whole problem, it will tear him apart. Finally, after a moment of silence, Q5-8 spoke. The Foundation's goal is to protect. In most cases this requires the secure containment of anomalous entities, the establishment of special containment procedures to keep such entities safe and permanent. Standard principles discourage active neutralization and avoid destruction whenever possible. Everyone in this room understands this. Ignoring Hughes's sarcastic look, 8 paused and continued, "However, high-level Foundation staff such as myself are entitled to disregard this principle in certain limited circumstances. I am exercising that right. I have determined that SCP-3125 cannot coexist with human civilization in our reality. We are destroying SCP-3125, once and for all. Does this change your opinion?" Once these words came out, the people on the screen didn't react, but the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. It can be said that even now, in the minds of most viewers, the Foundation still seems like a mystery. They sometimes show a side that makes people feel extremely cold. The fearlessness he sometimes shows is also moving. They are like a combination of contradictions. But at least for this moment, the Foundation's choice is noble. In the picture, special neutralization procedures. Houston looked ashen. 05-8 added, "I understand that neutralization is, generally considered easier than simple containment." Hughes did not answer directly. He was silent for a while, but instead showed a look of reminiscence. "When I first joined the Foundation, I asked my mentor, who retired a few years ago, what's the largest anomaly we've ever contained? I meant it as far as he was concerned, definitely." After a pause, Hughes smiled bitterly and said, "He told me about an old rumor he had heard, back in his earliest days, when he was just starting out. The rumor was that the Abrahamic religions had not always been monotheistic. In the beginning, there were 3 capital 1 gods. And sometime within the last 150 years, the Foundation killed 2 of them." Once these words came out, the entire Marvel world suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. The audience in the live broadcast room opened their eyes wide. I stared at the screen so intently that I even thought I was hallucinating. Then, the live broadcast room was boiling. WTF? The Foundation killed 2 gods. Oh my god, oh no, oh my god, this is blasphemy. I am completely stunned. The Foundation can even kill God? How powerful is the Foundation? It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Various shocked voices rang out in the live broadcast room. Camartage. After hearing this, the expression on Ancient One's face froze instantly. As if all the blood had been drained away, all that was left was a shock of disbelief. The Foundation killed 2 gods. For Ancient One himself, even if it is a slightly inferior divinity, its original power is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Foundation, relying only on a group of humans, they killed 2 gods? How is that possible? Asgard. After watching this content, Loki felt sick. I originally thought that the Foundation was just a group of human organizations with extraordinary means. Result, you tell me they can kill gods? For the first time, Loki began to doubt the word God. Did the Foundation really kill God? Or am I a fake God? S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents have completely lost the ability to think. There are indeed many powerful beings in the Foundation's collection. Such as the Devourer of Worlds, for example, the Stag and Gatekeeper taken in by the Foundation from the parallel world. There is even a god currently housed within the Foundation, SCP-343. What we are talking about now is killing, not sheltering. Nick Fury stared at the screen in shock, the excitement in his heart taking a long time to calm down. Hughes had a complicated expression. Now 20 years have passed, and modern MIM technology is tens of billions of times more advanced than it was back then. 30% of it is my own work. I check every quarter to see what the Antimemetics Alliance is dealing with. I know better than anyone what is possible and what is impossible on Earth, as well as he spoke more and more quietly. Everyone was expecting him to say something. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of it. Hughes fell into the wrong frame of mind. Maybe he was in denial, or maybe the solution was an idea he was unwilling to accept. What an irony. At the end, he took a deep breath and looked at 05-8, please tell me what I said. Your team suggests that SCP-3125 is only the most powerful mimetic threat complex ever observed, but that does not mean it is at the top of the system. 05-8 looked at Hughes sincerely, and said seriously, you pointed out that it is still possible that synthesis is an idea that is an order of magnitude stronger than SCP-3125, designed specifically to neutralize SCP-3125, and under our control. A counter-MIM. Hearing this, the audience inside and outside the screen all thought of the same thing, fictional amplifier. Only then did people realize. It turns out that the construction plan of this instrument, this is how it was brought up. In the picture. Hughes frowned and began to speculate, this will be incredibly dangerous. It will require a huge amount of resources. It will also take 10 to 20 years of actual work, and there will be no interruption at all. To avoid observation, we need to be in full contact with the outside world. The whole universe is completely sealed. We need a laboratory as big as the launch building. Wait a minute. His brain just caught on. He realized the context in which he had said these words. He has been working for the Foundation for a long time. Then, he said something that no one expected. It's done. Ignoring everyone's shocked gazes, he continued, the laboratory has been repaired. It was repaired 20 years ago. In secret, we sent our best researchers into it, and now it is complete. Now, that's why we're meeting. We're ready to go. We figured out how to deploy the counter-MIM. That's awesome. If I'm right, that's awesome. Am I right? He looked at everyone for help, as if hoping to get a definite answer. Wheeler looked at him, when you joined the Foundation, you were taught that there will come a day when you must, without any preparation, sacrifice a lot or even everything you have to protect those who need protection the most. You've been working here for 30 years. And all that time, you knew you'd be sacrificed someday. We were all taught that. Hughes paused, feeling a shadow falling over his head. He looked at the other man, his supervisor. You're right about the lab being fixed. Construction was completed in the last 48 hours. The construction team has been amnesticized and disbanded. But work has yet to begin. This is what I want to talk about today. Hughes seemed to have been shot, and murmured, my people went there. That's where your people are. They're in the bunker, waiting. We've got a cover story for you. We're going to fake your death. It's time for you to go underground. Down. Chapter 114. Seeing this, everyone immediately remembered a sentence from Dr. Wheeler's personal diary. S041B30000 was originally built to house a long-term project, the construction of Hughes' fictional amplifier. Only then did people realize. It turns out that this long-term project is just starting now. But, for Dr. Hughes and others, this is undoubtedly a death sentence. Sure enough, Hughes in the picture looked even more gloomy after hearing this. Now? No, I have doubts. Your team is a volunteer group. I look after them personally. They are good people, the supervisor said. Like a ghost, Hughes complained with a pale face, and then asked, am I volunteering to do this? Dr. Wheeler looked at him painfully, Hughes. Anyone who agreed to this before was a goddamn idiot, and I'm going to overrule him. This is a prison sentence. I don't want to spend 20 years in the dark. I don't want to be buried alive by my work. I have. He slowly closed his mouth and looked across the table, his eyes out of focus. He was about to say, I have a family. But he didn't. He tried another line, this has a low chance of success. The timing is terrible. It's 2008. SCP-3125 won't be here until the late 2010s. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room quickly caught a keyword, 08 years. Then connect it with the timeline previously speculated by Lin Lang. As expected. That's right. Only Dr. Hughes's reaction was somewhat unexpected. But after thinking about it, the audience understood it instantly. Because from the time he joined the project until the demise of the entire antimemetics division, Hughes never showed up again. He was completely forgotten. In the picture. In response to Hughes's words, the supervisor explained, the success rate is very encouraging. Pleasant? Define what pleasant means. More than 50%. If it's you. The supervisor took out a thick stack of reports, probably to support his words. Hughes scanned the file. He could see his name on the cover. Damn, 50% is pretty good. He muttered quietly. The director continued, you convinced us that we had to do this. You had to be the center. You were ready to sacrifice 470. He opened the file and turned to the last page. His embryonic eyeballs quickly scanned and found the passage he was looking for. Let me quote you your own words, SCP-3125 represents a threat on an omni-universal scale. It threatens realities adjacent to our own. It threatens micro-universes within our macro-universe. It threatens universes embedded in our universe as fictions. That's enough. Hughes interrupted the supervisor's words, tilted his head, and said sullenly, I remember now. Then, he looked at Q5-8. What's the cover story? What are you going to do about it? There was a helium leak in $167B03-312, the director explained. The leak would be real. There's already a fake body in there, indistinguishable from the real thing. We also doctored your public schedule for this day. It puts you in that room, not here. As for... He's stalling, 05-8 said to Director G and the others. He doesn't need to know everything. Tell me the names of other people, Lee, who hadn't said much, suggested. Seriously. Who else in the world, besides you, has a reasonable chance of solving this problem? Who else can we send? Hughes said nothing. Lee continued to ask, is there anyone else? Even if they don't want to do it themselves. Who else has the technical ability we need, and who is not in the field? S.H.I.E.L.D. Wrong. Nick Fury stared at Lee on the screen, his eyes full of suspicion. Something seems to be wrong with him. What's wrong? Natasha Romanoff asked. Nick Fury couldn't explain it, but he always felt that the other party's reaction was too different before and after. Before he could react, something strange happened in the picture. Looking at the screen, Nick Fury's pain suddenly shrank into a point. In the picture of the light curtain, Lee has stood up. Dr. Wheeler looked around warily and grasped the handle of his chair. She held the fountain pen in her fist, with the cap still on. It was as if she had just remembered something. 05-8 stared at Wheeler, confused as to why she was reacting to air. Hughes noticed nothing. Bede, just me, Hughes responded to an earlier question. Only you, Lee said, are good enough for me. The next second, Lee pulled out a pistol out of thin air. Hughes' germ's large pupils shrank suddenly at the riot. For a moment, time seemed to be frozen here. This was not part of any plan and everyone on and off screen knew it. No one even doubted whether the gun in Lee's hand was real. Especially after the gunshots. Bang! Lee aimed at Hughes and fired twice in the chest. The first shot pierced his lung. The second shot was fired as Hughes fell to the ground. Wiped across his computer screen, but it was bulletproof, and the bullet ricocheted off the conference room wall. The sudden change stunned everyone. The audience in the live broadcast room was silent at first. 1 second. 2 seconds. Until the third second. The entire live broadcast room suddenly became lively. FK. 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 What the hell? Why did you kill your own people? Could it be that Lee is a spy? Damn, has the Foundation been infiltrated to this extent? S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents were stunned. Nick Fury had long felt that something was wrong with Lee. But it was not until this moment that I realized the problem. He stared at the screen intently. Looking at Lee's resolute shooting action, he said in a trembling voice, SCP-3125. You mean, he's controlled by 3125? Natasha Romanoff asked in amazement. Nick Fury didn't answer, but looked at the screen anxiously. In other words, it was looking at Hughes, who had fallen unconscious to the ground. Damn it! You are the only one who can complete the mission, you must not die. In the picture. After Lee knocked Hughes down, he turned around immediately. This time it was aimed at 05-8. He fired 2 more shots, each of which produced a piercing roar of electric current and a burst of green light. On the screen, an overseer explained, 05-8's Asgardian talisman has absorbed the energy. But the situation is still critical. No one expected that Wheeler, a middle-aged woman who looked frail, would actually rush forward towards the gun. Wheeler lunged at his gun arm from behind. Use one hand to pry it upwards, and with the other hand hold the fountain pen and stab it straight into your throat. The two people suddenly collided with each other, and Lee struggled. Wheeler yanked hard. Phew! The fountain pen cut his throat and blood gushed out immediately. Lee gradually became weaker and weaker, and his fingers finally loosened. He grunted in pain and fell backward with a thump. In vain he pressed on the wound. The germ he was wearing on his head hit the glass conference room door, causing it to collapse in a pool of blood. Until the whole person completely lost his breath. He is dead. Also dead was the supervisor. And Hughes. When the live audience saw Hughes' lifeless body, I was suddenly speechless. There is only one question on everyone's mind: Hughes is dead. What about fictitious amplifiers? In the picture. Wheeler quickly determined the cause of the incident: Lee was infected. She said again. She hurried to the back of the room, where a medical kit was mounted on the wall. We need to get out of here. Then we need to disinfect the site. When was it acquired? 05-8 asked, by whom? From what I understand, SCP-3125 will make the victim completely physically subordinate to SCP-3125, physiologically becoming only able to promote its core concepts. But Lee is still high-functioning. This is also what puzzled the audience in the live broadcast room. Lee was like a brainwashed traitor until his death. Unlike the old man before, who was controlled by SCP-3125. We miscalculated something, Wheeler said. She tossed most of the kit aside, keeping only an oddly shaped capsule with a thin tube filled with pink liquid. The audience recognized it immediately. This is a fast-acting chemical amnesiac. Isn't this the time for SCP-3125 to show up? 05-8 pointed out. I can definitely feel something in my head. My germ, I guess. Same here. Roll up your sleeves. You also need to turn off the barrier for a second, Wheeler said, holding up the potion. 05-8 complied. Wheeler gave him the rest of the medicine. There was another strange sound coming from outside the door. When Wheeler looked. Swish! A strong wind blows. Something long and black, as sharp and forked as a javelin, descended from the roof of the warehouse. It hooked onto a chair that held a woman and lifted her into the air. A second, thin perception organ appears. With curiosity, it probed the woman's waist and abdomen covered with glue. Phew! Then he penetrated her completely with himself, like a nail piercing through a piece of paper. For a moment, blood splattered. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw this familiar spider leg-like thing. A name suddenly popped up in their minds: SCP-3125. Then, a wave of fear swept across the entire Marvel world. Camartage. When the familiar spider legs appeared, Ancient One's pupils suddenly shrank. This time, she clearly saw that countless shadows were flowing in the blank spaces on the screen. As if she saw a great fear, she trembled and looked away. In the picture. In the distance, the entire station's alarm sounded. The presence of invisible seems to envelope the entire site. Warehouse. The roof of the warehouse began to collapse. Until the picture fell into darkness, the memories came to an abrupt end. On the screen, a group of supervisors fell into a strange silence. It can be said that as supervisors, they currently have no less doubts than the audience outside the screen. Countless doubts filled their minds. What is it? Where is it? What does SCP-3125 look like? Its motive, its origin, its method of committing the crime, How much is known? And what mind-distorting photochemical form would this counter-MIM take? How far is modern MIM science from answering questions? 1 year? 100 years? Nobody knows the answer. As you can see. Lin Lang's cold voice interrupted the silence of the crowd, and pulled back the divergent thoughts of the supervisors. He pointed to the timeline he had drawn on the screen again, pointed to the year 2008, and said in a deep voice, "An outbreak of SCP-3125 destroyed Site-167's Antimemetics Division headquarters." Hughes disappeared in the chaos. Everyone's mood suddenly stagnated. But soon, someone realized something was wrong. Disappear. Second raised his voice subconsciously, "You mean, Hughes is not dead?" Lin Lang gave him a strange look. Dr. Wheeler's personal log clearly states that Hughes is missing. Damn it! Two excitedly slammed the table. The eyes of others also lit up immediately. Lin Lang extended the line along the arrow he had drawn before to another location, and then wrote a new date. August 12, 2015. This time, without Lin Lang asking for help, everyone quickly came up with their own answers. The day when Dr. Wheeler met the old man who founded the Foundation's Antimemetics Division. On this day, Wheeler asked the dying Lin Marnus about the breakup of the Incredibles in 1975. Lin Lang narrowed his eyes and described, "On this day, SCP-3125 attacked 2 people. Marnus was killed, and Wheeler escaped by erasing his memory." He moved his finger and the arrow was stretched again. October 27. Wheeler placed a man into witness protection and completely erased his own memory of him. After a pause, Lin Lang took out another file, on which was written a name. Adam Wheeler. This is his husband. Finally, Lin Lang added, "She forgot her husband." Chapter 115. Dr. Wheeler's husband? Before anyone could react, Lin Lang pulled out a videotape. Unfortunately, the content of this videotape has been irreversibly damaged, and only a short clip can be seen. With the videotape inserted into the machine. Soon, the screen lit up. The first person to appear in the picture is a man. The man was in his 50s and very tall and thin. He was wearing an expensive black suit, tailor-made for him. Angular features, thick graying hair and rimless glasses. He also wore elegant white gold jewelry, a watch, cufflinks and a ring. Anywhere else, this man would have been called an old gentleman. But now, he was standing beside Dr. Wheeler, begging desperately. Obviously, this man is Dr. Wheeler's husband. But what was painful was that Dr. Wheeler looked at him as if he were a stranger. The two seemed to be entangled for a while, and Dr. Wheeler might have reluctantly recalled some of the content. But it is precisely because of this that she is so painful. "You can't be here," she said. "You can't be in my life. You have to leave or you're going to die." "I won't leave you," Adam broke down. "God, that's what we ended up doing. Getting married, I mean. It was blindingly obvious to both of us, it was decided long ago that we were going to be together forever. But I wanted this to be on the public record. I stood in front of everyone I respected and swore to them that I would protect you. Forever." Wheeler began, with sudden clarity, "I must have sworn the same oath." Adam suddenly bent down and his eyes became blind. "Even closing your eyes won't help, covering your eyes won't help." The golden and white light flashed for him, becoming more and more violent. "See here, on the screen," Ten said solemnly, "SCP-4987 is consuming his memories." When these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Then I immediately realized what Lin Lang said before: in order to protect her husband, she erased her memory of him. But because of this, everyone looked at the two people on the screen. I feel more sad. In the picture, Adam stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if trying to hold Wheeler's hand. Wheeler let him hold. The light did not fade. He held Wheeler for a few seconds, she just kept on being tense with him. It was then that he realized that SCP-4987 was completely under her control. This was all intentional. "Are you going to do this?" Adam fell to his knees in pain. "Is this a Foundation directive? Is this your definition of protection? You don't know what you're doing to yourself. You don't even know me." "I think I do," Wheeler replied. Adam gritted his teeth and said painfully, "You will have feelings for the rest of your life. Every day, you will wake up with a sick and cold stomach where real life once was. You will wonder why. I'm going to win the war. Wheeler's voice is sonorous and powerful, and his conviction is far beyond the imagination of Superman. She looked Adam in the eye and said, "I'm going to defeat the universe. And then I'm going to find out why." Adam held her for a long time. He has faith. He knew how quickly his wife could put the saw blades together, against a universe that made no sense to her, separate the truth. He knew she could defeat the universe. But a sharp doubt struck his heart. He couldn't help but say, "What if you lose?" No answer. Wheeler left the containment cell. With one motion she closed the door and deadlocked it. The heavy creaking of metal shook the entire building. Everyone didn't wait for her answer, but only waited for one sentence: "My husband is dead." Seeing this, the entire Marvel World audience was silent. An indescribable emotion echoed in everyone's heart. Alas, it's just an anomaly, but it has forced the Antimemetics department into this state. They are facing an invisible enemy, an enemy that can bring disaster to the whole family if they are not careful. Wasn't Wheeler the decedent? Salute to the decedent. In Mario Wheeler, they seemed to see once again the calm figures of those who were executed. Inside the screen. "Is it over?" asked dazedly. Lin did not answer, but extended the arrow drawn on the screen again. Until a new date appeared, November 30th. At the moment, the Antimemetics Division is the only remaining Antimemetics research group in the world, with 40 personnel. 40 people? Hearing this number, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Weren't there more than 4,000 people before? How many have SCP-3125 killed? What happened? I couldn't help but ask. Lin Lang took out another videotape. The answer is in it. As another videotape was put in, the picture first went dark. Then some invisible sensor detected the person and beeped. As the lights came on, Wheeler appeared in the frame. She seemed more tired than before. The interior walls of the room were made of milky white glass, covered with paperwork and held together with tape and blue tack to form a roughly coherent mass. In places where there is no paper, people just write and draw on the wall with markers. There was a conference table, a long oval, piled with paperwork and laptops, a tangle of wires. Power has been returned to the machines and they are slowly starting up. A data projector automatically turned on, projecting a world map onto the wall that almost matched the notes scribbled on it. Various colorful sticky notes were scattered all over the ground like autumn leaves. Besides, there is nothing in this room. Glancing over the documents, people found that they were almost all handwritten, and most of them were recording the progress of conversations. Most are dated and signed, with most of the dates being a few weeks apart. The conversations were full of panic and fear. Content about multiple SCPs, some have antimemetic properties, but none of them are related. There are no records mentioning SCP-3125. The audience was still a little confused when they saw this. Where is this? What happened to the Antimemetics Division? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wheeler's own voice suddenly appeared in the picture. "Mario Wheeler, it's me." Wheeler heard her own voice. She searched around the table and found that the sound was coming from her laptop. There was a video playing, apparently recorded from inside the room using a laptop's camera. Wheeler is sitting in the video and looks a little unfamiliar. But it took Wheeler, who was watching the video, a while to figure out what was different. No fatigue, no sickness, no injury, she had seen herself like this before, in the mirror. The difference is that this woman's willpower is gone. She was defeated. "You have already guessed that SCP-3125 is not in this room," Wheeler said on the laptop. "In fact, this is the only room in the world that does not contain SCP-3125. This is called reverse containment. SCP-3125 has spread throughout reality, except for a small area that is specially protected from its influence, which is here. This is our only safe haven. This room represents the length and breadth of this war. Every effective antimemetic research project will sooner or later find traces of SCP-3125. It manifests in thousands of forms, all over the world. Most of them aren't even anomalous. Some have been catalogued separately in the main database, and a few have even been contained. Impossible viral cults, destructive arithmetic, invisible spiders as tall as skyscrapers, people born with invisible organs. These are raw data. Dealing with these manifestations is troublesome enough." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. SCP-3125 is already present throughout reality? Has SCP-3125 fully arrived? After realizing this, almost all the audiences in the Marvel world felt a jolt in their hearts at the same time. So, doesn't it mean that MK-class doomsday scenario? On the screen, Lin Lang calmly gave the answer. For a moment, both the supervisors on the screen and the audience in the live broadcast room were frozen in place. Camartage. The moment I heard these words, her pupils suddenly shrank into a point. The one she didn't want to face, the most terrible result, it still happened. S.H.I.E.L.D. WTF. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen intently, and even she couldn't help but swear. She looked at Nick Fury in shock. The MK-class doomsday scenario has already occurred, doesn't that mean? It means that human consciousness has been completely lost. At this point, Nick Fury sighed. Seeing this, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. More than 4,000 people in the anti-memetics division, decades of hard work, in the end, he still lost to SCP-3125. He couldn't help thinking, does humanity really have any hope of victory in the face of this anomaly? He looked at the screen in despair, his eyes blank. Wheeler in the notebook turned and picked up a bright green felt pen and a piece of white paper. She began to draw a shape that was not visible in the camera, still speaking, but as you go further down the path, you start to see patterns emerge in the data. You need training in memory strengthening techniques, but once you have the training and the data, it only takes a little effort to place the data points in the conceptual space and carve out a contour among them. 0. These data points are on the outer shell of SCP-3125, these manifestations are just its shadows projected onto our reality. You put 4 or 5 different SCPs together into a shape, and you see it. It sees you. She is still painting. Very detailed. She didn't look up, and her voice was distant and cold, like the end of a children's horror story. When that happens, when you make visual contact, it will kill you. It will kill you and then kill anyone it thinks is related to you. Not physically, but mentally. Wheeler in the notebook stared at the screen intently, and his meaningful tone made people's scalps tingle. Anyone who has the same idea, the same state of mind. It will kill your collaborators, your entire research team, it will also kill your entire family, your parents, and your children. The audience felt as if their hearts had fallen into an ice cellar. An invisible fear comes straight out of the screen. On the brink of their sanity. They had already prepared themselves mentally for the horror of SCP-3125. But when Wheeler described the incidents in a calm tone, it still makes people feel cold on the back. Wheeler's voice is like the whisper of the death god. You will become a non-existent human, a humanoid shell surrounding a hole in reality. When you are done, your plan will become a speck on the ground, and no one will know about SCP anymore. B125, Wheeler's usually resolute eyes seemed to lose their luster at this moment. It is the black hole of antimemetic science, swallowing up unwary researchers, emitting no information, and can only be detected through indirect observation. A direct description of SCP-3125 is anything, or even the hint of what it is, will result in a containment breach and a lethal indirect cognito hazard. You see? It's a defense mechanism. She seemed to be able to see everyone outside the notebook. Year after year the manifestations continued, becoming more and more dense and interwoven, until finally the whole world was overwhelmed by them and everyone could only cry out, why no one has discovered it? No one will answer, because all the people who have discovered it are dead, silenced by this mechanism. Wheeler is at the heart of the Foundation's antimemetic technology. She has all the raw data to process. There were countless handwritten calculations on the walls, but she didn't need to read them, she could do them in her head. Just the slightest push, the slightest hint. Starting from the laptop screen, eyes wide open and defocused, she saw SCP-3125. SCP-3125 was seen by viewers of the live broadcast. People felt their own insignificance. This is not reality, this is not human. It comes from a higher and more evil place. 0139043114 Filo 231551191. It's coming, already. Chapter 116. Wheeler on her laptop shows her completed diagram. What she drew was a complex hand-shaped pattern with 5-way symmetry, with variations but no rules. It has no wrists or arms, just 5 long human-like fingers pointing in 5 directions. At the core, there is a pentagonal opening, probably the mouth. It was painted on the wall of the video background, clearly, a detailed green collage, 2 meters in diameter, a meme structure of the same type but with over 100 times more detail. There are also smaller illustrations of different views that are spore-like around them. Its arms and body were around it and it sat down with its mouth wide open. The moment this pattern appeared on the screen, an invisible fear enveloped the entire Marvel universe. Camartage. Ancient One was struck by lightning, standing still, heart pounding. My thoughts are in a mess. Her eyes were fixed on the abstract pattern on the screen. Even if it is just an abstract pattern, even if it's the first time I see such an existence, but a name still emerged involuntarily in her mind. Space Starfish. Holy Starfish, full pentagon, walker of the fifth dimension, dreams above the stars and the sky. Then, the Ancient One was consumed by fear. That was a fear that was no less than the one she felt when she first saw the projection of the Crimson King. This fear is so fast and so intense, it almost drowned the Ancient One's sanity. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Yuetu, who had just repaired a hole of 0.13 degrees between the observer realm and the real dimension, after seeing the pattern on the light screen, I was stunned for a moment. The concept of the cosmic starfish immediately emerged in his mind. Then an inexplicable fear swept over him. He knew deeply that once such existence fully enters reality, will be able to devour all abstract concepts in the local notion sphere, and it has an immeasurable impact on the physical universe. Thinking of this, he looked at the screen with fear in his eyes. Screen. Wheeler was still whispering on the laptop. How do you fight an enemy you don't know exists? Wheeler asks in the video, how do you win without knowing you're at war? What are we going to do? This is also what the audience in the live broadcast room are curious about. If SCP-3125 has already arrived, an MK-class end-of-the-world scenario is about to happen, and reality ceases to exist. What can Wheeler and his team do if they are the only ones left? 7 years ago there were over 400 antimemetics research teams around the world. Government agencies, branches of the military, private groups, university programs. Many were GOIs or divisions of GOIs. We had alliances with most of them. We were the pioneers of the Antimemetics Alliance, thousands of people around the world. At this point, Wheeler's eyes darkened in the video, and he sighed, now all these groups no longer exist. The last one disappeared within 72 hours. As soon as these words were spoken, the color on Wheeler's face in the room began to fade. But it's not over yet. 3 years ago, the Foundation's Antimemetics division had over 4,000 people. Now, there are only 90. Wheeler, who was playing the video on the laptop, shook his head and said in despair, there was no war. We lost, it's over. This is the cleanup. The only reason we're still around is because we're the world leader in amnestic biotechnology. Because that's all we can do after we see SCP-3125, run for your life, and then forget what you saw, find amnesia in chemicals, alcohol, or head trauma. Wheeler gave a mocking sneer. And it doesn't work every time. It's on patrol. We see it again and again without noticing it. There's no way we won't see it again. We're too damn smart. It was only then that people understood what was said in the previous files. SCP-3125 is everywhere. Even if the memory of SCP-3125 is erased through amnestics, but if you think, it will inevitably be discovered again. Repeating the cycle. How despairing this is. In the picture. Wheeler in the notebook points to something on the wall, again out of shot. Wheeler, who was watching the video, turned his head and found a messy and complicated chart coordinate diagram above the corner of the room. Hugh's initials are on every page. We can build a machine. It would take 8 years, a lab the size of West Virginia, and all the money in the world. The O5 Council wouldn't blink an eye at our request. But how can we build it without realizing what it's used for? She paused, then continued, it's like when Apollo 11 was built and launched and none of the engineers knew the moon existed. The logistical requirements would be insane, and the secrecy would be more than impossible. Someone would ask questions. And then it would all be over. So what can we do? See here, the audience in the live broadcast room pondered for a while, and finally couldn't help but start commenting. What? So, the Antimemetics division has already lost. Site 41 is the only place without SCP-3125. The world is ending. Oh my god, has even Wheeler given up? It's so hopeless. In front of SCP-3125, the Antimemetics division has no power to resist. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared at the screen in a daze. Wheeler's words in the notebook made him feel in lingering despair. He can't see the cosmic starfish, he can only see, SCP-3125 has destroyed the Antimemetics division, humanity has been fully exposed to SCP-3125. Find another way, Wheeler said into the inaudible video. The fatalism made her angry. What's wrong with you? She couldn't accept herself being so weak in the video. She stared at the laptop screen with hatred, gritting her teeth and saying, I could tell everyone to go away. I could send a little message to myself saying, this is a dead end, you need to disband the Antimemetics division and cancel all projects. But I would definitely have doubts. I would ask questions. And then once again, it would all be over. Wheeler was now hunched over the video, trying to make sense of what he was watching. What's wrong, Wheeler? Are you okay? You're not like this, Wheeler whispered. You're stronger than this. What's wrong with you? The desperate voice in the video seemed to respond to her. I don't know how we are going to survive. I don't know how we are going to win. We are the last group in the world. There will be no one after us. Wheeler shook his head in disbelief. So I'm done. I'm going to go out and forget who I am and become you, Wheeler, and you're going to try to find a solution, and I can't do that. She gets up and walks off screen. Wheeler could hear her breathing heavily. The voice on the screen began to distort. Oh God, my eyes hurt. I think Ilra is starting to get inside. Crunch. The video ends with the sound of a door opening and sharp fluctuations of light and sound. For a time, Wheeler was left standing in front of his notebook in a daze. Looking at the screen that fell into darkness, he remained silent. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this scene, the agents all felt heartbroken. So, Wheeler must have encountered something before, and left this video before using the memory-clearing drug. Left it to Natasha Romanoff guessed, left it to myself after my memory was erased. Nick Fury nodded heavily, with a complicated expression. Discover SCP-3125, erase the memory, and then discover SCP-3125 again. Over and over again. At the moment, he couldn't help but ask the question that Wheeler had asked before. How do you fight an enemy without knowing it exists? How do you win a war without even realizing you're at war? What are you going to do? In the picture. Wheeler stared at the black screen for a long time. She had never seen herself so weak. And seeing that such a thing was possible was a huge blow to her self-esteem. What made her give up? Does she know something that I don't? She murmured. She looked around the room, her eyes blank, but how was this house built in the first place? She thought for a moment, and her face became uglier. But soon, she took a deep breath, adjusting his thoughts. He managed to reason. Hughes built it to test an idea, and then a series of lucky coincidences created a strategy room. Someone randomly discovered SCP-3125 and happened to be locked here. She paused. They wrote notes to themselves, setting up rough external SCP database entries and containment procedures. Most of the paperwork and computer hardware was left here by later visitors. It's possible that. But after thinking about it, another question popped up in her mind. But what if there are other rooms? Then the problems increased. What if that's where our weapons are made? Do I really believe I'm smart? How could my team and I have such foresight? Are we so lucky? At the moment, even the audience in the live broadcast room could see the struggle in Twanler's heart. After being cleared again and again, her memory has deteriorated in an unpredictable way. But at this moment, she turned back to the airlock, running numbers through her head. She seemed to be pricked by a needle, and her eyes suddenly widened. Antimemetics Division personnel, excluding me, 38. 42 days until next entry. This is past the end of the year. It's too late, and if I leave now I won't be able to come back. My current plan is the best I've ever had. At this point, the blankness in her eyes was gone, replaced by a determination to face death head-on. We are the last group in the world. There will be no one after us. At this moment, people seemed to see her fighting spirit burning again. S.H.I.E.L.D. She's a real fighter. Nick Fury looked at Wheeler's resolute back with complicated eyes. Wheeler on the screen is over 50 years old, looks haggard, and has a thin figure. But at this moment, her figure was so tall that people looked up to her. Who knows, it seems like I saw something. Nick Fury's brows gradually furrowed. In the picture, Wheeler walked out of the room and the man guarding the door stood up immediately. For the record, we need to check on you, he began. But then Wheeler was seen leaning against the base of the column, panting as if he had just finished a marathon. The man stretched out his hand, but she shook her head and chose to continue lying down. He brought his knees to his chest and gulped for air. What the hell is going on in there? The man asked. Just to. Wheeler gasped, breathe. It'll be alright in a minute, alright. Hey-ah. I feel like I'm passing out, need to breathe, hey-ah, I think I'm alright, I remembered the plan. The man looked confused and worried for a moment, but then a cold light flashed in his eyes. You shouldn't remember, doing what? Wait. Wheeler said. Then returned to normal breathing. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room realized that something was wrong. Because the man had Wheeler backed into a corner. This hostile gesture gave Nick Fury a terrifying thought. In the picture, Wheeler is trying to stand up by leaning on one shoulder. But the man put his hands on her shoulders and pushed her back. Your neck. You're infected with something in there. We have to act fast. He reached for his keyring and pulled out his Swiss Army knife, pulling out the short, gleaming blade. He was so methodical and normal, and as he was about to lean in and slit Wheeler's throat. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. What's happening? SCP-3125. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury stared at the screen, at the strange man. He has been controlled. In the picture. Fortunately, Wheeler was on guard from the beginning. She grabbed the man's wrist just in time when he attacked her. They were captured for a moment like a living painting. She looked into the man's eyes, but they were no longer his eyes. Kim, you. She looked away, wondering if she was making eye contact with something empty. The man's wrist twitched from trying to penetrate the blade. Wheeler dodged quickly, and the tip of the knife scraped across the inner wall of the airlock. Wheeler seized the opportunity and kicked the man in the stomach with both legs, causing him to collapse in the front hall. Then she burst through the airlock, past him and out of the containment unit. Wheeler felt SCP-3125 following her as she ran, like a spotlight. She heard a crash from the other side of the station. Next, the ceiling collapsed. Chapter 117. The sudden change stunned the entire Marvel World audience. After a strange silence, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. WTF? Aren't they all from the Antimemetics division? Why are they fighting each other? SCP-3125. It must be SCP-3125. Shit, he must have been possessed by SCP-3125. Damn, this is too dangerous. Not only do I have to face the ubiquitous SCP-3125, but I also have to be on guard against sneak attacks from my companions. How horrible. S.H.I.E.L.D. The audience in the live broadcast room needs to vent their emotions more. But Nick Fury has always been thinking about how to break the deadlock. The Antimemetics division is now at the end of its rope. Both inside and outside the home. Wheeler alone, what else can be done? Camartage. The moment Kim showed abnormality, Ancient One's face suddenly turned extremely horrified. She saw the fleeting phantom in the picture again. That indescribable mysterious existence. She saw him silently devouring all the abstract concepts in the nosophobia, devouring reality. Sacred starfish, complete Pentagon one work. She felt the indescribable existence. There is only one word in my mind that can describe him: supreme divinity. Thinking of this, the Ancient One looked at the light curtain with a look on his face. I couldn't help but become more and more frightened. At this time, the image on the light screen appeared again. A tornado of violence and destruction is tearing apart Site-41 and the minds of all Site-41 personnel. The ceiling had collapsed and the pharmacy was now a huge hole in the side of the building. The armory had been buried. Wheeler walked through the corridor, and all the anti-memetics agents he encountered along the way collapsed. Some are huddled together and talking nonsense, their minds are evaporating, their memories are dying one by one. Others were infected by thoughts that forced them to shout out harsh phrases in strange languages, then pick up knives and hack at other frenzied victims. Then each other, and then themselves. Their faces were all messed up, torn by hatred, pain, and the pleasure of revenge. Reality is swallowed up, their minds are being taken over by SCP-3125, and are beginning to break down. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room all covered their mouths, with expressions of fear and pity. Even the supervisors watching the video on the screen were breathing rapidly. This is a living hell stage. In the picture, Wheeler tightly grasped a bright red ray gun, and shuttled through hell with a painful look on his face. She tried to avoid the fight, but she ended up killing a man in self-defense. The shot hit him right in the heart, but the strange pistol directly wiped out the matter within a half-meter wide area. His upper body and lower jaw were gone, breaking into 4 pieces and falling to the ground. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room covered their mouths in surprise. Obviously, this gun is also an anomalous weapon. In the picture. Seeing this scene, Wheeler was stunned, but more angry. "This is too much," she shouted angrily, trying to calm her heartbeat. "I can't accept this. I shouldn't be able to accept this. This is only my first day. Day 1. The audience in the live broadcast room chewed on this word over and over again, and then sighed at the same time. Maybe this first day has happened many times, only you just don't remember. Wheeler looked at himself through the dark glass of the elevator panel. She traveled inside her own mind, examining her thought processes. "The first thing it did when it saw me was to eat everything I knew about the department," she said to her reflection, "and then there's everything I know about it. If I had a plan, it ate it up, but I'm still me. So I can put the plan back together. It's already in front of me, I just have to see it. If I had been me, what would my plan have been?" She scratched her left wrist absent-mindedly. Then he subconsciously pulled out a security orange box from his pocket, with huge amounts of black Z printed on it. The moment they saw this thing, the supervisors on the screen were horrified. The second one even shouted out loud, "Z-level memory strengthening potion." Shijian Lin Lang was a little puzzled and explained in a deep voice, "Class Z memory strengthening is the ultimate trump card of biochemical memory defense. Class Z memory strengthening will permanently destroy the user's forgetfulness ability. The result is a memory of perfect clarity and an ability that is completely immune to all strength and to mimetic effects." As he spoke, he noticed the needle marks on Wheeler's wrist and sighed. "From the looks of it, she's obviously been injected." Even Lin Lang was a little surprised when he heard this. Permanently destroy the user's forgetfulness ability? This is suicide in another sense. Everyone looked at the screen again, and their expressions became complicated. The medicine is now effective. She can see everything. The originally clean elevator has also completely changed. There are now additional buttons on the elevator panel. At the very bottom, on the 30th floor underground, she had already pressed it. The elevator walls are covered with graffiti scratched by descendants of despair. Those were the people who had been attacked by a deadly antimimetic agent several years ago. The concept of their existence was erased from reality and they became like ghosts. There was even a half-dead body in a corner of the elevator. Unable to identify, so profoundly erased from reality, even the flies didn't smell it. Its cells gradually flickered out of existence over the years. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. An inexplicable chill enveloped them. Is this the daily routine of the Antimemetics division? Because of accidental exposure to some anti-memes, so much so that even if he died in the elevator, no one would notice? This is a curse called forgetfulness. Just then, people suddenly heard a long and disturbing buzzing sound. The continuous roar had an enveloping quality and grew in volume. It was as if it had been there all Wheeler's life, and she was only beginning to hear it now. There is too much data. There are too many sounds, there is too much light. Opening my eyes felt like being pierced by 1,000 needles. She covered her ears with her hands and closed her eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this, Nick Fury let out a complicated sigh. Forgetting is the body's self-protection mechanism. The human sensory center generates a huge amount of data, and the human brain has adapted to the ability to discard most of it in almost an instant. Even for a very short moment, changing the brain's behavior pattern to retain this information is extremely dangerous. He looked at the painful Wheeler on the screen with a moved expression. What kind of torture was she enduring? Wheeler took his hand away from his ear and slapped it against the elevator wall. The blood stained both joints. The pain gave her focus. %S1 at 1 memory screams louder than the others. A gleam of light flashed in her painful eyes. Then she found the plan. She didn't think of it. She followed her first instinct and did it in a short time, just like she had done hundreds of times. I know how to beat you, she said. No, a silent voice said to her. You don't know. The moment this voice sounded, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Who is speaking? Who to defeat? Even if they subconsciously think of SCP-3125, but reason still made them give up this speculation. Because it's too unbelievable. SCP-3125 is just a concept, how can it speak? How could it be defeated? But it's happening on the screen. The elevator stopped on the 30th floor underground and the door creaked open. There was a distant rumble above the elevator, more of Site-41 was being crushed to pieces. Wheeler huddled in the corner and muttered, SCP-3125 has no sound. I definitely have, it came back like this. Wheeler shook his head and said stubbornly, SCP-3125 is a five-dimensional anomalous migratory collection of malignant memes, anti-memes, and intermediates that is infiltrating our physical reality. It is incoherent and non-sapient, and it cannot communicate. This is an auditory hallucination. No one has ever seen the so-called SCP-3125. But its sound is real. It is like an invisible ghost, spreading all over the world. Until this moment, until I heard this strange voice, SCP-3125 is finally no longer elusive. SCP-3125 scoffed, you know what I hate most about you, Wheeler? You're always wrong, and yet you're still alive. All those lost battles, every year of totally lost wars, and yet you somehow always managed to get through it unscathed. Forever the sole survivor, and you don't deserve to be that lucky. No one does. As it spoke, Wheeler stood up, leaning against the ray gun. She leaned one shoulder against the elevator wall, her eyes still closed. She braced herself and opened her eyes. The corridor ahead was empty. There is a gas lock at the distal end. This one's big enough to drive a truck into, and is finished in the ultimate solid hue style white alloy. Next to the lock is the panel. She closed her eyes and staggered forward, using the ray gun as a crutch and extending one hand far away to explore the way. Someone has to be the last one, she said through gritted teeth. Someone has to be the best one. Your team is dead, SCP-3125's voice said again, their minds have been ripped out, like their eyeballs. They are hollow men, their brains are holes in space. The war is over. Finally. Just you, Wheeler, a one-man department. At this point, the voice was full of strange mockery, dying from overuse of memory-strengthening drugs, 200 meters underground, no one cares, no one knows of its existence, and it has to fight against the idea of immortality. Its words are like the whispers of a demon, constantly stimulating the nerves of every viewer in the live broadcast room. They couldn't imagine how Wheeler managed to persevere under such circumstances. If it were them, they would have already been forced to give up in the desperate reality. Kneel down. This is human nature. But obviously 673, Wheeler's will made her never give up. Wheeler walked over to the airlock and groped blindly for where to insert the key card. Bang! A yellow light came on, huge amounts of mechanical linkages unbolted the door, and the door swung open. The movement is just like the opening of a petal. Behind her, she heard the elevator close and rise back to the ground. She knew someone had called the elevator and was coming to catch up with her. Ideas can kill, she said, stepping into the airlock. How? The latch twists shut, and so does the seal. SCP-3125 shuts up. She said to herself in the empty space, use better ideas. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience who were originally staring at the screen with reluctance were suddenly stunned. They stared at the thin figure on the screen. It was as if she could see the figures of more than 4,000 Antimemetics Division employees with her. What a strong will! What a noble pursuit this is! Ideas can kill. Use better ideas. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was silent. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents looked at the screen with complicated expressions. Nick Fury took a deep breath and murmured, now, I believe they can do it. Those who can carry out this will cannot be stopped. Even SCP-3125. Even a cosmic starfish. Even if the so-called supreme divinity. Camartage. Ancient One stared at Wheeler on the screen. She didn't understand how Wheeler had managed to stay motivated after learning of the horrors of SCP-3125. The cosmic starfish, which belonged to the supreme divinity, was an existence that even she could not resist. But now, an ordinary middle-aged woman, she stubbornly swung her fist at him. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. At the moment Yueta was completely stunned. What frightened him was not SCP-3125, it's not some cosmic starfish, the supreme deity. It's the human on the screen. If something can cross from the conceptual space into reality and take on a physical form, then the reverse is also possible. It is certainly possible to find a physical entity, physically extract the idea it symbolizes, and then expand this idea and broadcast it into conceptual space. A bigger idea, a better idea, an idea specifically designed to fight SCP-3125. An ideal. An action. A hero. Chapter 118. Wheeler had no idea that her actions touched audiences in both universes. She was just as stubborn as ever. We won the war the day it began. When we first encountered SCP-3125, we built this bunker. As if to strengthen her resolve, she said to herself, Hughes faked his death and isolated himself here to work undisturbed, while the rest of the department maintained as much as humanly possible, buying time for this moment. I know I did it because it was what I had to do at that time. I was the last part. He was waiting for me. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly fell silent. Hughes? Hughes is alive? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury slapped his thigh excitedly. I knew it. I knew Hughes was not dead. Natasha Romanoff on the side rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Lin Lang had figured it out a long time ago. But even so, the excitement on everyone's faces was still visible to the naked eye. Even if this is just Wheeler's self-consolation, but it also successfully gave people in the Marvel world hope. It turns out that the Antimemetics division was not unprepared. They had already started playing a big game a few years ago. The audience in the live broadcast room swept away the previous despair and depression. When he looked at the screen again, his eyes were filled with anticipation. However, soon, this expectation turned into doubt. The space behind the airlock is extremely huge. Built like an airplane hangar, filled with hot, stale, dry air. Wheeler, still nearly blind, hobbled across more than a hectare of epoxy flooring. There was only flat dust along the road. Hughes. She shouted into the void, it's time. Huge amounts of sound echoed in the empty space, there was no response except the echo. Eventually everything calmed down. The audience in the live broadcast room had excited expressions frozen on their faces. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness swept over everyone. In the screen, Wheeler glanced for a second. The space is empty. The castle-scale MIM amplification/broadcasting unit that Hughes was supposed to have built is indeed not here. Hughes himself is not here. Wheeler's face was a little confused, and she looked around anxiously. Perhaps the entire machine is hidden by anti-memes. But this idea was overturned by myself in an instant. It would be a clever way to hide it from the rest of the Foundation. But my brain is already congealed with the most powerful memory-strengthening drug ever produced. There really is nothing here. Almost none. There was a small outpost in the center of the space, with a bunch of trestle tables with tools and tool boxes scattered around. In the back was an unmarked military truck with a flat tire. Behind the truck is a short, square machine with a container file size. Above were uncovered wiring and exposed pipes, with a long cable connected to a heavy control panel on the floor. Hydrogen bomb level anti-memes. Wheeler looked at the big guy with trembling eyes, as if explaining to himself, it's the Antimemetics division's on-site nuke. Once activated, it will contaminate Site-41 and everything and everyone within its antimemetic range. There will be no more Site-41, and no more Antimemetics division. Whatever the infected individuals that escape will do will have no effect on the real world. Wheeler closed his eyes in pain. This is the wrong machine. It cannot destroy or contain SCP-3125, or even harm it. It can only quell today's outbreak. Other symptoms may continue. 50 years, 10 years, 5 years later, or maybe just a year later, maybe tomorrow, SCP-3125 will return, bringing with it its Keter-class end-of-the-world scenario. Human civilization would be entirely wiped out as an abstract concept and replaced with some unimaginable evil. Then no one will be able to fight it. Wheeler stood leaning against the ray gun for a long time. No one knows what she is thinking. On the screen, the supervisors sighed. Ten looked at Wheeler in the video with a complicated expression and said, the pressure of information is growing in her heart, and she can't bear it anymore. Ichia said solemnly, Grade Z has been in her body long enough, and now she knows that the brain damage is irreversible. There is no antidote. She can still be conscious for another hour, and then spend the rest of her life in a vegetative state for 2 to 3 hours. She failed. There was an indescribable taste in ER's voice. At this moment, both worlds lost their sound at the same time. She failed. In the picture. Wheeler's soul is weary. She murmured, that's good, that's right. I've lived so long that I've forgotten what the universe is. For a while, I actually thought, maybe, this is a universe where we can win a few times. The pain in my head was like an ice pick. She dropped the ray gun with a click and fell to her knees, waiting for either death, or a better idea. Just then, the camera cuts to the doorway. A figure came over, it's Kim. Or, a being who only resembled Paul Kim in appearance came to the airlock door. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became nervous. It looked around for a moment in confusion, then found the keycard slot and walked in. In the next room, something other than Paul Kim found Wheeler unconscious. The ray gun fell beside her. There was also a military truck, which it ignored. Non-Kim dropped the keycard and picked up the ray gun. It stared at the unconscious Wheeler for a moment. The audience in the live broadcast room were immediately shocked. Then I saw. It turned and fired at the airlock. Huge amounts of round holes were cut in the white metal door. Until the entire inner door disappears, then the outer door, finally the seal was broken. A vague smile appeared on Non-Kim's face. SCP-3125 and its familiar, comforting signals have filled the vault. After a while, several figures came into the room. I found her, Non-Kim called to them. It dropped the ray gun where it lay, then drew its knife again. It holds the knife between two fingers, casually and simply, as if holding a pencil or a screwdriver. The infected non-people followed the Non-Kim and gathered around Wheeler, looking down at her with inhuman expressions of disgust or pity or resentment. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room finally couldn't help it. Damn it! Is this how it's going to fail? These are all humans controlled by SCP-3125. Wheeler is fighting alone. She has done well enough. Don't forget that her opponent is an Apollyon-level being. But, after paying the price of more than 4,000 people, we only got this result. It still makes people feel unwilling. Yes. Unwilling. Wheeler cleared his memory over and over again. She forgot her past. She even forgot her husband's existence. But what did you get in return? It is a result that is more despairing than despair. Just when the entire Marvel world was feeling resentful of Wheeler's failure, in the screen, those inhuman creatures finally decided to take action. Why didn't she open them normally? Someone asked. She couldn't see them unless she wanted the words. Start with her eyes, said another, that way the rest will be easier to correct. Non-Kim moves closer to start working. He was going to cut open Wheeler's eyes, exposing SCP-3125 directly to her field of vision. However, when its knife was a few centimeters away from Wheeler's eyes, suddenly stopped. She was whispering something, so softly that only it could hear it clearly. None of this ever happened, Paul, she said. Neither you nor I ever existed. There is no antimemetics division. Faye Kim was stunned. Before it reacts. Buzz the bomb completed charging with a sharp click. No one in the room could hear it except Wheeler. No one in the room except Wheeler could detect the bomb. All they could see were empty trucks. Then, the world fell into darkness. The sudden change stunned both the world inside and outside the screen. The supervisors stared at the videotape in a daze, like statues. The audience in the Marvel world also froze in place. 1 second. 2 seconds. Until the third second. Boom. The entire live broadcast room was boiling like a volcano erupting. WTF? Wheeler detonated the antimemetic bomb. Wait, didn't Wheeler say before that antimemetic bombs don't work? What the hell happened to Wheeler? Stark Industries building. It's not that it doesn't work. Colonel Rhodes crossed his arms, rubbed his chin and said in a deep voice, Wheeler is right. The antimemetic bomb can only quell today's outbreak. Tony was stunned. Chen Bo said, just like what the Antimemetics Division did 30 years ago. Colonel Rhodes sighed and nodded. He looked at the dark screen and said bitterly. So, there is no Antimemetics department here. The Antimemetics department has once again been erased from people's cognition. His heart was filled with complexities. This is a group of heroes who dedicated themselves to the world. But the world was temporarily saved, but they did not even leave any memory to mankind. Screen. Ten's voice broke the silence in the conference room, so, just like 30 years ago, SCP-3125 is once again temporarily exiled. Lin Lang nodded. He glanced at the black screen. His faint reflection was reflected on the black screen. No Kim, there is no Site-41, nor is there the guy punching SCP-3125. Wheeler's figure was as if he had never appeared. After a long silence, Lin Lang slowly spoke. On November 30th, the second and final outbreak of SCP-3125 allowed Mario Wheeler to detonate Site-41's antimemetic warhead, once again erasing the antimemetics division from existence. After a pause, he said in a tone that was almost indifferent. The tone of voice says, at this point, the world is completely unprotected from antimemetic threats. He looked at Ten and replied with the words Ten had said to him before, there is no antimemetics division here anymore. Ten's eyes flickered, refusing to believe it. But the fact is happening right before her eyes. The antimemetics division existed, but in order to protect humanity, they exiled themselves, so that not even a trace was left. Etc. Second's voice sounded, as if he had thought of something unbelievable, and he suddenly raised his voice. Wheeler said that this method can't cause any harm to SCP-3125. It can only delay its arrival. He looked at Lin Lang, his shock so intense that his voice trembled slightly. So, SCP-3125 will come again? How long will it take? 30 years, 10 years, or 5 years? In response, Lin Lang stretched out his arrow again. And a new time point, 2016. Seeing this number, ER's pupils suddenly shrank into a point. Could it be that? Yes, orbital. Lin Lang's eyes seemed to absorb all light. He spoke word by word. Half a year later, SCP-3125 materialized. As Lin Lang's frighteningly calm voice sounded, two worlds inside and outside the screen, suddenly it became quiet. Soon, it's the excitement from the whole world. Camartage. Space starfish. Materialization? After hearing this, Ancient One was completely stunned. Once, whether it is the Crimson King, or a supreme deity like the Devourer of Worlds, although it is so powerful that it makes people despair, but at least they have never really come into reality. But now, you mean the cosmic starfish materializes? Doesn't it mean .013904314 Philo 231561111 the Supreme Being, coming? Thinking of this, the Ancient One was silent. The light of reason in his eyes disappeared. Instead, there was utter horror. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. After hearing these words, Yuetu also fell into silence. SCP-3125 is an extra-dimensional MIM complex. It is essentially an aggressive concept in the Japanese concept circle. Located at the junction of the local idea circle and the higher spiritual world. But once such existence is materialized, doesn't it represent the level? Reality will be completely swallowed up. Chapter 119. Wrong. Nick Fury's brows were furrowed. He discovered a problem. If SCP-3125 has materialized and entered reality, then the world would cease to exist. How could this scene happen? Mk-class end of the world scenario, total loss of human consciousness. Thinking of this, he stared at the screen, waiting for Lin Lang's explanation. In the screen, the second one also asked a similar question. If SCP-3125 fully invades reality and triggers an Mk-class end of the world scenario, all our self-help methods will be ineffective. Not even SCP-2000. SCP-2000. After this mention, information about SCP-2000 once again emerged in everyone's mind. SCP-2000 was built to reboot the world in the event of an inevitable doomsday scenario. If reality no longer existed, even if humanity restarts, it's just another cycle. So, the key to the problem is, SCP-3125 must be neutralized. Faced with the second question, Lin Lang did not answer directly, but extended the line he drew again. 2017. ER frowned. What happened this year? Lin Lang looked at him, his eyes seemed to penetrate his body and saw the past hidden behind the truth. Living hell. What? Lin Lang looked at ER and said word for word, the world has become a living hell. SCP-3125 has infected the entire world. Buildings made of flesh walls, 8-ton blobs of flowing moldy potatoes and fat maggots, infinitely multiplying finger monsters. Lin Lang said this calmly. With every word spoken, the faces of the audience in the live broadcast room turned paler. In the end, some people with poor psychological endurance vomited on the spot. Then, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? SCP-3125 has arrived, and the whole world is heading towards doomsday. Damn it, I almost vomited, this is too horrible. So this is the living hell. Oh my god, so a few years ago, there was a doomsday scenario in the Foundation world. No, the question is, why didn't we know about it? And now everything has returned to normal? What happened, what happened? It's not just the audience of Marvel 317 World who want to know, but also the 4 supervisors on the screen. The second one wanted to refute it immediately. But suddenly I realized, SCP-3125 is unlike anything they have ever contained. It has no entity, rather, it is an extra-dimensional MIM complex. How can the Foundation contain such an entity when it doesn't even have an antimemetics division? She looked at Lin Lang and asked in a deep voice, and then. Adam Wheeler, aka Mario Wheeler's husband, Adam, recovers from the effects of SCP-3125 and begins searching for Hughes. Adam. The supervisors were somewhat surprised to hear the name again. Ten frowned and asked, "You mean, Adam learned about Wheeler's plan?" Lin Lang shook his head, not only that, he even found Site 41. Upon hearing this, everyone exclaimed. Only Yi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly asked a key question, "Where's Dr. Wheeler?" Everyone was stunned. Yes. The antimemetic bomb was detonated and the antimemetics division disappeared. What about Dr. Wheeler? Alive? Still? Dead? How did Adam know that Hughes was the key? Lin Lang was silent for a long time, then reported calmly, "Wheeler told him." Upon hearing this, ER immediately asked excitedly, "Wheeler is not dead?" Unfortunately, what answered him was a long silence. Then I saw Lin Lang took out another videotape. However, Lin Lang did not put it in like before, but said seriously, "The content here is a little twisted. I can't tell if there's any memetic infection." She trembled slightly, she looked at Lin Lang, and said in disbelief, "You mean, this is?" "That's right." Lin Lang said calmly, "The content in the videotape is from 2017, the era of living hell." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Living hell era? That is, after SCP-3125 materializes and descends into the world? When I think of this, they suddenly remembered Lin Lang's description of the living hell. Everyone's face turned pale suddenly. S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it! Natasha Romanoff stared at the videotape Lin Lang was holding on the screen and said in a lost voice, "So, that era really happened?" She looked at Nick Fury for help, but saw the same solemn and doubtful face. At this moment, the supervisors on the screen nodded, and Lin Lang put the videotape into the instrument. For a moment, the audience of the entire Marvel world held their breath. As soon as the videotape began to play, a series of harsh and strange sounds were heard on the screen. The picture seemed to be filled with mosaics and could not be seen clearly. A lot of the content is damaged. Lin Lang's voice sounded, explaining the current situation. After more than a minute, the picture finally became clear. The first thing that caught my eye was a middle-aged man. He regained consciousness on a hard, polished floor in a wide, cold corridor. Like the corridor of a school building. He was leaning against the wall in the corridor, swinging like a doll. His back was against the wall, his right arm stretched out, his fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles ached. He unclenched his fists and gasped. Confused, pain. He rolled over and propped up his other hand on the ground, then his face suddenly turned pale and he screamed, "Damn it!" He grasped the broken stump that turned out to be 2 fingers and screamed and cried in despair, which echoed in the building. No one responded to him. See here, then everyone discovered that the disheveled middle-aged man on the screen was none other than Adam who had appeared before. In addition, he has 10 identities. Mario Wheeler's husband. However, as soon as he appeared, countless doubts suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. How is the world now? What happened to him? Why are you on the run? Who cut off his 2 fingers? Unfortunately, no one can answer. He tried to get into position with his remaining fingers. His hands were disobedient. He wiped his eyes with his good hand. Then, a black slug fell from his tear duct. With a thud, it fell directly to the ground. Adam cursed inwardly, then turned his attention back to his twisted hand as if nothing had happened. However, after seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room froze in place. The wriggling black slug on the ground, like a thorn in the cotton, when everyone lets down their guard against the world, it penetrated deeply into everyone's psychological defenses. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room exploded. WTF? What the hell? Slugs, coming out of his body? Damn, is he still human? So, this is living hell. People are no longer human anymore, isn't this living hell? So, doesn't that mean the things that Lin Lang described will also appear? Damn it, I don't dare to watch. Back. S.H.I.E.L.D. When the agents saw this scene, they all felt a chill. Only Nick Fury had a gloomy face, as if water was about to drip out of it. The black slugs that emerged from his tear glands did not frighten him. What really frightened him was that Adam's reaction to this, as calm as if wiping away a tear. This is the most important thing. This means that the world has been completely distorted. People were shocked by such a horrific scene. There is no thought that it is inappropriate or abnormal. Then he looked at the wound on Abel's broken finger. Nick Fury's face turned pale. He didn't dare to think about what caused the wound. In the picture, Adam's shirt was missing, and his arms and chest were grey with filth. With some discomfort, he examined his bad hand. The broken stump of the finger was rough and uneven and did not heal well. A lot of scar tissue and scabs, no stitches in sight. The finger was removed with great imprecision. Being chopped off. Or bitten off. What was troubling was that he couldn't remember. His memory has always been sharp and clear. He thought he was thinking clearly, but when he concentrated and tried to go back to that lost time, there was always something in the gap that forced him back. A fierce red heat. At the moment, everyone inside and outside the screen was curious about one thing. What happened? Adam trudged down the corridor, away from the classroom. There was an office door ajar. Haven't walked yet, ding-a-ling in the office, a phone started ringing. Adam stood at the door hesitating for a while, and finally he mustered up the courage to go in. The office was small and dim, filled with piles of paperwork. 2 small tables and tattered office chairs. He noticed the ringing phone and picked it up. Hello. A figure spoke in the conversation, the voice was synthesis, female, Mr. Wheeler. Abel was stunned, and nodded subconsciously, yes, who is it? With a tone of consideration, the machine voice replied, Mr. Wheeler, you have been ill for a long time. I would be happy to answer all your questions, soon, but not now. There is a woman in room W16. She is dying. For some reason, when the audience in the live broadcast room heard this sentence, a person subconsciously emerged in their minds. Mario Wheeler? I am not a doctor. Abel shook his head subconsciously. I know. Nothing you do can save her. But you have to go find her. Now. I feel like I'm not the most suitable candidate. I'm not in a good shape today. Abel's face was pale, and it was obvious that he was not lying. It has to be you. There's no one else. Abel finally couldn't help asking, who is she? The answer to him was silence. As if the entity on the other end of the line was having a hard time figuring out what to say, she's important. Go now, please. She doesn't have much time left. Adam fell silent. There was a visible confusion on his face. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind. Putting the phone down, he returned to the quiet corridor. He found the house number W16, looking through the safety glass into the classroom glowing orange and red, peeping at the sunlight pouring in from the distant window. He still couldn't tell whether it was dusk or dawn. He could not see anyone in the classroom. Crunch! He pushed the door open and walked in. There are intricate and colorful ecological posters and classroom displays. The table is messy, books and felt pens are scattered, bright school bags. He took a step or two out into the middle aisle and did not see what he thought he should see. Then turned around. Damn it! He jumped up in fright. There was a huge amount of chalk sketch on the blackboard, a hyper-realistic depiction of a woman's head and shoulders. I swear. The blackboard was blank when I walked in just now. Then, Adam saw the painting move. It's like being painted on, erased, and then painted on again, 5 to 10 times per second. The woman looked to be about his age. Her face is framed by her hair, but the negative effect of the white chalk drawing on the blackboard makes it difficult to distinguish the hair color. The only touch of color was the thick, bright blue of her frames. The moment the painting appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were holding their breath, were stunned. Everyone stared at the screen with eyes wide open. Looking at the figure on the blackboard, an incredible idea came to mind, Mario Wheeler? For a moment, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? Isn't this Dr. Wheeler? Why the hell is Dr. Wheeler here and in this form? Oh my god, what happened? Dr. Wheeler, turned into a blackboard drawing. S.H.I.E.L.D. When I saw the drawing on the blackboard, Nick Fury just felt like he was electrocuted. The whole person froze in place. He thought of countless scenarios for Dr. Wheeler, but he didn't think of this one. He looked at the screen with trembling eyes. There is only one question in my mind, what on earth happened? Chapter 120. Even the 4 supervisors who were watching the videotape were stunned at the moment. She subconsciously looked at Lin Lang, who looked back at him calmly. Ten then understood why Lin Lang had not answered Tu's question before. Wheeler at the moment, is he dead or alive? Everyone watched the video again with different feelings. Wheeler on the blackboard looked nervous. She seemed to be saying something, although there was no sound, but words were written beside her, Adam. Adam was stunned and nodded subconsciously, yes. I remember everything. Then the words erased themselves and became, I can't forget even a single moment. More lines of text appear. Every new thing she says erases the old. Now I know everything he did. I am blind, and it is roaming around me. I made one mistake after another. He killed everyone I loved except you. After that, her lips stopped moving. The last sentence lingered longer than the others, then was erased and left blank. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. Wheeler was probably transformed into this by SCP-3125. The problem is, Adam doesn't seem to have recovered his memory yet. Also, what happened during this period? In the picture, Adam was just standing there in a daze, and he was in a strange mood. He looked at the strange figure in front of him, but there seemed to be a missing piece in his heart, which once belonged to her. He began to talk to himself, a government agent, or at least someone in that field. The answer is very close. She's imaginary. She's not on the same level as me. She is tough, capable, beautiful, and sharp as a sapphire. We talked about music, movie ratings, the crap that was on TV back then. Thinking of this, Adam opened his eyes. Mario. He almost understood. He raised a hand, fearfully, as if to signal her to stop. No, this can't. I sent you away because I wanted to save your life. He got up. All are connected again, and the common life that cannot be escaped year after year. There was too much energy rushing towards him. Violent surge, like grasping a frayed wire, like being shot by a bullet. Adam stumbled back, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had never imagined missing out on so much. No, 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 Mario. His voice was filled with pain. But that didn't work. What happened to you? I should be there. Adam approached the blackboard cautiously, wanting to touch Wheeler but worried about hurting her. He destroyed the world. Now you have to live in hell. Where are you? Someone said you were going to die. I am dead. I am memory, but now the memory is also dying. As soon as these words were spoken, both Adam and the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned at the same time. Immediately, there was an indescribable sadness. Wheeler. He died after all. Died at the hands of SCP-3125. They looked at Adam on the screen, their eyes full of pity and sympathy. This man just recalled his memories with his wife, and what he got was the news of his wife's death. On the screen, what Wheeler said is still coming back in words. He found a way to get to heaven, and he wants to destroy heaven just like the human world. Adam trembled and wiped away his tears, just like his wife before SCP-3125 arrived, determined and unstoppable. What do you need? I'll stop him. I'll help you. I'll do anything. I love you. Adam fell to his knees helplessly. She said nothing. It took Adam a second or two to realize that her image had frozen. He stared at the chalk drawing. Hesitantly, he reached out his right hand toward the thick chalk shadow that formed the hair and touched it with one finger. Left one. The chalk dust was real, on the blackboard and on his fingers. She is just a painting. She left. Gone completely. Tears rolled down Adam's face. It dripped onto the ground with a ding sound. That was the sound of his heart breaking. He fainted. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. Everyone just felt as if something was blocking their hearts, making it hard to breathe. I've seen a lot, sometimes they even forget subconsciously. Whether it is Wheeler or Adam, they are just ordinary and living people. They are not reality benders. Not a thaumaturge, there is no super ability that is immortal. Even if it's just one bullet, a collision, it is possible to easily escape their lives. But they chose to fight anyway. Resolutely, time and again, I chose to fight. Wheeler fell, Adam took up the faith again. Passing on the torch. Adam regained consciousness on the hard, polished floor at the front of a school classroom. He leaned there, like a doll, it fell under the blackboard, with one arm stretched out along the wall. He rolled over, putting his other hand on the floor, then he discovered what had happened to the hand. Dear God, he said, watching. I don't understand the broken fingers left behind by the random hacking. It was a strange, abstract way of thinking, and losing 2 fingers had nothing to do with him. It was as if he had already accepted it when he woke up. What happened? I guess I'll have to play the violin with my left hand from now on, he said to himself. As soon as these words were spoken, the breathing of all the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly stagnated. Countless people opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with horror. An invisible fear enveloped them. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared at the screen intently, his mouth trembling as he said, could it be that, he forgot again? A feeling of despair surged up, even more intense than before. The memory that Wheeler left for Adam at the end of his life disappeared again? Thinking of this, he looked at the dazed Adam on the screen, and his heart seemed to be gripped. Adam felt strange. He was hungover and dehydrated. His shirt was missing, and his arms and chest were stained grey. He's going to die, very actively, if he doesn't smoke a cigarette. But he felt oddly relieved. It's like recovering from some long illness. It seemed like the worst was over. Like something was forgotten. He stood up and looked around. Then going down the corridor from the classroom, there was an office door ajar. In the office, a phone rang. The same scene seemed to appear on the screen again. Hello? Mr. Wheeler. The voice is still Synthesis, female. Yes, who is it? As soon as these words came out, the voice on the other end of the phone seemed to be stunned. With a tone of consideration, the machine voice replied, before we begin, can I ask you a question? Does the name Mario Wheeler mean anything to you? Countless people showed expectant and even pleading looks. Please. Don't forget her. The faintest ringing sounded behind Adam's thoughts. No, disappeared. Nothing. Should there be? He forgot the most important person in his life. The synthesis tone makes it impossible to tell whether the caller is disappointed, indifferent, or relieved. My name is Ulrich. I am part of an organization called the Foundation. The Foundation's mission is to prevent situations that have already occurred. Adam turned around, suddenly frightened. But there was nothing behind him. So what exactly? He asked, shuddering, what happened? The world has gone to hell, Mr. Wheeler, the mechanical voice replied. Well, bad luck. Then there was a long silence. Finally, the robot voice sounded again, yes. Very bad luck. Mr. Wheeler, we need your help. The "we need" here actually means I need, because there is no one else in the Foundation except me. After saying this, the other party paused and said, I have no one else but you, and I am dying. Once these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was silent at first. Then it suddenly boiled over. WTF? The entire Foundation is wiped out, and only one person is left. Oh my God, what happened? Even the Foundation failed. SCP-3125 is truly despairing. Adam, please help. He is just an ordinary person. He even just forgot his wife. This is a completely hopeless situation, and I'm desperate. Not just them. The supervisors who were watching the video on the screen were also stunned. A strong shock suddenly filled their hearts. Several people completely forgot to breathe. Even through the black fog, people seemed to be able to see their pale faces. This is impossible. The second said immediately, it is impossible for the members of the O5 Council to die at the same time. Even if they died, there are still no more. One voice planned 2 words. He looked at the second one and said in a deep voice, this time, we are facing SCP-3125, an aggressive idea in the dimensional nospheric space. He asked back, using Wheeler's words from earlier, how do you fight an enemy you don't know exists? How do you win a war without knowing you're at war? What are we going to do? What can we do? 0, he was answered by a dead silence. Obviously, ER accepted this outcome. The Foundation is destroyed. Camartage. Even though I repeatedly reminded myself that SCP-3125 was the incarnation of a cosmic starfish, the supreme godhead, it is the most indescribable mysterious existence. But when I watched the world collapse and the Foundation was completely destroyed, she still couldn't help but sigh. This is an organization that once sheltered and even killed gods. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by the space starfish in the end. Perhaps, this is the fate of that world? She couldn't help thinking, facing such an adversary, is there really any hope for humanity? The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. Yue sighed to himself. It can be said that after seeing the tip of the iceberg of the cosmic starfish, he understood, the destruction of the Foundation world is inevitable. Nothing in existence can resist the invasion of SCP-3125. Now on the screen, but the human beings in this world, the last helpless resistance. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were still immersed in that atmosphere of despair. But Natasha Romanoff realized it long ago. That's not right. She frowned at the screen and said loudly, if SCP-3125 has really completely invaded, the world is destroyed, and human consciousness has collapsed, then what is happening to Lin Lang and the others now? Nick Fury's dark face suddenly froze, and then his eyes suddenly widened. Yes. The world is destroyed. Can Lin Lang and the others still appear on the screen and watch the videotape? He found that he seemed to have fallen into a thinking error. Although it is unclear what the Foundation's final resort is, but even if we simply deduce the results from the results, it can also be seen that the Foundation must have been successful in the end. After realizing this, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. cleared away their previous gloom. When I looked at the screen again, despair had been replaced by curiosity. What did Adam do? How the Foundation came into the hands of a supreme being, to take back this city? In the picture. Faced with a large amount of information on the phone, one should fall into a brief silence. After a few times, he sighed. I'm sorry to hear that, Ms. Ulrich, Wheeler said. He found out he was serious. Although when he first heard this, his thoughts were ridiculous. But somehow, he always subconsciously chose to believe. He chose his next words with some concern. What do you need? I need you to find a man named Hughes. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Really? At this moment, the world line converges. Chapter 121. Hughes is not dead. This may be the living hell of the present era. The only good news for humanity. But Adam was just a weak violinist. How could he find a person who was supposed to be dead in this perilous apocalypse? Screen. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but ask, then what? Where did he go to find Hughes? Lin Lang added a little to the original timeline, and then wrote, May 4th. After several days of exploration of Site-41, Wheeler wrote the final addendum to SCP-3125. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Lang opened the file of SCP-3125 on the screen again. As expected, at the very bottom of the file there is an Appendix 3. Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Lin Lang clicked it. I found your body. A strong feeling of being lost. I don't mind admitting this. I once knew a Mario. In the short time I knew her, she wasn't one to admit defeat as easily as you do. But that was a long time ago. It's far from my place to tell you how to do your job, but I'm afraid you're missing something. From the evidence I can see, this isn't the only Antimemetics Division site. There are others. I think they are still effectively invisible to passers-by, definitely, like this one, but I presume they are still physically present, like this one. Your plan, I think, has been in progress for much longer than you know. And since you have not been free to remember the details, you have put it into action more than once. 60 =. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Soon they reacted. These words must have been addressed to the now deceased Mario Wheeler. However, doubts also arise. S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you mean there are other Antimemetics Division sites? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and asked in confusion, didn't they say there was only one site, Site 41? Nick Fury glanced at the screen for a few seconds. After thinking for a while, then he murmured, "Only Dr. Wheeler said so, but as mentioned above, her memory is constantly censored, perhaps even without her knowing it." As soon as these words came out, the agents suddenly became excited. "So, there is a site that is more secure than Site 41. Will Hughes be at that site?" Nick Fury didn't answer, but continued watching. "There is another basement that fits the description, with a truck-sized amnestic airlock. S167-001-6183. Site 167 is definitely a non-entity, which is probably why you missed it. It's probably destroyed, and it's a damn long way to get there just by walking. But, I guess this is better than no chance at all. I will definitely die over this, given the horror show the world has become lately. However, I hope that anyone who follows in my footsteps and reads these addenda will be willing to follow the same basic strategy. Regardless of all this, continue to exist." This concludes Appendix 3. Adam Wheeler, the meddler. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It can be said that until now, they saw a glimmer of hope. So, the only question now becomes, how to find Hughes. The supervisors subconsciously looked at Lin Lang. As expected, Lin Lang took out another videotape. "This is the last one." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. The last set? Could it be that, is the story coming to an end? In fact, Lin Lang looked at the supervisors and said, "In fact, no one knows how Adam found Site 167 in this living hell." Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned at first. Next, a picture subconsciously emerged in my mind: a frail middle-aged man, walking through a living hell filled with twisted monsters, encountered fatal dangers countless times, I fell and got up countless times, until he arrived at Site 167. What a hopeless road that is. But Adam, he passed. Click, there was a sound, and Lin Lang put the last videotape into the screen. The audiences in both worlds suddenly stared at the screen intently. The screen begins. Adam's exhausted body appeared on the screen. At the moment, he seemed to be walking through a large dilapidated factory. The moment they saw this factory, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Could it be that this is Site 167? There was a panic immediately. If Site 41 gives people the impression of large windows allow for plenty of natural light and beautiful forest views, Site 167 is a hostile, sprawling industrial wasteland. A full 4 square kilometers of secure containment warehouses, research laboratories, and administrative offices. These buildings are sinister, practical, unusual to the point of being invasive, no greenery. The ambient sound in the building is a harsh roar. It is built on a flat plain. The wind rushed into the concrete canyons and passed over the sharp edges of the buildings. Especially since the very center had been wiped off the face of the Earth by an orbital laser strike. There is a border here. The intact buildings and roads came to an abrupt end here. Beyond the borders lay only charred, flat ruins. Seeing this, all the audience in the live broadcast room felt a jolt in their hearts. WTF? Wasn't Site 167 the only remaining safe zone? Why does it look like it was hit by a nuclear attack? Don't scare me, damn it! Is this really Site 167? Where's Dr. Hughes? Where's the staff? No way, after all the hard work, this is the place we found. Not only the audience, Adam in the picture is obviously reaching his limit. He traveled too far. I also traveled too long. He can no longer exist sanely in SCP-3125's universe. He was exhausted, his vision gradually degenerated into a bright migraine, dull and lonely. No more detective work, no more stations. Something has to be done, he said to himself. There is a vertical entrance between Building 8 and 22E. A 30-meter wide hexagonal shaft with a yellow crane spanning its entrance. It is so spacious and deep, so much so that the airflow near the edges was strangely affected. He started downstairs. Follow his map into the underground buildings of Site 167. The audience in the live broadcast room subconsciously held their breath and concentrated. Afraid that his breathing would disturb Adam on the screen, or maybe it's the unknown existence in the darkness. Adam arrived at the airlock of $167-00-6183. The situations along the way had made his heart sink to the bottom. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he couldn't find Hughes. With shaking hands, he swiped his access card across the reader. The door swung open, revealing a sterile white antechamber, the air completely stagnant after years of disuse. He stood in the center, waiting for the second rotation. His heart was pounding. Even the audience in the live broadcast room could feel the drum-like sound. This is not from excitement, it comes from fear. Adam asked himself that final horrible question, for the last time. But if you are here, Dr. Hughes, and you have built the machine, and it works, why don't you show up? He asked and answered his own questions. It was like an inoculation against the bad news he knew was coming, because the machine is useless. Because you can't build it. Because you're dead. Adam's words were like a sharp dagger, it broke his last psychological defense. It also shattered the expectations that the audience in the live broadcast room had finally raised. S.H.I.E.L.D. FFLX. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen in a daze and asked in a trembling voice, so? Dr. Hughes is not here. Alas, Nick Fury sighed. Maybe he's dead. He said silently in his heart. No one expected that. Adam has come a long way, but this is the ending he got. The emotion of unwillingness once again enveloped the entire live broadcast room. The air in the basement was tropical and humid, and thick enough to be tasted. There were floodlights overhead, and perhaps 1 in 10 of them was still on. There is garbage everywhere. To Adam's left, there was a huge semicircular automated factory unit, each more than 6 meters high. There are also piles of construction waste around, furniture, tools, food cans, hard foam bricks, circuit boards, pieces of fabric. Stacked to his right, stretching all the way along the concave wall of the basement, were hundreds of empty shipping containers. He walked for 10 minutes before he found one that still contained raw materials. In front of him was a 3-meter-high steel wall. The steel wall bends to the left and right, covering almost the entire basement floor space. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room saw a scene that was enough to make them lose their minds. Just visible from the top of the wall was a huge sleeping creature, slowly rising and falling in the dim yellow light. All they could see was the curve of its back. It was a smooth, wet black, dotted with green. It's round, basically a ball. Like taking a scoop of liver ice cream from a 2,000 meter tall man. Then poured it into this huge petri dish. Silence. An indescribable silence spreads across the Marvel world. Even through the screen, all the audience can also feel the visual impact brought by that presence on the screen. Then, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. WTF? WTF? What the hell is this? It's just a mountain of twisted flesh and blood. It's still breathing. Oh my god, is this the twisted product of SCP-3125's advent? This is disgusting, this is crazy, this world has gone completely crazy. If I were Adam, I would probably be desperate. Despair. This is the first reaction people have when they see this thing. Even in the heyday of the Foundation, to subdue this thing, at least several mobile task forces will be needed to work together. But now? Adam was alone, the only weapon is the pair of tortured hands. There is a meter-thick pipe extending from the automatic factory, connected to the edge of the culture dish, delivering various necessary liquids. The tall towers lined up beside the creatures were emitting transparent mist downwards in all directions. There is no one around. Adam's face did not show the despair that everyone imagined. In other words, he has no emotions at all. He cleared his throat, and shouted at the top of his voice towards the room, "Is there a Dr. Hughes here?" At this moment, everyone was prepared for the worst. However, nothing happened. The roar of the ventilation machines continued. The creature was still rising and falling slowly. This seemed to give Adam more courage, and he raised his voice, "I'm looking for a machine here." Called before he finished speaking, Adam was stunned. It woke up. That flesh mountain creature woke up. The audience in the live broadcast room were immediately shocked. No one knew if this thing was hungry. They only know that in front of this thing, Adam had no chance of resisting. In the picture, Adam was like a goose with its neck strangled. The high voice finally turned into a whisper. Unreality amplifier. That thing turned back, a huge amount of liquid was squeezed out of its dish, enough for the splashing waves to stick to the wall. 0139043145 Philo 231571011. It swayed and climbed up the wall. As it reveals more and more, its anatomy becomes more visible, there isn't much left beyond what's already visible. In addition to the thick flippers, it is a huge, almost spherical mass of organisms. It seemed to be eyeless, but it seemed to be staring at Adam. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt like they were being stared at. They just felt as if their souls were frozen. At this moment, despair came like a tide, drowned everyone's sanity. Chapter 122. Adam decided not to stay here any longer. He turned to leave, but he was surprised to find that the airtight door behind him had been closed. He didn't run. Afraid of attracting attention due to sudden movement, he walked away briskly, pulling out his stolen access card again. Just as he was about to scan the card reader, swish! A thin red string appeared out of nowhere and tied his wrists, preventing him from continuing. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Countless people looked at the screen in horror. Are you going to attack? Can Adam escape? Obviously. Cannot. Adam struggled for a second to get his hand out. But the rope was sticky and had a creepy hardness inside, as if there were bones inside. Damn it. He looked back, but I couldn't see the body of the creature clearly. I don't know where the rope comes from. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room saw the meat mountain open its eyes. A 10-meter wide one eye, this must have taken up a considerable proportion of its body volume. It has a bright pink iris and 4 large black pupils. S.H.I.E.L.D. The moment they saw this thing, they felt a chill. Only Nick Fury, after the shock, as if I discovered something, suddenly his eyes flashed. Do you think this thing is familiar? Familiar? Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury in astonishment. You've never seen this thing before? No. Nick Fury stared at the screen, at the eyes of the meat mountain. After pondering for a while, he suddenly had an idea. Germ. Isn't this just an enlarged version of the germ? Germ. The Antimemetics Division is trying to prevent the recovery of memories of SCP-3125. Therefore, another creature is used to think for oneself, so that the memory does not leave any trace in the human brain. After he said this, the other agents suppressed their discomfort and looked again. Really? The agents exclaimed one after another. This is an enlarged version of the germ. But knowing the identity of this thing didn't help Adam escape. Especially since this thing had aroused his interest. In the picture, Adam, who was being held back, broke out in a cold sweat. However, what no one expected was that this big guy actually spoke. The sound is not really audible. Like a maddening noise entering everyone's head, it's like the buzzing of mosquitoes in surround sound. Do you have it? Adam was stunned and replied subconsciously, what? No doctor. No machine. Without waiting for Adam's reaction, a thicker line shot out. He stuck his finger on the security pass in Adam's hand and deftly pulled it from his fingers. The rope was retracted, and the pass was held up to the creature's large eyes. The sudden change stunned everyone. Especially the series of abnormal behaviors performed by this monster. Wheeler. When this mass of flesh called out his last name in that strange voice, Adam was confused. The audience in the live broadcast room were also confused. What's happening? This meat mountain still recognizes people? Yes, it's some kind of coincidence actually, Adam answered subconsciously. Who knew it was at this moment? The string holding his wrist suddenly tightened. Lifting Adam's arms, he lifted him up. He twisted his body in vain, seeing almost nothing. A flash of pink appeared. Hell no! He screamed and suddenly fell down, straight into the largest of the 4 pupils of the meat mountain. The audience in the live broadcast room held their breath. My heart was in my throat. However, 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The bloody scene that everyone expected did not happen. Until the strange voice of the meat mountain sounded again, I am Hughes. When this sentence was clearly heard by everyone, the entire Marvel Universe audience was suddenly stunned. They feel that their worldview is collapsing and their thinking ability is declining. After a few seconds, the live broadcast room was boiling. WTF? WTF? This big guy is actually Dr. Hughes. Oh my god. What on earth happened? Damn it. How did Dr. Hughes become a monster? Oh my god, Dr. Monk has become like this. Doesn't it mean that the final plan has also failed? S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Hughes. Watching what happened on the screen, Nick Fury's heart began to tremble violently. Eyes wide open in horror. Dr. Hughes, turned into a germ. He guessed that this big guy was the embryo, but I never expected that this thing was actually Dr. Hughes. At the moment, he had only one question in his mind. What happened? My human body has died, but my consciousness is still in the embryo, and the embryo is intact, so I am barely alive in the form of the embryo. Dr. Hughes' words continued to irritate the audience. No one expected that he actually survived in this way. The initial panic faded away, replaced by surprise and astonishment. I worked on this in embryo form for more than a year. I developed tools, computer peripherals, and writing implements for myself that fit my short, flexible hands. I built many chair-like objects, as well as other furniture. I also developed some small life for myself. Fitness plan, even some hobbies. I sleep in a nutritious mud bath. Hearing this, not to mention the audience of Marvel World, even the supervisors on the screen were secretly amazed. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately admired Dr. Hughes to the utmost. What a strong will this is! If an ordinary person encounters this situation, he or she would probably choose to commit suicide immediately. But Dr. Hughes, it was with her strong will and the mission given to her by Wheeler that she succeeded. I barely survived in this living hell. By the end of the first month, I had demonstrated to my satisfaction that the countermem I was looking for existed beyond the comprehension of human intelligence. To create this countermem, I'm going to start with a human carrier, with a suitable, single-celled baseline idea and then artificially amplify that idea using 10 machines. Unreality amplifier. Adam asked subconsciously after being silent for a while. He noticed that the pupil stared at him. Yes, unreality amplifier. By the second year, I had designed and built enough machines to know that I couldn't build that one. Theory and practice are too far apart. So I threw away all my graphic designs. I want to find a new way. Seeing this, a picture emerged in the minds of the audience in the live broadcast room. A huge amount of flesh, through those thin synapses, control instruments, operational experiment, then overturn the previous design again and again, day to day. For a moment, people's hearts seemed to have overturned the seasoning bottle. Mixed feelings. I first determined and then reverse-engineered my own genetic code. I built the life support equipment and remodeled the entire basement interior. That was the plan, although it was not supposed to be to this extent. I reconstructed my physiology in several steps over several years until my brain had the size and complexity to think about those deep, radiating, irreducible complex thoughts. Stark Industries building. You actually transformed yourself into this just for the sake of a plan. Tony was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. It is despair enough for a person to be forced to give up his human body. Unexpectedly, Dr. Hughes actually turned himself into the monster he is today for the sake of his plan. This selfless spirit made him admire her. So, did he succeed? Thinking of this, he temporarily suppressed his inner excitement. Look at the screen again. Once, when I was exploring the space of human ideas, I saw myself. I created my own basic mimetic description, defined it, focused, made a few guesses, and then I found it, a complex of bright lights, in human form, surrounded by similar people, alive or dead, real or imaginary. It is intoxicating and awakening, and from this higher level perspective, we can see ourselves in this grand background. As he said this, Tong Tong once again looked at Ying Dang, who was completely stunned. When I see myself, I understand what I am and what my role is. I'm a mad technical genius, a crazy inventor who built the ultimate weapon. But I'm not the one who will use it. That spark, that fundamental idea to be expanded, was not in my head, nor in the basement where I was. Mathematically, it could never have existed. It is not the shape of anything. It must have been brought about by someone else. Its pain stared at Adam. Until Adam's confused look gradually turned into calmness. Adam seemed to be asking, but also making a statement. He finally understood. Why does it have to be me? Honestly, at this point, he no longer cares about life or death. Only one thing loomed over him like a nightmare. That is the only void in my heart, the missing part of his deepest memory. Maybe it has something to do with that name that Foundation guy mentioned? Hughes seemed to see through his heart. In his blank eyes, he handed over an auto-injection pen with his tentacles, a short, thick, shiny orange cylinder with a needle under its pointed cap. A bold black Z is printed on it. The moment they saw this thing, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately recognized it. Grade Z memory strengthening potion. The ability to make people forget. Adam knew about that medicine. He knew it would kill him. It would make him remember everything. Everything. And it would kill him, as it would kill everyone. But I will remember. His ears seemed there is a kind of singing. The sunlight in the garden is blurry and patchy. He seemed to see Hugh's eyes, and Hugh smiled sadly. His eyes began to shine, with golden and white spots everywhere. I will share my mind with you. Find your best idea. Only you can make everything end. Adam silently injected the drug into his own vein. He felt the potion surge through his body like fire. Feeling the same pain as Mario Wheeler. There are too many sounds, there is too much light. Opening my eyes felt like being pierced by 1,000 needles. Adam covered his ears with his hands and closed his eyes. He saw Wheeler. He also saw the truth of the world. There's an anti-mem called SCP-3125, Wheeler said, it killed me. And the Division. And the Foundation. And now it's taking over all of reality. It's destroying humanity. It's the most terrible thing that has ever existed. There's no one left but you, and you're powerless to stop it. You can't even watch it. Hughes needed an idea to amplify, so you injected a lethal dose of biochemical memory strengthening agents, allowing me to materialize properly because I am your best idea. Is that all? Seeing Wheeler appear again, Abel was already in tears. He smiled weakly, with great relief. His wife grasped the situation with characteristic speed. That's it. We live in ridiculous times. He looked up, looking at the mem complex he must destroy, incredibly huge. In its huge mouth, human existence, all human beings and everything they do, say, think, and see, buried alive in it. SCP-3125 is, for the most part, SCP-3125's unstoppable, everlasting lie. But it was a lie. Now, he and Wheeler both felt it. He knew in his bones that Wheeler was unreal, a living memory, an ideal, an abstraction. He could see the complex of ideas that Hughes had built around her. Looks familiar. Looks like a highly recreated slice, originally taken from the Foundation's concept. Or at least, the Foundation's noblest intentions and achievements. The supreme purpose of its existence, protect humanity. Swallowing all fear, manage it, understand it, keep it under lock and key so people don't have to worry anymore. Adam, she said, looking up again. This will help. I can see it all end right here. That's great, he said. I haven't heard good news in a while. He fell to his knees. His skull felt like it was cracking. She also knelt beside him and held his hand. He saw something, things he was forced to see that would hurt him. SCP-3125 had shattered his and her lives to a degree that he could never fathom. They lost a lot in the end. You have to finish this thing, he said, the pain rising to bursting point. Today. End it. Chapter 123. Adam, listen. It's different over there. I've seen glimpses of it before, but I've never been there. Wheeler looked at Adam, who was in tears, and forced out a complicated smile. I don't know what it's going to be like, but I know I'm not human anymore. I'm not real anymore, and I can't come back. I love you. A searing sensation crawled through Adam's brain, like the crackling of a cellular automaton. I know, he said. It's okay. There's no one to look for when you come back. It's nice to see you. I love you. Stand back, Hugh's voice rang out. Wheeler stood back from Adam. You used to sing, Adam said. Always. This was the first thing it took from us. But I remember. The launch window opened. First there is some type of ignition. Then Wheeler's perspective began to change. Everything seems to be shrinking, and she began to ascend. Seeing this scene, the entire Marvel world fell into a strange silence. No one spoke, the scene before them was beyond their comprehension. Constantly stimulating people's beating nerves. S.H.I.E.L.D. FFFFLX. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen in a daze and said in a trembling voice, Hughes turned himself into a biological version of a fictional amplifier. Nick Fury followed her words and continued in a deep voice, then through Adam's best idea, Wheeler, he became the fireworks that started this machine. Ascension. Nick Fury murmured, just one short word, but it made him feel a throbbing in his soul. At this moment, everyone in the Marvel Universe saw it. The part SCP-3125 used to communicate had had its brain blown out. The structure of that thing is extremely huge, and its expansion is so huge that it can destroy your brain and heart. It comes from the space. The existence of ideas completely transcends the human scale. Its disorder and self-consistent evil are so profound, just understanding can hurt. At first, looking directly at it also sent flashes of pain through Wheeler's eyes, like ionizing radiation. But her perspective is changing because she is still ascending. As she ascended, she was no longer human. She saw through her opponent. Begin to understand, instinctively, I understood its structure, its weaknesses, and how to attack those weaknesses. It turned to face her. When the two sides meet, what happens is not a war, it's more about mathematics, equations that are solved after long and painful calculations, and unknowns that disappear like a blizzard. In front of the wild light, the vast complexity of SCP-3125, from thought to meaningful existence, has been disproven. It, in the new context brought about by the mad light, is nothing but an outdated triviality. It folded and contracted, limb after limb, and everything disappeared in a flash. Its tight grip on everything in the world loosened. Mathematics is good stuff. Everything was just as Hughes had modeled it back in the basement, using a mimetic version of the equations of fluid dynamics that took thousands of processor years to simulate. And after the collision all that remains is equilibrium, the last frenzied photon, breaking out of the deepest boundary of the conceptual space, never to return. At this moment, the entire Marvel world was paused. All doubts, all the despair, all the shock. They all disappeared into the crowd along with the broken pictures. It was as if they were dreaming with the antimemetics division. In the dream, there was a monster bigger than the Earth looming over the world, turning reality into a living hell. It wasn't until Wheeler, Adam, and Hughes showed up that the dream took on color. They are like the indestructible cockroaches. He fell down again and then struggled to get up with his bruised body. Their roar was so powerful, until the final explosion. Wake up from the dream. What is left for everyone is a sense of loss, which is an indescribable feeling. No one could speak. No one could describe the shock in their hearts in words. S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents stared at the screen blankly, unable to say a word. The disaster brought by SCP-3125, this can be said to be the most critical situation the Foundation has ever encountered. The whole world is collapsing, the human consciousness is completely destroyed. Even the Foundation was wiped out. When the building was about to collapse, 3 saviors appeared and turned the tide. The development of events is even more thrilling than the most classic epic drama. Nick Fury looked at the screen and murmured, "This is the end. I'm afraid Wheeler, Adam, and Hughes have all vanished along with SCP-3125. Even though it was known that SCP-3125 would be neutralized, but he never expected that the story would develop in such a tortuous way. Fortunately, it's finally over. Camartage. Ancient One is still immersed in the shock brought by Wheeler's ascension. As Sorcerer Supreme, she sees much more than the audience sees. It is precisely because of this that the demise of SCP-3125 shocked her more than anyone else. Wheeler 3 not only did he fight against the gods with his mortal body, it actually succeeded. He is the incarnation of the cosmic starfish. Is he a supreme divine being? She felt as if her sanity was going insane. Until now, she felt that everything was so unreal. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. Ueda was completely stunned. He saw the incarnation of the cosmic starfish disappear in an instant, he saw all the abstract existences being swallowed up returning to reality, he also saw the spider legs that remain after SCP-3125 materializes. The corpses of high deities are being devoured by creatures whose species should be extinct. An invisible fear came over me, far worse than what SCP-3125 brings. When everything is over, the audience of Marvel World looks at the screen again, both the mood and emotions are much more complicated. On the screen, Lin Lang's cold voice sounded, "At this point, SCP-3125 has been completely neutralized. The only remaining man became the fuse of the bomb. A deceased love becomes a new concept. One person's department becomes a blurred battle line." He looked at 10 and said again, "The antimemetics division disappeared along with SCP-3125. There is no antimemetics division anymore. The supervisors are like solemn statues. No one knows what they are thinking." Until those long sighs were heard. Lin Lang looked at everyone. "So what did we learn?" He used a measured, calm tone. He took his time. "We learned that a period of time was lost from our world. There was a period of almost a year in recent history when some spaces, important spaces, in every population center, could not be perceived or entered. Cities reroute around them, like mountains or radiation belts. Besides these problems of time and space, we have learned that enough people have vanished without trace and without explanation that I could not calculate the number even if I spent my greatly extended lifespan calculating it. The supervisor listened in silence. The audience of the Marvel Universe listened. This dream is too long. So much so that they almost forgot the cause of all this, just because of a question from Lin Lang: did the Foundation ever have an antimemetics division? Then, he realized there was a gap in his memory. He frantically chased after the lost and broken fragments of memory, until reasoning again and again, finally, I sorted out the very long timeline on the screen. Each time point means that the antimemetics department dies silently. From the initial 4,000 people, then to 90, then to 40, until the complete end, there will be no one left. They quietly watched Lin Lang on the screen. Watch him summarize the story. And outside the ideosphere, he said, no one even noticed this theft. Even I, the one who made the discovery, can't remember what happened during the lost time. No one can enter the lost space either. This gap in reality is, in itself, almost imperceptible. It is a terrifying, blinding void. It is the unknown unknown. The overseers remained silent. Lin Lang seemed to be examining himself, and also seemed to be examining the Foundation. His tone was calm, but could not be ignored. We have learned, we are cautiously assuming, that 3 or 4 years ago an anomaly of unimaginable magnitude entered our reality. He paused. Then, after a while, it left, taking all this space, all this time, and all these people with it. We don't know what it is, or what it does. We've tried to find out, but the truth has eluded our best noosphere scientists. The question is beating back, as if it didn't want to be answered. We don't know why the anomaly left, although our experts say there is some evidence in the conceptual field that Kong Yanming may have had a collision. And in the distance, shining upon us, is a great new star. Having said this, Yudu, who had been silent for a long time, let out a sigh. He looked at Lin Lang, as if answering his question. It seems like he is talking to himself. Even I can't remember what happened, he continued speaking, his voice lowered. This I, personally, find very alarming. Because this is recent history. Like almost everyone alive, I must have been there. I must have experienced it in some way. He paused, took a deep breath and said, but if we have learned nothing else, there is one thing we have learned: humans can walk away and forget anything. Civilization can return to normal after experiencing anything. After he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent again. Lin Lang stood there in deep thought for a long time. He stared into nothingness. He was worried, but only for a while. In fact, he already knew the truth, and there was nothing unusual that prevented him from knowing it. It simply denies it. But he wouldn't say it out loud, not even here. He asked, what role did the Foundation play in this? Did we witness the anomaly? Did we defeat it? Did we resist? Negotiate? Participate? No one spoke. He asked again, we are still here, now. Safe and sound. We are back. To what do we owe this? Did we hide, or did we run? What happened to these people? My people. Where are they? No one just dies, no one dies purely, passively. People die for a reason. The overseers had no answer for him. Lin Lang is just a high-level researcher, and they are overseers from the O5 Council. However, now facing Lin Lang's question, which is almost a rebuke, they couldn't give an answer. At least, build a tombstone for them. After saying this, an intense fatigue enveloped him. He opened his mouth, but even speaking was too exhausting for him. He turned around and looked at the screen which had fallen into darkness. The scenes that just happened on the screen seemed to have never happened. He closed his eyes in pain. After leaving the containment unit, he knows, I won't even remember these questions. But, he thought, please, at least give them a tombstone. The scene ends here, as the convoy leaves Site 19. Until the end, Lin Lang did not tell anyone. In the memories he recovered, what role did he himself play? However, while people were still immersed in such complex emotions, the picture did not suddenly go dark as usual. A huge, slender quadruped, nearly 1,000 meters tall at the shoulder. When Lin Lang's convoy left Site 19, she stood just outside the edge of the site, holding a giant, shrunken spider in her mouth. She couldn't perceive the convoy or the site originally, just like the humans in the Foundation can't perceive her. They were just barely walking on the same ground. The spider is made of a 200-meter-long bundle of legs, big eyes, and shell. Its long segments hung just off either side of the beast's jaw. The spider was still twitching uselessly. It can't escape. It's the last one. Spiders were once plentiful and tasty, but the slow walker's diet is far more varied. With one bite, it bit through the spider's last leg. It began to fall painfully and slowly to the ground, with insect juice dripping and splashing everywhere. The beast threw the spider's bruised chest into the air and opened its throat to catch it. She swallowed the spider, nearly whole, and it was still twitching. She raised her head and called out triumphantly, making a deafening, inaudible, infrasonic chirp. The call goes all the way to her mate and descendants, to the horizon. People in the Marvel world recognized it. She is a giant mystic beast. She also has a number, SCP-2256 Hook, a species that should have been extinct. Old ideas become dinner for the beast. Chapter 124. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Countless doubts and shocks emerged in the live broadcast room. WTF? Isn't this a supergiant secret beast? Shouldn't they be extinct? What are they eating? Spider legs? Oh, shit. It's SCP-3125 incarnated. Oh my god, the supergiant secret beast is not only not extinct, but is even eating the corpse of SCP-3125. Wait, look carefully, its body is illusory, no one can find it. The audience watched the magical scene on the screen in shock. Until Lin Lang appeared in the picture again. Once again, we returned to Site 17, a site that houses many low-risk humanoid SCPs. The audience felt a sense of relief for no apparent reason. Especially when ZYN, Lois, and Lin Lang came to the cafeteria again, everyone even felt as if they were in another world. It can be said that Lin Lang and his team never saw the entity of SCP-3125 from beginning to end. But the fear and oppression that SCP-3125 brings to everyone far exceeds any previous project. Lois looked at Lin Lang carefully and said indignantly, "You guys, why did you suddenly disappear for such a long time? How come you look younger?" ZYN also nodded suspiciously. Lin Lang did not answer, but picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Lois felt embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. He came over mysteriously and said, "Hey, did you know that the Foundation is planning to add a new department recently?" "What is it?" ZYN widened his eyes curiously. "It seems to be called the Concept Department." Lois scratched her hair and recalled, "It is said to be responsible for researching anti-memes or something." As soon as these words came out, Lin Lang's hand holding the wine glass suddenly froze in mid-air. Lois didn't pay attention to Lin Lang's reaction, but continued, "I know what memes are, but what are anti-memes?" "Anti-meme, then, must be the opposite of a meme, right?" "Hey, everyone knows this." "You." Lois was interrupted by Lin Lang before she could finish her words. He looked at the two of them calmly and said, "Anti-meme is a concept that has self-blocking properties, a concept that, through its original properties, can deter or prevent others from spreading 567. Lois and ZYN were both stunned. Lois was surprised, "It's you who actually knows something so abstract." I don't know why, looking at Lois and ZYN's reactions, the audience in the live broadcast room felt a little lost. The king shattered the supreme godhead at the cost of the demise of the entire anti-memetics division. However, this epic story, but it remains unknown. Gulp. Lin Lang drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and his face regained some color. "Sorry, I still have some work to do, so I have to leave first." Then, in the confused eyes of ZYN and Lois, Lin Lang left silently. After a while, Lin Lang stopped at a familiar spot. The door to Dr. Kondriki's office. When I saw Dr. Kondriki again, he seemed much older. He still wore the same pair of wide black framed glasses, still had a cigarette in his mouth, and still wore a brown baseball cap. However, there was a visible anxiety and anger on his face. When he saw that the person coming was Lin Lang, his anxiety immediately disappeared. "A lot, damn it, you've been gone for so long, I'm exhausted." Refusing the cigarette offered by Dr. Kondriki, Lin Lang sat down in the office chair opposite him. "Is your work done?" Dr. Kondriki looked at him, as if jokingly, "Have you recovered your lost memories?" Lin Lang nodded silently. "That's good." Dr. Kondriki didn't give him a chance to speak, and threw him a file. "That's right, there's a new job waiting for you. I don't know why, seeing this familiar scene, the audience in the live broadcast room not only did not show any disgust, but instead smiled with tacit understanding. The sound disappeared immediately after Lin Lang opened the file. Audiences from the entire Marvel universe were all focused on the screen. Project name, Son of Man. Item number, SCP-321. Object class, SAF, BFJ, safe. Seeing this level, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Then a feeling of unreality came over me. It seemed as if he was facing the supreme deity who could easily cause a doomsday scenario just a second ago. As a result, I received this harmless project the next second. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Shit, seeing Dr. Kondraki brings back memories of him riding 682. As expected, the project given by Dr. Kondraki is normal. There is no supreme deity, the main focus is on safety. He really made me cry. It's a pity. Judging from his appearance, he must have suffered a lot because of the accident of 083. Haha. The discussions in the live broadcast room did not last long. Lin Lang looked up at Dr. Kondraki. Nothing said, but it's like he said everything. Dr. Kondraki took an irritable drag on his cigarette. His phew. Then he said anxiously while puffing out cigarettes, don't think it's just safe. If this project is not handled well, the 05 Council will not starve us. Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that a safe-level project is actually related to the 05 Council. Restraining his inner surprise, he continued reading. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-321 is to be kept in a standard containment chamber. SCP-321 has been equipped with a large number of stents to compensate for its defects in bone structure and muscle mass. Its artificial heart is to be inspected for damage every 10 uses. SCP-321 is to be fed 3 times daily. Solid food is to be excluded from the prescribed diet. Currently, 3 staff members are required to take on the task of temporarily caring for SCP-321. SCP-321 is to be given 3 hours of exercise and physical therapy daily. During the rest of the time, if not participating in experiments, it should be confined to its containment room. While SCP-321 cannot request anything, it has been allowed several stuffed animals. Artificial heart. Feeding. Plush toys. When these 3 words appeared in the containment procedures, the first reaction of the Marvel audience was confusion. How do these things relate to containment? S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and frowned. Is this containment a child like SCP-239? When it comes to SCP-239, the agents seemed to recall the fear of being controlled by her reality distortion ability, and their faces suddenly turned pale. Nick Fury also frowned. What really concerned him was what Dr. Kondraki had said earlier. So I temporarily suppressed my curiosity and continued reading. Description: SCP-321 is a human female, born on July 4, data expunged. SCP-321 is currently 3.1 meters tall and weighs approximately 110 kilograms. The subject has no melanin in its hair, eyes, or skin. It is unable to speak, but is still capable of vocalization, and has demonstrated problems with spatial awareness and consciousness. SCP-321 displays a low level of intelligence and has problems adapting to new situations. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Human female? A 3.1 meter tall human female? Are you crazy? Lin Lang on the screen also frowned. He didn't ask, but turned to the next page. More information appeared in everyone's view. SCP-321 is the stillborn child of elementary-level researcher Adam Data Expunged and his wife, medical assistant Evelyn Data. Elementary-level researcher Data Expunged took it upon himself to attempt to resurrect his daughter by utilizing several SCPs, including SCP-590. This series of measures was successful, but the results were taken to the Foundation for safekeeping and inspection. The object was subsequently assigned an SCP number. As this content appears, the audience in the live broadcast room was silent at first, and then they went wild. WTF? Stillborn? And then resurrected. Shit, has the Foundation's use of thousands of anomalies progressed to the point of resurrecting humans? Because he is a researcher's child, he has attracted the attention of the 05 Council. It's simply unbelievable. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing this, Nick Fury could guess some clues. But what he found unacceptable was Can this SCP-321 really still be considered a human being? SCP-321 was soon discovered to have a recovery ability, capable of healing damage inflicted on it at approximately 5 times the normal rate. At the same time, the subject entered Foundation records as SCP-321. Since then, SCP-321's body has continued to grow at a rate approximately 1/3 that of a normal human and decreasing. Although SCP-321's growth rate has slowed, it continues to grow, and although it is currently taller than any recorded human, it shows no signs of stopping. Under current circumstances, it can be determined that SCP-321's ability to recover comes from an overproduction of stem cells, a result of its interaction with Redacted after its death. See here, Nick Fury felt a growing sense of weirdness. How can this still be considered human? This is a total monster. SCP-321 has a very low IQ. Daily activities are very difficult for it, and teaching it to use utensils to eat and similar things can take months or even years. Although SCP-321 has fully developed vocal cords, it does not seem to be able to learn language, and cannot cry or make meaningless noises like a normal baby under 6 months old. As the last paragraph appeared, Lin Lang put down the file. Looking at Dr. Kondraki, he said calmly, "So, you need me to teach her?" Dr. Kondraki was shocked. "Are you kidding me? I need your help." Lin Lang didn't understand what he meant. Until the other party took out something similar to an application file. Lin Lang took it and saw July 31, 2018, request to remove SCP-321 from SCP condition removed. Elementary level researcher Adam Data expunged October 18, 18, request to remove SCP-321 from SCP status. Personnel Director Adam Data expunged May 3, 2019, we are unable to learn more from SCP-321. We suggest that we remove its SCP number. Site 04. Director, Adam Data expunged June 31, 1941, SCP-321 should be declassified and returned to her family, effective immediately. 05-12 request denied. This is the last time, Adam. She is not, and never has been, your daughter. If you do this again, I will call the council to remove you. 05-1 These 4 applications were almost separated by decades. And every application was rejected by the 05 Council without exception. Dr. Kondraki looked at Lin Lang and said helplessly, "Don't you understand yet?" "I see." Lin Lang held the file in his hand and said calmly, "This guy named Adam worked his way up from an elementary level researcher to a supervisor of the D Council in order to prevent his daughter from being detained." Dr. Kondraki slapped his thigh and said, "That's the problem." As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room who were just discussing, I was stunned. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D, or Camartage, Asgard. Everyone in the Marvel world was stunned. In order to save his daughter, it took decades to rise from elementary level researcher to 05 Council member? Isn't this so inspiring? Chapter 125. The audience in the live broadcast room finally understood what Dr. Kondraki had said before. What does it mean that if you don't handle it well, you will be targeted by the 05? Because the containment is 05-12 SFG daughter. For a while, the audience in the live broadcast room complained endlessly. However, Dr. Kondraki on the screen spoke again, "Not only that, strictly speaking, I brought this trouble upon myself." Lin Lang raised his eyebrows, "Are you referring to the termination incident of SCP-083? Dr. Kondraki bit the cigarette and took several puffs in silence before a cloud of smoke came out. "Yes, that time." Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately recalled the disastrous execution accident. Dr. Kondraki terminated SCP-083, almost turned the entire Site-19 upside down. Dozens of contained objects were affected, and even a high-kill weapon like SCP-682 failed to be contained. The losses caused are innumerable. But what does this mean now? Sound, seems like there's something else going on? In the video, Lin Lang asked bluntly, "According to Dr. Gears, you wanted to ride SCP-682. Dr. Kondraki scratched his hair awkwardly and did not answer. But sometimes, no answer is also an answer. As expected, seeing his reaction, the audience in the Marvel world was stunned. This guy is simply a genius. Even the usually calm Lin Lang was somewhat surprised. "So, you caused that accident on purpose?" "Well, it's a little different from what Gears guessed, but the difference is not big." Dr. Kondraki held a cigarette between his lips and said seriously, I did deliberately mess up the termination of SCP-083 and released 682. After getting a positive answer, Lin Lang calmed down. He looked at Dr. Kondraki indifferently. Reason. Dr. Kondraki pressed the cigarette butt hard into the ashtray that was about to overflow. Then he exhaled. I realized that O5 Command was using me like a puppet, pulling my strings and watching me dance. Lin Lang frowned slightly. What is the explanation for the conversion? Do you think the O5 Council controls you, so you do things that are beyond their control? I don't think they'll let me die, Kondraki said irritably. Call it nihilism, call it art, whatever. I just want to see how far 05 will pull me. FFLX. Dr. Kondraki shrugged. I didn't expect 05 to actually let SCP-682 run rampant. Maybe I underestimated the power they truly hold. He paused and smiled mockingly, or maybe I just don't care. After all, I'm a sociopathic a whole and I don't give a shit about other Foundation personnel. Lin Lang frowned. Just because you feel they control you? No. Definitely not. Dr. Kondraki felt in his pockets and couldn't find a cigarette. He became even more agitated. People are picked up by some powerful person, promoted, just to be played with, and the children are left to deal with things they are totally unprepared for, those suicides, mutinies, and dishonorable demotions. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D's agents were also surprised. Obviously, this has already involved the operating mode of the O5 Council. On the screen, I, Clef, am a great example of this. Dr. Kondraki continued to make shocking statements. My termination plan in the Duke's End was approved by the O5 Council itself. Clef's ridiculous plan in termination log was approved by O5-7. At this point, Dr. Kondraki smiled mockingly again and sneered, interestingly, one of my key character traits is that the O5 Council has always tried to take me down, and has repeatedly failed. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Lang and deliberately exaggerated in a tone of apoplexy. Why would the nearly omnipotent Supreme Court, with its own magical army and a super-powerful shadow government, repeatedly try to do something as simple as killing one of its own employees, and fail? Before Lin Lang could speak, his eyes suddenly turned cold, completely different from what they were just now, because they didn't try hard enough. His tone became calm, so calm that it was a little scary. The O5 Council adopts the most famous high-level staff, which means Dawn uses them. Sign off on what they want to do so that other people get fired. Step in behind the scenes and elevate them to the highest levels in invisible. Control them from a distance and see what they will do. As long as they remain useful, they are free to do what they want. The voice fell, whether on screen or off screen. At the same time, it fell into an eerie silence. No one expected that Dr. Kondraki, who usually looks careless and rough, I actually noticed the question from the O5 Council. The audience in the live broadcast room, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but start talking. WTF? Why does it sound so reasonable? Hiss, when I think about it for a moment, it's really scary. To be honest, I still don't understand what powers the O5 Council has in the Foundation. In fact, judging from the previous appearances, the O5 Council is very mysterious, but it seems that there is a gap between each supervisor. Dr. Kondraki's words successfully planted the seeds of suspicion in the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents looked at each other in bewilderment. Whether it's Dr. Kondraki, the site director's suspicion of the O5 Council, or the operating model of the O5 Council, it made it difficult for them to calm down. Only Nick Fury on the side had a strange expression on his face. He relates what Dr. Kondraki said to the story behind SCP-321. I found a very interesting point. How does one go from being a researcher to being a member of the O5 Council? In fact, as the boss of the same organization, he knew that there was no monolithic organization in the world. Even in the Foundation, haven't there been Chaos Branch members and Serpent's Hand traders before? He wondered what Dr. Kondraki would do. What will be the reaction of the O5 Council? After saying all this in one breath, Dr. Kondraki exhaled. Lin Lang looked at him calmly and asked the last question, so, your choice is to work. I accepted the situation at first, but then I discovered the truth. Dr. Kondraki grinned. So I tried to fight back. 083's execution accident. That's right. Dr. Kondraki sighed, it is the end of an era, as the O5 Council drastically cuts back on their adopted projects. Omega-7 is permanently disbanded. All projects related to weaponizing SCPs were stopped. They shut down things like Kane's Olympian project, and his egg walker was shelved. At this point, Dr. Kondriki gritted his teeth and said angrily, "All my projects were stopped, even the butterflies were put in a greenhouse." Dr. Kondriki said with a disdainful smile, as new blood replaced the old, the SCP Foundation became a completely different organization, cold, ruthless, calculating, cautious. Lin Lang took over the last words, "So, what do you need me to do?" "You." Dr. Kondriki smiled and looked at Lin Lang, "You are still young, boy." He stood up, patted Lin Lang on the shoulder and said, "I watched you become a high-level researcher step by step. I only have one request for you." Under Lin Lang's calm gaze, he smiled and said, "If you ever become an overseer, promise me that you won't turn into one of those emotionless monsters." Before Lin Lang could speak, he threw him a file. "If you have nothing to do recently, you can go and see this guy. Those people have destroyed a site in order to find a way to contain him." After hearing this, Lin Lang was stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned. Destroyed a site, failed to contain the anomaly. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on this file. Unfortunately, before Lin Lang could open the book, Dr. Kondriki impatiently drove him out. It was not until Lin Lang returned to the dormitory that everyone saw the contents of the file. Project name, The Old Man Whose Origin is Unknown. Item number, SCP-1440. Object class, Keter. The moment this word appeared in front of everyone, the audience who had just praised Dr. Kondriki for being stupid and soft-hearted suddenly stopped talking. Even Lin Lang himself was slightly stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it! Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and frowned. Keter again? Did Lin Lang encounter all the Keter projects of the Foundation? Nick Fury sighed helplessly. "Don't forget, Lin Lang is now a high-level researcher, and his security clearance has even reached level 4. 0. You mean, with greater ability comes greater responsibility?" Nick Fury shook his head. "I mean, what's coming will come." Natasha Romanoff. Losing interest in the debate, everyone looked at the screen again. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-1440 is currently not contained, and its location since its last breach is unknown. Due to the nature of SCP-1440, it may be impossible for the Foundation to contain it without risking unacceptable loss of material and personnel. Until suitable containment procedures are found, efforts must focus on locating and monitoring SCP-1440 and minimizing exposure to it by discerning its wandering patterns. Number of civilians affected. Seeing this, the audience's curiosity was also aroused. There are many anomalies that cannot be contained. For example, SCP-3000 that appeared before was too large. Another example is SCP-1730 and SCP-198, which are building types because they cannot be moved. But SCP-1440 doesn't sound like it belongs to either of the above two categories. Description: SCP-1440 is a male of unknown race and age. Whenever asked about his name, time of birth, or place of birth, SCP-1440 refuses to answer. No answer was given. It is not known whether this is because the subject is unwilling to provide this information or because he does not understand this information. Although the subject appears to be between 80 and 90 years old, he has shown no signs of aging in the 50 years since he first came to the Foundation's attention sign. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Another immortal humanoid anomaly? Isn't this ability too common in the Foundation? I won't talk about 682's immortality. There are 343, finally another one came. The most important thing is, the level of this humanoid anomaly is Keter. The reason he was assigned to this level was obviously not because he would not age. At this moment, more information appeared on the screen. SCP-1440's anomalous properties will begin to manifest after coming into contact with human populations or man-made objects for several days. SCP-1440 has a strong adverse effect on everything related to humans. Any man-made object or human being exposed to its effects for a long time will result in an increasing number of destructive events around SCP-1440 until this human element is destroyed. Destruction or death. The only exceptions are SCP-1440 himself and his belongings, his clothing, a cloth bag made of unknown material, a badly worn deck of cards, and a small glass. Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room, even Lin Lang subconsciously clenched the file. WTF? An immortal, and an old man with the aura of natural disaster. If you enjoyed this video, Please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.